Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626 Trinity. Brother. HMM. Several people stood in silence in Shanking Hall. The headmaster and the heads of all the peaks were all there, and the atmosphere was a little serious. The atmosphere in the sect was naturally controlled by the people present. They knew about Lee Su's affairs. There was a lot of dissatisfaction among the middle and lower levels of the sect. Jealousy is human nature. A child from the mortal world was suddenly promoted to your uncle or grandmaster and was directly ridden on your head. Who could bear it? As the headmaster, Sukan had never thought of stepping in to suppress such a thing. After all, the more this emotion was suppressed, the deeper it would become. In fact, it was not difficult to break this kind of emotion. As long as the little brother showed enough talent, he would naturally make everyone shut up. As a result, it became the current situation. Thinking of this, Sukan looked at the disciple who was kneeling and trembling below with some annoyance. He was the one who leaked the news. He was the disciple on duty and happened to be overheard. The conversation came quite suddenly. There was no ban, but it was overheard and spread directly. Originally, he planned to deal with the matter at hand and then go there. Now that there is such a commotion, the problem is undoubtedly very big. I can only hope that the junior brother can accept it calmly. Otherwise, this matter is really tricky and is likely to form a demonic barrier. If it really doesn't work, the head of Langhu Mountain and I have a good relationship, so send him over to change the environment. Sukan sighed. You said this matter. It's annoying that junior brother, even if his talent is not enough to inherit the master's mantle, they still saw his talent, which is amazing. If he can move up step by step and reach their realm, it will only take 100 or 200 years. Once this incident leaves a mark in his heart, it will be the root cause of chaos in the Shanking sect in the future. Faced with such a result, you can imagine how bad Sukan's mood is. That kid from the Wei family, a kid, is it so intolerable? The person who can decide all this is not him, but the Supreme. Although it was spread that it was the guy below, some things can't be concealed just because you do it secretly. If you can become the helmsman of the Shanking sect, this little trick can't be discovered, and he doesn't have to do it. First move out of the core position. This kind of mentality is not suitable for inheriting Shanking. One of the peak masters of Shanking sect below, his face changed slightly when he heard this. This idiot, who is incapable of accomplishing anything, has already come to this point. Can the other party still turn the world upside down? Now that he has made such a fuss, he is finished. But how much better can you be? Without the intention of making excuses, the peak master smiled bitterly and said, Sorry, master brother, I didn't expect that incident to make that kid like this. With his words, both the master and the other peak masters looked much better. Wen Yifeng did indeed go too far, but the reason for this was that the education rights of Taishang were taken away by Li Su out of thin air. For practitioners, this hatred is very great, even if Li Su is not to blame. Therefore, it is not surprising that it has become a knot in Wen Yifeng's heart. Forget it, let's stop here. Sukan shook his head. Let's disperse. I'll go and talk to that little guy first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the other side, Qingyao Palace. It has been several days since I came out of Taking Palace. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath after suddenly opening his eyes. He was quite listless and his face was a little pale. He felt like waking up from a dream. When he came back to his senses, he hugged his little head and rolled on the ground. He was greedy. It shouldn't be so fast. It should be slow. In 5 days, he woke up twice in a row. The first time was not long after he came back. After slowing down his spirit, he opened the golden beans left in his brain by the second Taishang. Oh, no, it was the inheritance of the Great Cave Sutra. This time, it was undoubtedly completely different from the previous one. Although the structure is different, the basic hardware is similar, just like the periodic table of element. Although the arrangement is different and the difference is not small, it is still the periodic table. With the first experience, Lee Su learned the Great Cave Sutra very quickly. After just 2 days, he woke up. After waking up, he felt a sharp pain in his little head. There is no doubt that this is a manifestation of huge mental consumption. However, Lee Su didn't care about this at the moment. At this moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and watch his Yang Shen and mustard seed cave void. The simultaneous mastery of the two methods made him discover an extremely shocking situation. These three sets of sect-suppressing mental methods are probably not just as simple as the same origin. They may be one and the same. Of course, this is his feeling after learning the Great Cave Sutra, but it is just his own inference and cannot be confirmed. Faced with this result, Lee Su was shocked and couldn't help but subconsciously aim his eyes at the last golden bean in his mind, the Huangting Sutra. Learn. So, Lee Su, who had just finished learning the Great Cave Sutra, immediately began to comprehend the Huangting Sutra without stopping. Even if he is said to have a strong mental power and amazing talent, he can imagine the great pressure he has formed by mastering two top Taoist methods in dozens of hours, which are passed down by immortals. Even if it is him, if it is someone else, just this amount of knowledge alone can make him die. His nose was bleeding, and his brain seemed to be pierced by countless steel needles. Inexplicably, Lee Su couldn't help but recall the shadow of his childhood, when he was a child watching Princess Huangtu, and the scene where Ang Mama stabbed Ziwei. Pain. 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 At that time, it was painful across the screen, but now it is a piercing pain. However, fortunately, along with the three methods, he learned, mastered, and perfectly carved them on himself. With a breath, a large amount of heaven and earth energy was immediately absorbed by him. The first to react was the 5 internal organs. As the place that was most directly in contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, just one breath went directly to the internal organs. The 5 internal organs began to glow, and the 36 diagrams visualized on the internal organs began to glow, absorbing and transforming these spiritual energies. And just as Lee Su thought, these three methods were not just as simple as the same root and origin, but a trinity. His Yang Shen also began to glow, and in resonance, it formed a linkage with the 36 diagrams on the 5 internal organs, as if overlapping together, forming a brand new 36 diagrams. As they vibrated, the mustard seed cave was not willing to be lonely, and it also glowed and vibrated. The 36 pictures inside also floated out, forming a linkage and merging. Lee Su was vibrating, and the skin all over his body was vibrating. Unprecedented changes were happening inside. No, it should be said that it was a drastic change. Something was being nurtured in the 36 pictures. Very slowly, little by little. All around, the whole room, it was really a taking palace. In one breath, it seemed endless, wanting to absorb everything. The unimaginable spiritual energy of heaven and earth was swept away by Lee Su. Finally, after it lasted for about an hour, a trace of breath escaped from the 36 pictures. Very little, thinner than a hair. But when it appeared, Lee Su was shocked, and all the cells in his body couldn't help but jump at this moment, as if there was a magnitude 12 earthquake. Everything was overturned and rewritten. This can no longer be described as turning the world upside down. It is simply a change of the world. That's right. With this practice, for Lee Su, it was not an improvement, not a strengthening, but a slight change in the nature of life. Although it was very small, but there is no doubt that it was a good fortune, a great fortune beyond imagination. The body became stronger. The spirit became more solid. Slowly opening his eyes, Lee Su couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face. The improvement was so obvious and so scary. Although I know that the mortal Taoism and journey to the West is not simple, the orthodox Zuanmen such as Shanking sect will only become more amazing and master powerful and terrible power. But I never thought that the practice of Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra and Huangting Sutra would produce such a terrible change. The origin was covered and rewritten, and extremely amazing things happened inside. Even Lee Su himself could not fully grasp it. It can only be said that this is a good unimaginable great fortune. Shanking sect was created by immortals, and the teaching method he passed down was based on his own immortal art. I don't know what immortal art it is. Could it be the two great creation skills in Journey to the West? the legendary Shyang Disha technique? In fact, it is a bit similar. Shanking Sutra, 36 pictures. Dadang Sutra, also 36 pictures. And Huangting Sutra, still 36 pictures. It is 36 individually, and it is still 36 when combined. No way. No way. Li Su was a little shocked, thinking of the terrible changes he had undergone. To be honest, he really didn't want to think too much, but he had to think too much. Taking a deep breath, Li Su took out his world book and opened the panel. Skill, Shanking Immortal Technique. Created by the Shanking Patriarch in the immortal realm, because the immortal technique is too profound and cannot be mastered by humans, it is divided into 3! Looking at the introduction on the world book, Li Su let out a long breath. I said it. How could he be so lucky? Damn, why is it not? If it is, he can cultivate to the end in one way. After all, watching the entire journey to the west, leaving aside the big guys, the entire text only has Yang Jian, Zhu Beiji, and Sun Wukong clearly mastered one of these two top Taoist methods. Li Su shook his head and quickly calmed himself down. That's right, that's the art of Shyang. The great sage became a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch, and under the personal guidance of the saint, it took hundreds of years to master it. No matter how awesome he is, it's too unrealistic to learn the 36 methods of Shyang in 3 months. Thinking of the Shyang Disha method, Li Su was a little curious. Before crossing, there were a lot of discussions about these 2 spells. It was said that Shyang was strong, but Zhu Beiji was not good. After all, it was Shyang, so he was also trapped with 36 kinds of magical powers. Of course, there are also people who say that this is just a single number, so the 72 changes are stronger. Of course, Li Su thinks the former is impossible. After all, even if Zhu Beiji is not good at learning, what is the concept of 36 kinds of magical powers? Therefore, if the plot follows the original text, the 72 changes are undoubtedly stronger than the 36 changes. Thinking of this, Li Su's disappointment suddenly decreased a lot, and in an instant, the whole person felt much better. He gathered his mind and sat cross-legged. The practice of the technique has been successful. What he has to do next is undoubtedly very simple, that is, to keep running, generate more Shanking True Ki, improve himself, let himself continue to transform, and finally complete the sublimation of life. Soon, he entered into a state of meditation and continued to practice. 1 hour, 2 hours. Once closed his eyes, opened them, and 35 hours passed. Li Su stopped. His body was constantly vibrating, and a small amount of black air began to float out of his body. It was the turbid air he was born with. Although he practiced early enough, it was still inevitable that he was contaminated with a trace of filth. However, it must be said that the Shanking method is really abnormal. Under the practice of the 3 methods, it took only 3 days to complete the Yijing marrow washing that others needed several years, even more than 10 years, or directly took elixirs to do. In an instant, it was more relaxed, the whole person was extremely transparent, and there was an indescribable taste inside the body, as if returning to the mother's body. The transformation was quite amazing. I felt it the first time I practiced, and I felt it again after 36 rounds. I don't know how many times the next time will be, 72? Or 360? The change was huge. Li Su could feel that his body and spirit were undergoing amazing transformations. This transformation could not be described in words, and it was not clear yet. He stood up happily. Although he encountered many problems in this world, he finally entered his favorite part, practicing and becoming stronger. He hadn't slept for almost 3.5 months. He would take a nap first, and continue practicing tomorrow. He went out, fetched water, and took a shower. When he returned to the room, Li Su fell directly on his small bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, before the sun rose, he woke up, washed up, and went back to the room to continue. Well, he would never go out before the Shanking Immortal method was perfected. Asterisk 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 brother, will we continue today? Outside the King Gayao Palace, several people kept looking out. For several days in a row, they came almost every day and talked until their mouths dried up. However, the result was completely different from what they imagined. The target person did not react at all. On the side, the person who was caught was also tangled at the moment. What was going on? This guy, does he have no self-esteem? As the news that Lee Su was not favored by the Supreme Lord spread, some people came to see the joke. Over the past few days, they talked a lot, deliberately condensed their voices, and passed the content over. Although they were not too blatant, it was inevitable to make indirect accusations, and the content was quite excessive, and the words became heavier day by day. As a result, the other party finally showed up this morning. But what was the situation with that look? Looking at Lee Su's refreshed face, it was obvious that the words they had said all these days had no effect on the other party. How is it possible? As long as it is a person, it is impossible to stand this kind of sarcasm, right? At least, they themselves absolutely cannot stand it. But why? Why? You said that he was young and didn't understand much, but yesterday's conversation was already quite obvious. In order to make the other party unable to bear and have problems with their mentality and complete the instructions of the superiors, they risked being punished and directly named him. Now, even if he was a fool, he should know what was said outside. As a result, the other party's refreshing and unaffected reaction, recalling the conversation between himself and several others yesterday, made the senior brother feel very uncomfortable. Sure enough, born in a lowly family, face is not important. Thinking of those humble mortals in the mortal world, who can do anything, as long as they can survive, his eyes flashed with coldness. Maybe we overestimated this person's psychology. He was originally a piece of mud, and now he has fallen again. Compared with the gap, he is probably more afraid of losing this identity. He gritted his teeth and said directly, "Continue. The mission must be completed. If it really doesn't work, risk being punished, and go directly into the hole to scold. If you pretend not to hear, then point at your nose and scold in person. It's not good enough. You can still endure it this way." Just when several people started to talk without any concealment, a figure suddenly appeared, standing in the sky, and after glancing at them, shook his head. When the family business is big, troubles will come out. No wonder Lingbao has been closed for 200 years, and Langhu has also closed the mountain gate for a time, and ignored external affairs. After the incident in the West Heaven, Shanking should also settle down for a while. Otherwise, I don't know how many assholes will be born if it goes on like this. It's the head of the sect. After the discussion, he came directly. I was careless, and I didn't expect that things would evolve to this point because of a distraction. This matter is very troublesome. Even if the three Supremes left disappointed, if they came back and knew that such a thing happened in Shanking sect, their faces could be imagined. Although there are not many rules and regulations in Taoism, there are still some. Once violated, the punishment is much more serious than that of the hypocritical old bull donkey. After this incident, all the disciples involved were punished to go to the cliff of repentance for seclusion, and were not allowed to leave for 10 years. Sukan quickly sat down and made a decision. Without exposing himself, he moved and appeared directly in the King Gayao palace. I don't know where the little guy is. What is his reaction now? 8 years old, not young anymore. He may not understand the indirect criticism, but now the voice outside is obviously not indirect criticism, but almost pointing at the nose and scolding. Grievance, crying, unwillingness. If it is these emotions, it would be the best. Don't be angry, hateful or something like that. If that's the case, although it's not his fault, for the harmony of Shanking, he can only send the person away. Breath, here. The head of the sect found Lee Su in an instant and came to the outside of his room. He stretched out his hand to open the door and went in, but he was stunned and stood still at the door. When he came, he undoubtedly thought a lot. Corresponding to the possible situations of the little guy, he prepared 5 strategies: the best, middle, the middle, and the worst. Sending people away is undoubtedly the worst. But he had thought of everything, but he didn't expect that the protagonist at the center of the incident was actually practicing. It's already this time, and you're still practicing? Bah, no, that's not right. You've encountered such a big thing. What effect can practicing now have? Little guy, do you want to go crazy? This is not the way to work hard. It will only create inner demons. Sukan was a little anxious. If he went crazy, although it was one of the situations, it would be too unfair to this child. Reaching out and pushing the door open, Sukan took a deep breath. His eyes widened, revealing a serious, solemn, and angry expression. First of all, the best strategy is to have a bowl of chicken soup for the soul by pouring it in a way that is strong and intense. Well, through spiritual Taoism, strong. Just when the words reached his throat and were about to burst out, Sukan saw Isu. Above his head, the Yang god sat upright, and dozens of pictures were glowing. Between his eyebrows, the mustard seed hole flickered, and dozens of pictures were shining. His 5 internal organs, the 5 internal organs were moving, like thunder, and dozens of pictures were flowing. The breath that he hadn't even gotten out was immediately suppressed by the cold air in his mouth, and because he inhaled so hard, his handsome middle-aged face turned red. His eyeballs were throbbing, and his face couldn't help twitching wildly, and his mouth was getting bigger and bigger. But when he heard a snap, the man who was almost 300 years old burst into tears in an instant. Hiss, ah, hiss, ah. With 2 low moans, the sect leader washed out, pushed open the door, and closed it silently. Standing at the door, holding his chin with his hand, the sect leader's face turned green, and he didn't know if it was because of pain, shock, or both pain and shock. After a long while, he slowly said, "I can't stop your grandma's legs." Chapter 627 3 years. 3 methods practiced together. Moreover, that was not the level of the basics that was reflected in reality, but a step further, completing the practice of the true scriptures. The head of the Shanking sect was buzzing at this moment, and he was greatly shocked. His 3 views were almost overturned. There were many people who practiced the Shanking sect-defining mental method, and many people who had achieved great success, but they were basically just one lineage, and I had never heard of 2 lines practicing together. Because the roots of these 3 sets of magic were too similar, once they began to practice, they would inevitably lean towards the more suitable lineage, and eventually one lineage would dominate and absorb the other 2 lines. In history, the Shanking sect was not without geniuses, and there were top-level monsters. It took less than 80 years for Confucianism and Taoism to ascend to the sky, and he should have ascended in about 50 years, mainly because he endured the complete heavenly tribulation and completely exempted himself, so he accumulated 30 more years. Such a person only showed amazing talent in one lineage and quickly mastered the core and key 36 diagrams. Therefore, an old ancestor once said that the law of Shanking sect can only be fully mastered by immortals, and the limit that mortals can reach is at most one lineage. How did his junior brother do it? Sukan stood at the door, and his thoughts were in great conflict. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dazzled or saw it wrong. Unfortunately, as a powerful imperial master, let alone seeing it directly, even if he just glanced at it, he could find it in his mind and watch it again, and from multiple angles. Recalling the shocking scene, Sukan couldn't help but roar in his heart. Shouldn't he fail in his practice? Shouldn't he be unable to inherit the mantle? Shouldn't the 3 supremes be planning to go out and relax because they are so disappointed? Thinking of the idea that he almost planned to send people to Langhu Mountain not long ago, Sukan couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he ran over to take a look in advance, intending to see the specific situation first before saying anything. Otherwise, he would be killed. Not to mention that the people in Langhu Mountain would be laughing to death. His own master's ancestors would probably find ways to come down from the sky and use him as an example and scold him to death. What the hell is this little guy? Could he be a reincarnated old ghost from the sky? No, impossible. Since that incident, let alone the reincarnation of immortals, there are very few who can come down from above, especially in recent years. Immortals are almost extinct. If it is not certain that the heaven is still there, people would think that there is a big problem. As a result, demons are rampant now, using people as skins, and they, the practitioners, are restrained. Sukan quickly refuted the possibility that the other party was the reincarnation of an immortal. He took a deep breath and quickly took out a jade with a special shape. His soul vibrated and activated it directly. He must ask clearly, what is the situation? It has only been a few months. Soon, it was clear. Old man, what's the situation with this little guy? Sukun was extremely nervous. Although immortals cannot descend to the mortal world, it does not mean that people other than immortals cannot. Looking at the situation, it should be that you finally made contact with your junior brother. A voice sounded, coming from the Jade. It was the first Supreme. He said lightly, what else can it be, gifted and talented? Sukun was stunned for a moment. That's it? What else? If there is a problem, do you think you will wait until you ask me? Sukun couldn't help it and said quickly and anxiously, in this case, Master, why do you want to leave? Do you want me to guide? He is so talented, so. At this moment, he was extremely excited because it was almost, just a little bit, he sent the guy away. For such a thing, even if you say hello in advance, it would be better. Sukun. The first Supreme interrupted the other party with a tone of thinking about the vastness of the world and crying alone. Old man, it's uncomfortable. I have prepared a lot of Shanking Sutra and I plan to spend 20 to 30 years teaching him hand in hand and pass on all my experience of the 35 diagrams to him. The first Supreme said silently, do you understand what I mean? Do you understand? Sukun was stunned and felt that the meaning of these words was very weird. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind and he remembered the scene he saw on Lisu just now. There are diagrams on his Yangshen, 36. Got it. The first Supreme said indifferently. Sukun's face couldn't help but twitch wildly. He still didn't understand. After talking about this, he was really a pig. Before, he was too shocked and excited and frightened by Lisu's talent. He didn't think from the perspective of his master, let alone from the identity of a cultivator. Now that he realized it, Sukun felt uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. He also learned the Shanking Sutra, and currently he just mastered the 30th picture, and there are still 5 pictures away from the master. Although not as good, he is quite confident. After all, he has lived less than 100 years, and this gap is still acceptable. But now, compared with his younger junior brother, an unprecedented sense of despair came over him in an instant, as if a Busha mountain was pressing on his head, and the clear and transparent Tao heart was instantly poured with a basin of ash, not tainted, but directly buried. Thinking of this, Sukun was a little suffocated. Master, you can't even teach this, what should I do? Okay, there's nothing else, that's it. Junior sister Jinxin, I'm sorry, please play another song. Senior, the master asked me to give you a message. What? Not playing anymore? Huh? Why? After playing for 5 days and 5 nights, the master's hands are numb. Fairy Jinxin, it is said that her piano skills are so advanced that 1 song can soothe the mind, 2 songs can soothe the soul, and 3 songs can dispel all sorrows. Sukun is gone. He came with mixed feelings and left with even more mixed feelings. However, the only difference is that, although he came quietly, he undoubtedly left with great momentum. He appeared outside the King Gayao Palace, raised his hand and slapped the bastards over there, making them roll on the spot. Go to the cliff of repentance, and don't come out before you achieve great success. Otherwise, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the sect. The voice was very loud, and it resounded throughout the Shanking sect like thunder. In an instant, all the disciples' faces changed. It was not just the content of the punishment, but the person who spoke was the headmaster, and his anger could be clearly felt in his words. The headmaster is angry. Thinking of the things that have been circulating in the sect over the past few days, many disciples felt a shudder in their hearts. In Yunmeo Palace, Wei Feng, who was sneering, suddenly changed his face. Headmaster? Why? Didn't the other party have a problem? Did he anger the 3 supreme masters away? In this case, Lisu's position should undoubtedly become extremely embarrassing. His little action was not random, but well thought out. No one would want a junior to parachute into their leader or be on the same level as themselves. If he has talent, it's fine. If he has no talent, Lisu's identity as the 8th generation will not be liked by the entire Shanking sect. After being messed up by himself, the headmaster will most likely go with the flow and send the person out, and as long as the person is out, it will be very easy to clean up. Wen Yifeng had not let go of the hatred of the broken path, and it was impossible for him to let it go. It had become his obsession and stuck in his heart. Even though the two had not met formally, Li Su was like a stone stuck in his eyes. He would not be willing to let it go unless he caught it and crushed it. The so-called heartbreaking was only the first step out of necessity, and killing was his fundamental purpose. He had never expected that the headmaster would suddenly jump out and support him. Moreover, the severity of the punishment was beyond his expectations. He naturally knew that those disciples were hinted by him. In their case, going to the cliff of repentance and not being allowed to leave until they had achieved great success in the path. It was impossible without 100 years, given their talents and circumstances. 100 years of confinement was undoubtedly extremely serious in the history of shanking. On the side, Wan Wu was even more pale and trembling. He thought that the other party was a phoenix with feathers shed, no better than a chicken, and became more and more unscrupulous over the past few days. He did not expect that in the end, there would be a reversal, and the junior master was still a junior master. Even if the headmaster didn't pursue them at this moment, if the other party rose in the future, he would definitely be in big trouble. He knew very well that perhaps the other party's talent could not inherit the mantle of the Supreme Master, but being chosen by the Supreme Master undoubtedly explained a lot of things. At least in terms of cultivation talent, Li Su was definitely better than himself. Even if Wan Wu was close to achieving great success, he knew his situation best. However, he had been stuck here for a long time. After decades, he not only did not make any progress, but felt like he was regressing. Otherwise, he would not put down his status and become someone else's lackey, because he knew that he had no hope of achieving the Imperial Dao. While Wei Feng and others changed their faces, Jiang Tong, who was still calm, suddenly laughed. As the leader of a sect, when something like this happened, the first thing he would consider was definitely not personal feelings, but the unity of the sect. After a few days, Li Su's matter was almost settled, and suddenly reversed. There was obviously a problem here. At least the key point was that this 8th generation junior uncle had put out enough value. He was valued by the Supreme Master, abandoned by the Supreme Master, but valued by the Headmaster. Uncle Master, what kind of magic power do you have? You actually made a 1000-year-old Taoist sect keep turning because of you? For ordinary disciples, except for the day they entered the sect, they would not cause any trouble in the next few decades. They would only be mentioned again when they showed their talents, achieved foundation building, or changed their identities in the disciple competition. Li Su was too unusual. She attracted attention from the beginning of her entrance. Not long after she started learning Taoism, she was immediately selected by the Supreme Master. In the next 2 years, she almost became the center of attention. An 8-year-old child, most disciples had never seen his appearance, but he turned the huge shanking immortal sect upside down. Interesting. So interesting. Remember that the disciple competition was held 3 years later? Jiang Tong's eyes flashed, and she closed her eyes directly and practiced again. Her breath became more and more stable, from floating to gradually solid, and she was already close to the Imperial Way. Uncle Master, what kind of surprise will you give me then? Asterisk 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 brother, you. In the Shanking Palace, looking at the head brother who returned, the little sister also showed doubt in her eyes. Undoubtedly, this was completely different from the purpose of his going out in the first place. Well, we thought differently. Sukan thought for a while and shook his head. He is still the successor of the master and his disciples. Don't ask about the specific reasons. You will understand after a while. Sukan thought about it. There are still 3 years before the disciple competition. By then, his practice should be almost over. As long as he comes out and shows a little, the disciples in the sect will understand, completely understand, how huge the gap between them and him is. Now, the fewer people who know about Li Su's affairs, the better. His talent is so good, it's only because of Taishang and him. If it were those monsters, I'm afraid they would have to be gutted and stewed. Soon, as the head of the shanking sect, Sukan gave Lee Su a battle stage. It was as if the burning fire was rained down, and some sounds disappeared. The headmaster did not pursue the matter, and many of the disciples who had gossiped were undoubtedly greatly relieved. After all, although they were not as jumpy as those few, they would still be punished if they were really investigated. Therefore, one or two of them acted like turtles for several days. However, there was one happy person among these people, the little girl next to Jiang Tong, who smiled. "Aren't you very arrogant? And you come to mock my senior sister? You are arrogant, you are arrogant." It was like a proud little hen, who did not practice at all. Every day when she had nothing to do, she ran outside to find those guys who gossiped, and did not say anything, just stared at them. The meaning in her eyes was obvious, saying, "Why don't you say anything?" Time passed slowly. Shanking sect was also settled down, and Lee Su's topic became a taboo. After all, a few pitiful targets were still placed on the cliff of remorse. Unless they succeeded in coming out or were released, no one dared to continue talking about this topic before that. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The time for the 59th disciple competition of Shanking sect has arrived. On this day, almost all the disciples of Shanking sect are present, even the true disciples who are in seclusion, to reminisce about the past have arrived one after another. Starting from the 13th generation of disciples, all the way to the 9th generation, will take part in the competition. The true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples will all take part in the competition. This is a rare event. In the era without mobile phones and computers, such an event, even some 8th generation disciples who are in seclusion and don't care about things, can't help but come out to see the excitement. It can be said that there are only 4 people who didn't come to the entire conference. 3 of them are naturally the 3 supremes who are in a high position, have a high generation and a higher realm, and no longer need to care about the etiquette of the mortal world. As for the remaining one, it is the 8th generation uncle who was promoted by exception, or the master, Lee Su. He didn't come. Sitting on the high platform, the childhood sweetheart of the head of Shanking sect stared at her senior brother and said, "Today is the last day of the conference, and there are 2 more games before it ends." And Sukan, sensing the Qinghao Palace, saw Lee Su, who had been squatting in the room unshakable for 3 whole years, not to mention going out, and even the time he had left his room for less than a day. His eyelids could not help twitching again and again. 3 years. 3 whole years. If he hadn't come out to wash his face every once in a while, he would have thought that the other party was dead in there. No, what on earth is this little thing? Doesn't he have anything else to do? Sitting in the room to practice all day long? Under normal circumstances, a child of this age would have already flown into the sky and disappeared into the ground, unless he was beaten with a stick by his elders. Lee Su was different. He was really happy, and his face was glowing. Meditation and practice, is it so interesting? Sukan was silent for a long time. Yeah, he didn't come. Chapter 628 Promotion. Change. In the Qinghao Palace, in the wing room, Lee Su sat cross-legged alone, practicing non-stop. 3 years, nearly 1,000 days, practicing for more than 10 hours every day. This is definitely a terrifying number. It takes ordinary people decades to achieve this situation. The boredom inside can be imagined. Although it is said that there is no time in cultivation, that kind of timelessness is usually a practice. It seems to be a reminiscence, but in fact, it is like a night for the cultivator himself. It seems that after a blink of an eye, 100 years have passed outside. His own physical sense is not strong, and the flow of time felt by the mind is not even as much as the information received by ordinary people in a day. Lee Su is different. His practice does not have such a long physical sense. Moreover, this physical sense will shrink with each additional practice. From the beginning, it took several hours for the 36 pictures to flash once. After a year, he compressed it to less than an hour. 2 years later, it was basically maintained at about a quarter of an hour. That is to say, he can complete it 4 times in 1 hour. In such a short distance, he is almost awake all the time and maintains the state of practice. 1 day, 10 days, half a month, nothing. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, nothing. But sitting like this for half a year, 2 years, the boredom is completely imaginable. However, he has experience. He had been alone in seclusion for more than 1,400 years during the precious lotus lantern. For him, cultivation has become an inseparable part of his life. Not only that, the most important thing is that such cultivation is quite interesting to him. Even though the speed of progress is decreasing with the passage of time, he is repeating the same process more often. Perhaps it is related to his habit in his previous life. When he plays games, he has an abnormal pursuit of certain data. Therefore, under the boredom that ordinary people cannot bear, it is very interesting to him. Every little improvement every day gives him great satisfaction. Basically, unless there is no more improvement, it will be boring for him, and it will probably last for hundreds of years. And the most comfortable thing about cultivation itself is that it does not require brain power, but just repeats the process. Therefore, when Lee Su has not left the Taking Palace for several years, his progress is quite amazing. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was transformed by his 36 diagrams, forming a unique upper pure energy, lingering in every corner of his body. It can be said that his body and spirit were soaked in this power. With the passage of time, his body and spirit were undergoing amazing changes. The inner core and the deepest part were completely affected, as if they were reorganized and completely changed. This change was amazing. It was not a simple improvement or transformation, but the deepest concepts were reorganized and restructured. Molecules. No, it went deep into the surface of atoms and protons. As for what the result was, Lee Su looked down and looked at his body. With continuous practice, he gradually felt it. Elementalization. With just a thought, Lee Su could easily transform his body into natural elements such as fire, ice, wind, water, earth, thunder, light, etc. that really exist, but cannot be directly grasped. It's like the fruit in a certain manner, but it's different. It's not a single attribute, nor does it become ice and fire, but the body can have the same properties. To describe it in words, this is not elementalization, but the ability to transform the body and spirit into element. Yes, this is the method of transformation, just like the Monkey King in Journey to the West, who turned into a flying bird, a swimming fish, a mosquito, and even became larger or smaller. Lee Su can turn into some natural element between heaven and earth. This is undoubtedly against the will of heaven, at least in terms of Lee Su's perception. This is equivalent to an immortality technique. After all, with this kind of transformation, it is basically difficult to kill him with ordinary means. Facing the flame, as long as he also turns into fire, the effects of the flame such as burns and suffocation will lose their effect on him. The same is true for others. Moreover, once the nature of the body is changed, it is difficult for physical attacks in the usual sense to cause harm to him. Not only that, he does not have the shortcomings in the anime, such as the flame being pierced by ice will be injured, but he will not be injured. His transformation is real fire, although it is restrained and makes itself extinguished. For him, it is just a change from one elemental phenomenon to another. It will be uncomfortable, but he will not die. After all, the element themselves do not have the concept of death, which is something that only life has. Basically, it can be said that if Lee Su were in a high-level martial arts world, he would have been invincible. Unfortunately, this is a world of immortal cultivation, with too many methods and different directions of attack, especially for people with high realms and higher rules. Of course, even so, Lee Su's improvement is amazing. Even if he still hasn't learned any supporting methods, at this stage, cultivators at the level of the Chengdao realm can basically not kill him, and it will be very difficult for the Yudao realm to kill him. Shanking immortal method is not ordinary. I'm afraid that even in the heavenly court, it should be a very high Taoist magic. Lee Su often exhaled and summarized his situation. Since he knew that he was the reincarnation of Tang Monk, the little heart that had been stuck in his throat finally fell back into his stomach. With this method, even if he talked about Journey to the West, he had the capital to make a living. However, he had to move. It's not that Lee Su wanted to. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could continue to cultivate. From the moment he mastered this method, he had already completed the foundation building and entered the state of enlightenment. In the past few years, he has been pushing forward the state of enlightenment, from small success to perfection. According to his original idea, it should be completed in about a year, but it took him nearly 5 years. Yes, 2 years have passed since the disciple competition, and he has finally completed his own complete creation, and can freely change various elements. Since then, the state of enlightenment has been perfected, and the rest of the process is to accumulate continuously, until one day the 36 diagrams are completely compatible with oneself, and then he has entered the state of imperial control. Unfortunately, this process is very troublesome, and it is difficult to achieve it simply by practicing. It requires experiencing something else, learning other Taoist methods, fighting with people, and even experiencing life and death. Only in this way, repeated sharpening can better catalyze. Otherwise, it may take hundreds of years or even thousands of years to sit in seclusion. If Li Su was not Tang Monk, if the story of Journey to the West was before the monkey made trouble in the heavenly palace, he would naturally have patience and slowly endure it, but it is not. Now there are not many years left before the end of the story, not to mention that he is the absolute protagonist of Journey to the West, the one who seeks the scriptures. Li Su does not think that he will be able to reach the end safely, especially when the plot changes drastically. It is easy to die. Once the main plot characters die for some reason, the whole story will undergo unpredictable changes, and all the causes and effects will point to you as a foreign body in the fragments of the world. Li Su has experienced several major changes in the script, and there is no doubt that he has endured great dangers in the later period. The final opponents are all some bug-like existences. If he is not familiar with the plot and has an extremely terrible talent waiting, the first one can kill him. Therefore, the Xia Kingdom will explain it in class. Before you are sure enough, don't easily change the direction of the story development, and don't participate in the story. Otherwise, the mortality rate will be as high as 99.99%. Therefore, after practicing to this level, Li Su can't delay any longer. He must master enough spells to have the power to protect himself or suppress everything before the story of Tang Monk's Journey to the West begins. So, for the remaining 5 years, after 1 or 2 years of practicing some Taoist methods, the remaining 3 years will be spent on going out to hunt. Find some mountain spirits and wild monsters, evil demons and demons to fight, collect precious resources, immortal artifacts and magic weapons, etc. With this thought, Li Su got out of bed for the first time when it was not morning, opened the door, and walked out of King Gao Palace. After thinking about it, Li Su did not go to Taking Palace. The three masters seemed to have encountered something. For 5 years, they had not come back for a single day. If you want to learn Shanking Taoism, the only place you can go is undoubtedly the transmission hall. Fortunately, he is an 8th generation disciple with a very high status. In Shanking sect, apart from the 3 Taishang, even the head of the sect is only at the same level as him. This gives him great convenience. Even if there is no teacher, he can easily obtain the cultivation method he wants. Not to mention the core secret method, there should be no problem in the top and advanced aspects. Of course, he doesn't need those. He already has the power. What he lacks now is the method of using it. The same fire, furnace fire and magma fire, are very different. The transmission hall is located below the Shanking Palace. It is not close. It takes at least half an hour to walk along the mountain road. After feeling the direction, Li Su's mind moved slightly, and he turned into the wind directly. Although the speed was not very good and the power was not much, it was undoubtedly much faster than walking. Turning into the wind and following the wind are definitely two different concepts. Even if it is a soft wind, it can move 1 to 5 kilometers in an hour. A light breeze can move 6 to 11 kilometers. A breeze that can blow leaves and branches is 12 to 19 kilometers per hour. In case of strong wind, it can directly break through 39 to 40 kilometers per hour. Even if Li Su has not mastered too many methods, his movement speed is still very high, and as wind, he does not have the saying of going against the wind. In 2 or 3 breaths, he arrived at the location of the transmission hall. The transmission hall is very large, and there is also a training ground, both open and closed. It was just afternoon, and there were many disciples. Many people stood outside in the open, some practicing magic, and some fighting. Li Su's arrival did not attract much attention at first. Only a few people saw him appear, and then, their eyes became dull. The reason for the dullness was not the way Li Su appeared, although it was also shocking enough, as if he was made up of wind, beyond imagination. But, what shocked them even more at this moment, was the Taoist robe he was wearing. The Taoist robes of shanking disciples are dark blue for the outer sect, beige for the inner sect, white for the true disciples, and cyan for the elders. Usually, there are 4 types. However, there is a 5th type of Taoist robe surface. Purple. In ancient times, purple meant nobility and purple air coming from the east. And this kind of Taoist robe is usually only seen in the head of the sect, the master of the peak, those who have made great contributions to the shanking sect, and a very small number of special people who are granted by exception. Li Su was wearing a purple robe. He was one of the very few special people, and he was a great disciple. This purple robe is not only a symbol of status, but also a magic weapon. It is woven with extremely precious silk from the silkworm demon. It is engraved with several defensive and counter-attack formations. It can be large or small, and it can change freely. It is definitely a very precious treasure in the mortal world. The silkworm demon alone is not a local product. It comes from the northern Jula continent outside the southern Zhou. It was captured when the immortals established the religion in ancient times. The production is extremely low. Now, how can people not be shocked when a strange doll wears it? Not only that, he looks very cute, delicate and crystal clear, with an indescribable temperament all over his body, as if he is an immortal boy who does not eat fireworks from the world. For a while, the same sex can't help but be attracted, not to mention the opposite sex. However, when you look down on the silver-edged pattern, carved on his purple robe, people who see it will be shocked instantly. Silver Edge, is this an 8th generation disciple? Most of the disciples who come to the transmission hall are 13th and 12th generations, 11th generations are not many, and 10th generations are even fewer. The 9 generations of true disciples, elders and the like basically won't come here. The Yunneo Palace, where the true disciples are located, also has a library. As for the elders, the disciples' power transmission hall has long lost its appeal to them, and if they want to go, they will go to the library in the Shanking Palace. Therefore, a man in a purple robe and an 8th generation disciple appeared here. For those who saw him, it was a huge shock. Usually, the 13th and 12th generation disciples are taught by the 11th and 10th generation inner disciples, or the inner deacons. Only when entering the door in the disciple competition, there is a chance to see the other 3 colors besides dark blue and beige. The 8th and 13th generations are 5 generations apart. For a while, the people who found Li Su were stunned, and the whole person stood there, messy. You say call him master? The problem is that Li Su's age is really too shabby. But this is not a big problem. In the cultivation of immortals, if age is not enough, strength will make up for it, and the one who has achieved it will be the first. But they could feel the other party's aura, which was very hazy. They could say that they were at the foundation building stage or the Deo attainment stage, but they had not reached the Deo control stage anyway. Although most of the people present were at the foundation building stage, the teachers who taught them were basically at the Deo attainment stage. Instantly, they felt even more uncomfortable. Of course, it was uncomfortable, but the Shanking sect was a famous and upright sect with strict rules. A high-ranking official could crush a person, not to mention seniority, heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teacher. Although this was a Taoist sect, not a Confucian sect, it was equally strict in this regard. Disciple, I pay my respects to the Grand Master. Many disciples hurriedly bowed their heads. As they spoke, in an instant, all the disciples in the huge square could not help but be stunned and stopped what they were doing. Grand Master? Who? Sect Master? Peak Master? Damn it. Why did the Grand Master suddenly come here? With a start, many people didn't even look at him, but bent down in that direction and said, Disciple, I pay my respects to the Grand Master. The next second, when they looked up and saw the person they were paying their respects to, many people's brains bust. A baby? Chapter 629. According to the rules, Li Su's mouth twitched, and he had obviously forgotten his identity. In Shanking sect, he was an 8th generation disciple. Even when he met the headmaster, he only called him senior brother. His status was amazing. Under normal circumstances, he didn't need to come here in person. If he wanted a spell, he would just call and someone would naturally send it to him. But there was nothing he could do. Not to mention that the three masters never came back. Shanking sect seemed to have forgotten him. He was not treated at all as an 8th generation master. Of course, this really couldn't be blamed on this side. The headmaster Sukan wanted to talk to Lee Su several times, but he was in the process of practicing. As the headmaster, he couldn't just stand at the door and wait, right? In addition, the headmaster himself had a lot of things to do, and he was also very curious about what Lee Su would become. After all, the practice of 3 methods together was the first time since the establishment of Shanking sect. The headmaster himself was also very curious about what it would be like if the 3 methods became a way of enlightenment. Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra, Huangting Sutra, each of these is the top Taoist method in the mortal world. Now the 3 supreme masters of Shanking sect are also ranked in the top 10 in the world among the mortal cultivators. How far can the junior brother go with the 3 methods? He also has a strong curiosity. Of course, there is another very important reason why he is not willing to wait for his junior brother to wake up. It will be very uncomfortable. He has spent most of his life, nearly 300 years, but is not as good as the other person who has practiced Taoism for a few years. The gap is too strong, which is not good for the heart of Taoism. He can't help but want to smash something. Since he crushed his beloved teacup 4 years ago, since then, its head Sukan has only occasionally observed through the spirit to make sure that the person is fine, and then immediately diverted his attention back to Lee Su, facing the situation around him. Although he was stunned for a while, he soon calmed down. After all, it's not like he hasn't seen big scenes before. There are only a few hundred pairs of eyes, and he doesn't care. With a direct wave of his hand, Lee Su walked towards the transmission hall. The movement outside was naturally known in the transmission hall. Hearing that someone in a purple robe appeared, the inner sect deacon disciples of the transmission hall jumped up in surprise. They rushed to the door and prepared to greet him. After all, his status was too high. However, when he saw that the person in the purple robe was a child, he was immediately stunned. Is there still a purple-robed master in our Shanking sect who is still full of milk smell? Hey, you know what? It's true. A child who was adopted 7 years ago was directly promoted to the 8th generation disciple and given a purple robe because of his amazing talent. Undoubtedly, this is unique in the Shanking sect. The inner sect deacon's eyes flashed and his steps stopped immediately. He turned around and went back. While walking, he took out the Jade talisman to send a notification. The 8th generation great master who had been in seclusion for 5 years came out. Of course, not only him, but also the transmission hall and even the disciples outside quickly sent messages. Although it has been 5 years since the last time, because the head of the sect suddenly supported him and punished many people, he is still locked up on the cliff of repentance, so that all the problems of Lee Su were forcibly cut off. No one mentioned it for a long time. In addition, he basically stayed in King Gayao Palace and did not go out. After cooling down for a while, he was directly forgotten by everyone. Now it appears again, and the thoughts buried deep in the heart immediately burst out uncontrollably. In those days, there were many disciples who were dissatisfied because of envy and jealousy, and there were even more curious disciples. From a mortal who almost starved to death, he jumped to become the 8th generation disciple of the Shanking sect, a great and righteous sect. This leap is more amazing than a beggar becoming a prince. Therefore, in the hearts of many people, such a thought inevitably arises. Is he worthy? To be honest, Shanking sect is not without good talents. In the past 100 years, there has been one, Sister Jiang Tong. Her talent was extremely amazing, and she was promoted to the true disciple in a very short time. Now, 5 years have passed, and she has achieved the realm of Imperial Way. There is a high voice for her to be the next peak master of Shanking sect. As the core of the younger generation of Shanking, she can undoubtedly be said to be the template of the Shanking sect's genius. However, even such a person, she was only promoted to the 9th generation disciple with the guidance of the Supreme. 8th generation disciples, worshipping the Supreme. Even senior sisters can't do it. How can Lee Su rely on it? How good does this talent have to be? Therefore, those who are curious about his talent are no longer just the superficial disciples, but also the elders and even the peak masters. After all, the head of the sect specifically instructed after that day that no one was allowed to disturb Li Su. After all, the three methods of practicing together are of great importance. Before the other party's strength reaches a certain level, the deeper they hide, the better. Today's Southern Sao is not peaceful, and there are a lot of demons and monsters lurking in the mortal world. Even the Imperial Court had a huge problem, and the Heaven could not be contacted directly. This seemingly calm land was fraught with countless dangers. Especially 7 years ago, through indirect means, they finally got a reply from the Heaven, but what they got was an extremely shocking order. Kill the pilgrim. The pilgrim. Most people probably don't know what that means. But the high-level officials of Shanking knew that they had been told that it was related to the West, and they were clearly required not to get involved at that time. All Taoist disciples who encountered things related to the pilgrim retreated. Fortunately, although the pilgrimage started from the Southern Sao, there were not many stories in this Zuanman holy land of the Central Plains, and the time was only about a few decades before and after. They originally planned to close the mountain gate directly and wait for the so-called pilgrimage to end. As a result, the Heaven could not be contacted directly for no reason 20 years ago, and a terrifying demonic aura appeared over the Southern Sao. The originally clear Shianji Avenue suddenly became turbid, and nothing could be seen, only the scarlet blood red light. Therefore, with such a genius, Sukan naturally could not let the news of his situation spread. Even the three supreme masters, on the surface, they did go out to relax, but after about half a year, they were invited by other major sects of the righteous path. Now, even the head of the Shanking sect only knew that the high-level Taoists went out together, left the Central Plains, and went to explore something. Is he the 8th generation Great Master? A disciple stood in the distance, looking at Li Su, who entered the transmission hall, constantly examining him, trying to find out what was so special about this person, who was promoted by exception. The breath was very strange. It was like the wind, difficult to catch. Many disciples stared and took a deep breath. Apart from anything else, the other party had been a disciple for less than 8 years and had passed the foundation building and entered the Tao. So fast. In an instant, many disciples spoke up. They had been a disciple for more than 10 years, but they were still spinning at the surface of the foundation building, and there was still a long way to go before they could achieve Tao. Fast, what's the use? Someone sneered, and the one who spoke was an inner disciple. Of course, cultivating immortals is not like being a mortal warrior. The faster you grow, the better. Immortal cultivators have extremely long lifespans. Just by building a foundation and maintaining health, you can live to be 150 years old. If you achieve enlightenment, you can easily break through 300 years. The Imperial way is even more amazing, lasting 500 years, so long that the dynasties of the mortal world have changed several times. Therefore, those who ask for immortals do not pursue speed, but stability and depth. Especially for the righteous sects like Shanking sect, there are senior masters in the sect, and the disciples have a peaceful cultivation environment. There is plenty of time for them to grow. Therefore, in terms of asking for immortals, they do not pursue a temporary realm at all. What is the use of being high? If the floor is unstable, it is a waste of opportunity. Therefore, even if the cultivators of Shanking sect are geniuses, their cultivation speed will not be fast, but slow. Especially in the realm of building a foundation, not only practice, but also accumulation. What they pursue is not overpass, but vastness. Therefore, in the foundation building, it is like a blacksmith forging iron. It needs to be repeatedly and forcefully hammered to create the most solid foundation. Even a genius like Jiang Tong had to work hard for 8 years in the realm of foundation building. Finally, he could not stop the river from bursting its banks, even if he tried hard to suppress it. He had no choice but to break through in the 9th year. Our Shanking sect's foundation building is very different. We have a special set of polishing methods. Eat ki to nourish the body, temper the bones and muscles, use magic to refine the mind, and get started with the true scriptures. Nourish yourself for 3 years until your blood and ki are full, and you have a strength of 1,000 pounds. Only then can you temper your bones and muscles. When your bones and muscles are like iron and your breathing is like thunder, you can start to temper your spirit. When your spirit is flourishing, and you can influence the surroundings with your will, you can practice the true scriptures, and lay a supreme foundation. The so-called 1 key, 2 skills, 3 techniques, and 1 true scripture. Only when all the above are completed and perfected, can it be considered the Shanking sect's great foundation building. After that, you can repeatedly temper yourself, and absorb and digest the previous 6 with the true scriptures. The accumulation of methods, until it is natural, can enter the stage of enlightenment, and then specialize in the classics of our sect, and learn the 3 great classics. And only at that time, can it be considered a soaring into the sky, laying the foundation for immortality, and transcending from then on. It has never been the pursuit of my Shanking sect to achieve enlightenment in a few years. What the Shanking sect pursues, is what kind of Tao it has achieved, and whether it can practice the 3 great classics of Shanking. This is the key. Along with the words of the inner disciple, many disciples couldn't help but take a breath. Yes, it doesn't mean anything to achieve enlightenment in a few years. Polishing is the foundation of the realm of foundation building, and it is also what they have always pursued. Some disciples have spent 9 years on eating key, 9 years on grinding, and 8 years on refining spirits. They have not taken the last step yet. They choose to enter the true scriptures just to pursue perfection, and want to achieve that extreme realm. In the Shanking sect, although the genius can fly first, the slow bird also has the opportunity to catch up. So, the legendary super genius, what is your situation? Many people looked at Lee Su quietly, very curious. What Tao did the other party achieve? What kind of method do you plan to learn here? There are many techniques in the Disciples' Power Transmission Hall, but not many of them can be put on the stage. The really good ones are all in the Yunmyo Palace, in the library of the Shanking Hall, where the unique skills of the sect are placed. Of course, the level of the techniques there is undoubtedly too high for one to achieve enlightenment, and one needs to accumulate them, and learn the preparatory techniques for the top techniques in the Power Transmission Hall, such as the 5 Key Ju, the Small Spirit Talisman technique, and the Purple Key Gang Body. The 3 correspond to the 3 supreme magics of the Shanking sect, the 5 element true meaning, the Lingbao Talisman, and the Zhuai Heoki. That is the strongest Taoism of the Shanking sect, and it is on par with the thunder method of the Dragon and Tiger Heavenly Master and the divine weapon of the Jezeo Lingbao. They are all the strongest Taoism of the mortal world. However, if you want to practice these 3 magics, even if it is just the preparatory, the requirements are very high. You must complete the foundation building, and inherit the 3 scriptures. In other words, you must complete the foundation building as mentioned above, and successfully switch to the 3 major sect stabilizing mental methods of Shanking after achieving enlightenment. While Isu came here, they don't know. But if the other party came to exchange for cultivation techniques, then what they came to exchange for would be enough to explain everything. 7 years to achieve enlightenment. What kind of enlightenment did this legendary genius achieve? Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Lee Su walked to the place where the cultivation techniques were exchanged. There stood a female disciple, very nervous. Originally, she was responsible for the hygiene of the transmission hall and the return of scriptures and books to their original places. Now she was asked by the inner door deacon who returned to receive people here. As for the inner door deacon, he stood far away like everyone else. It was nothing for the 13th and 12th generation disciples, but the disciples of the 11th generation and above were undoubtedly unwilling to bow down to this kid, who was older than them, and could be their grandchildren. If the other party was strong, it would be fine. He was at the same level as himself, but he was still a child. As a cultivator, his self-esteem was too uncomfortable. Not to mention, this inner door disciple himself had a lot of opinions about him. He didn't think a kid could be so outstanding. 5 years ago, he complained a lot, and was frightened for a long time. As for Lee Su, he naturally didn't like him. Little brother, meet the Grandmaster. The girl was very nervous. Although she was a child, her generation was really high. Moreover, she was still in the foundation building stage, while the other party had already achieved enlightenment, far surpassing her. Facing such a purple-robed big man, she did not have the kind of pride she thought. The inner sect deacon, will he be replaced by an outer sect disciple? Looking at the nervous girl, Lee Su shook his head. It seemed that many people were dissatisfied with his status. Don't be nervous. I'm here to borrow the skills. Oh, fine. I don't know what skills the Grandmaster wants to borrow. Yes. Lee Su thought about it. His realm had been displayed to the end. He needed opportunities and external objects to constantly stimulate him. If possible, it would be best to show his strength as soon as possible and get the task of going down the mountain. Let's start with something basic. Basic? The girl was stunned and then became more anxious. What is the basic? The foundation of the state of enlightenment? She has just built the foundation. She doesn't know. Seeing the nervous little girl who seemed to be about to cry, Lee Su was quite helpless, but still said gently, foundation building books, preferably with more content. Foundation building books. The girl was stunned. What about books with more content? What does the Grandmaster want this for? Do you have it? Yes, there is. Grandmaster, wait a moment. The girl nodded in panic and turned to run to the bookshelf. Although she was very nervous, as a disciple of the transmission hall, she was undoubtedly very familiar with this kind of foundation. After a while, she held a large pile in her hands. Although the books were not heavy, hundreds of them together would undoubtedly be quite heavy, and the people were covered. Fortunately, she was a cultivator. Even if she couldn't see it with her eyes, she could still sense it. She ran back and put all the selected books on the table. Grandmaster, these are the basic contents that Shanking sect disciples will learn when they enter the sect. These are spells, these are talismans, these are body training, and there are also equipment training and talismans. There are quite a lot of contents. As if she had entered the part she was good at, the girl's mood stabilized a lot, and she quickly introduced what she had brought. Grandmaster, all the disciples who entered the sect are here. I wonder which ones you want to borrow? Lee Su's eyebrows jumped. There were really a lot of books. It was worthy of being a big sect with a very strong foundation. There were so many books just for foundation building, and then there was the location of the bookshelf where the other party went. There were at least more than 1,000 books. This was just a mortal sect, not a real immortal sect, and the accumulation was only about 1,000 years. Borrow them all. Okay, all. The girl was nervous again. Her face was so tangled. So many, all borrowed? You should know that the transmission hall can only borrow one volume of martial arts at a time, and once it is borrowed, it can only be exchanged unless it is cultivated, or it is really not suitable for oneself. This is true even for inner disciples. However, Lee Su is not an outer disciple or an inner disciple, but an 8th generation disciple wearing a purple robe. What should I do? Lee Su smiled. There must be a limit to borrowing. You can't finish reading if you borrow more, right? The years of cultivating immortals are long and the road is broad, but it does not mean that there is no need to specialize. In fact, on the contrary, for immortal cultivators, specialization is far more important than complexity. They are good at this time and can reach a height that mortals cannot reach through time. No need to register. I will read it here. Without the idea of embarrassing the other party, Lee Su said, is this okay? No. The girl nodded quickly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Reaching out, taking a volume and opening it. The name of the martial arts is the Dragon Step, which is immortal martial arts, a body movement type. It took about 2 minutes for Lee Su to read 10 lines at a glance. After thinking for a while, he put it down and picked up another volume directly. This time it was a talisman, an entry-level one, with a lot of content, including the 5 element, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, such as offensive and defensive types. There are auxiliary types such as divine movement, purification, and healing, and even functional types such as dust removal and cleaning. There are more than a dozen types, with patterns on them, which are rhymes, very small. By forming corresponding patterns with magic power, you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and form corresponding effects. However, for Lee Su, it is not very meaningful, because his Shanking True Key itself has this kind of nature transformation. Of course, Lee Su's transformation is the effect obtained through the 36 pictures, and this talisman itself records the rules of the fire element. After feeling it, if the shanking true key is transformed into flames and supplemented by this method, the power will undoubtedly be much greater, about 100 times. Lee Su silently felt it. The level of shanking true key generated by the 36 pictures is very high, and the fusion of the small fire talisman has increased the power by about 1 level. Sure enough, as he thought, the power alone is not enough, and it must be matched with the corresponding method. So he stood there, basically flipping through a volume every 2 or 3 minutes. Lee Su read through the more than 100 volumes that the girl brought out in about 2 hours. He put down the last volume and ignored the shocked look of the female disciple in front of him. After all, in her eyes, how could this be considered reading? This was clearly flipping through a book. Is flipping through a book meaningful? Not only the female disciple, but in fact, the disciples who were paying attention to Lee Su were stunned when they heard that the other party actually wanted to exchange for the basics. After all, he was a Taoist, and exchanging for the entry method of foundation building was not low, but too low, and it was meaningless. At this time, what should be borrowed is either the top level of foundation building, the entry method of Taoism, or the 3 pseudo-Taoism methods. Pretentious, grandstanding. However, after seeing Lee Su flipping through the book, an inner disciple suddenly sneered. Do you think you are in the realm of imperial Taoism? Even if the most common basic exercises can be mastered quickly in the realm of Taoism, it still takes a lot of time. Hundreds of exercises. You have learned them in less than 2 hours? Is it really over? Lee Su could naturally feel the reactions of the people around him. He ignored them and just closed his eyes and felt them quietly for a while. After 2 minutes of sorting out, he opened his eyes and smiled again. Please go get some higher level, medium level ones. The more content the better. Ah, more? The female cultivator was startled, but looking at the purple robe on the other party, she didn't have the courage to refute, so she was about to speak. Wait. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the inner door deacon. I don't know, when he appeared behind the female cultivator, walked out, and said with a playful smile on his face, I'm sorry Grandmaster, according to the rules of the sect, you have to learn the sect's Taoism one set at a time. Unless you have proved that you have mastered it completely, or you can't practice it, you can change it. Grandmaster, if you want to continue borrowing, please show it. This is the rule set after the founding of the sect. For thousands of years, the disciples of Shanking sect have been following it closely. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. As he spoke, many disciples in the transmission hall took a breath of cold air and were shocked. Indeed, Shanking sect has this rule, but this rule is more targeted at outer and inner disciples. In order to prevent them from being too ambitious or too distracted, there is no such restriction from the beginning for the true disciples and elders, and they can borrow books at will. After all, the Shanking disciples above the true disciples and elders have already had a clear understanding of their own paths, and have practiced the techniques. At that time, there is no need to remind them specifically, as they already have a limit. Of course, this is a default, and there are no actual rules. Many inner disciples sneered directly. There is no doubt that Lee Su's behavior is meaningless in their eyes. That kind of behavior is simply to attract attention. Not to mention more than 100 volumes of techniques. The fields involved are also extremely amazing, covering almost all the systems of the entire Shanking sect, both mainstream and auxiliary. They don't think there is any meaning in flipping through the books like this, and even in the middle, they have already doubted that the other party has not read the content at all, and is just posing there. It's a pity that the time is too early. If it were in the future, there would undoubtedly be a very matching word for this behavior. He is pretending. So, Grandmaster, what are you going to do? If you use your status to pressure others, then everyone basically knows what kind of person this Grandmaster is. And if you use it, it will be interesting. There are more than 100 gates. Even if you really come prepared, after such a display, you didn't see the effect of pretending, but you were clearly defeated by the disciples. Facing the words of the visitor, Lee Su looked at the other party deeply and smiled. The 10th generation disciple, the deacon of the transmission hall, is considered to have entered the sequence of elders. This identity is quite extraordinary. I came, and you hid, and didn't want to be respectful, so I didn't bother to pay attention to you. Jump out now and embarrass me. Moreover, although you called Grandmaster uncle in your mouth, where is the courtesy? Where is respect? Nothing. He walked out naturally. Use rules to pressure people, the rules you should learn. Have you learned them from a dog? Not only that, I'm really curious. It is not strange that my situation is envied and jealous, but who is it? It feels like he has a grudge against me. Lee Su's mind was so sharp. He was not a new Daoist, but a Daoist who had practiced the three methods. Naturally, he could see the small movements of the inner disciples clearly. The other party did not intend to jump out at first. After all, he was also the 8th generation purple robe. Before he completely fell from the altar, a future elder would not have ended up like this if he had a little IQ. This is a feud. If you hit the face of the 8th generation purple robe, it would be strange if you don't make things difficult for him in the future. There is someone behind you. Okay. Lee Su smiled. He was originally planning to find an opportunity to show off, but now he didn't need to. The target jumped out by itself. Let's start with the talisman. Entry level spells. Since you are curious, why don't you defend it and feel it? The other party was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Lee Su to be so decisive. Not only that, he actually asked him to try it himself. What was he thinking? If he found a target to hit, he would be able to pass the Dao realm without any problem, even if he was not proficient. But if he can achieve the Taoism close to perfection, he will soon become the inner door steward of the elders, and become the target. Grandmaster, you really are giving me a slap in the face. It just so happens that with this stepping stone, the senior brother will be happy, and he will naturally soar to the sky. So, he smiled and said, Grandmaster, are you sure? Sure. In that case, let's go to the martial arts arena. I wonder if Grandmaster plans to go outdoors or indoors? If he offends, then don't worry about it. If you don't want to be retaliated, it's best to beat him down completely and let him sink to the ground. As for the high level of the sect, for example, will the head of the sect investigate? If you can't even solve the difficulties of an inner door steward, it's clear who is embarrassed. No need, this level of Taoism is not out of control. Lee Su smiled and raised his hand directly. Just light it first, small fire talisman. Pay attention. Deep in his fingers, a bean-sized wisp of flame. Lee Su flicked his finger, and the flame flew directly over. Seeing the flames, that seemed to be extinguished at any time with almost no fluctuations, not to mention the inner disciples. Even the outer disciples could not help but be stunned. This power is too small, isn't it? As for the inner sect deacon standing in front of Lee Su, he almost laughed to death. Just like that? Ha, it was really God who made Songeo successful. A yellow light flashed on his body, and the earth energy gathered to form a treasure armor to protect him. It was the earth armor technique of the foundation building level, and it seemed to be a fair demonstration. However, the moment the earth armor covered, a faint red flashed inside. Very faint, almost imperceptible. This guy. Earth armor, fire element, mutual generation technique. It looks like a foundation building, but in fact it is the initial stage of enlightenment, and it is difficult to shake. It is already a high level technique of enlightenment. This is to humiliate this 8th generation Grandmaster uncle to death. Lee Su's expression did not change, and he looked at his bean-sized fire talisman falling on the other party. Dung. At the moment of contact, an amazing sound rang out, and the bean-sized flames erupted, and the terrible power exploded directly. In a second, the smiling face of the inner door steward froze, his pupils shrank into a small dot, and his face showed an extremely terrified look. The small fire talisman pierced through his earth armor, and an extremely high temperature came out from it. The temperature was too terrible, forming an extremely strong influence, which directly took root in his mind, forming a scene of himself being burned to the point where not even a bone was left. I want to die. I want to die. As if the death god had strangled his throat, the inner door steward did not even struggle at this moment. At this moment, his breathing and heartbeat stopped. His body shed unimaginable sweat because of the intense fear, and he lost more than 10 pounds in an instant. With a loud bang, the flames exploded, directly covering the opponent's earth armor formation and completely covering the opponent. Ah! A scream of extreme fear came from the inner door steward's mouth. He was extremely terrified, as if he had been ignited. cremated, and blown away. However, the next moment, the flames disappeared, and he appeared unscathed. The terrible fire not only did not burn him, but also had no effect on the surroundings. Except that he was almost soaked and severely dehydrated. It hardly caused any damage. Did you block it? Great. Looking at the other party indifferently, Lee Su's finger rose again, but this time it was no longer a bean-sized flame, but an extremely complete small fire talisman. But it was burning with an extremely fierce flame, so terrible that the air was faintly distorted, and the extremely terrible vitality of heaven and earth was madly extracted, forming a high temperature that could evaporate everything at his fingertips. Well, it seems that the power is a little weak. In this case, then use your full strength. Spells, talismans, and skills, more than 80 kinds. Come, experience them well, and see if your great uncle, I, have mastered what you have seen before. With a thud, the inner door deacon's face was as pale as paper, and he was so frightened that his soul flew away. He sat down on the ground with his buttocks. His breath was constantly shaking, and his Taoist heart seemed to be torn apart. At this moment, there was no sound in the entire transmission hall. Although Lee Su's fire did not fall on them, the scene of being burned to ashes was imprinted in everyone's heart. At this moment, Lee Su standing there was no longer a purple-robed doll, but a presence like the head of the sect, the master of the peak, and the elder. Chapter 630. The storm is coming. The absolute difference in quality. All the disciples stopped breathing, looking at Lee Su standing in the center. They were trembling, and their breathing became extremely heavy. It was not because of anything else, but just the small fire symbol floating in his hand. The texture of the structure inside was undoubtedly a small fire symbol, but the power it generated was too terrible. A normal small fire symbol is only 100 degrees high. Even if it hits a person, it will only burn a scar as big as a bowl. Of course, after repeated practice, the power of the small fire symbol can be improved to the point where it can directly burn a person to death. And the one in Lee Su's hand is completely two concepts, too hot. In just a few seconds, many people have begun to swallow their saliva, and every breath feels incredibly hot and dry. Although I don't know what water molecules are, if I explain it from the perspective of cultivating immortals, this phenomenon is that the water element has been completely expelled from the power transmission hall. Not only that, this place contains a large amount of fire element at this moment, so this reaction will occur. The outer disciples were stunned and trembling. When have they ever experienced such a terrible phenomenon? The distorted space around Lee Su gave them a feeling of being stared at by a terrifying predator, just like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake, and the hair on their body could not help but stand up. The outer sect was like this, and the inner sect disciples were not feeling well either. They were stronger, and at a higher level, so they felt more and more beyond imagination. Everyone was suppressed mentally, heavy, like a terrible mountain, as if they were pulled into a world of fire, being peeped at by the terrible flame monarch. Their souls were bound, and the emotion called fear was reflected in their pupils. 3 Sutras. He must have practiced one of the 3 major mental methods of Shanking sect, and the level was very high, otherwise it would be impossible to impose such terrible suppression on them. Facing the fire talisman in his hand, they could not even think of resisting. Shanking sect, as one of the great sects of the righteous way, is most outstanding in spiritual practice. Whether it is Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra, or even Huangting Sutra, they all involve the spiritual level, constantly smelting, forging, and strengthening. Therefore, all the moves of Shanking sect not only have strong attack power, but also come with spiritual suppression. If the level gap is not big, the impact will not be too obvious, but once the level gap is formed, the higher level Shanking sect will crush the first level. These inner disciples, apart from other aspects, are the most solid in terms of physical and mental aspects, especially the mental aspect, which can be said to be tempered 1,000 times, and there is a huge difference between them and those casual cultivators outside. If I can't stand it, how terrible is this purple-robed Taishi uncle in front of me? While trembling, the inner disciples couldn't help but take a breath. Strong strength is not terrible. After all, Shanking sect has many people in the Judeo realm, and there are Judeo great perfection who is only one step away from becoming an immortal. What is terrible is time. This Taishi uncle in front of me has only been in the door for a little over 7 years. 7 years. Haha, thinking back to my situation, what were I doing when I was 7 years old? I was still carrying water and chopping wood and grinding my muscles and bones. The outer disciples of shanking couldn't even complete the second process. Now, the Grand Master who appeared in front of them after 7 years had already reached the state of enlightenment and had cultivated one of the 3 sutras. Faced with this result, all the disciples were completely stunned and could not say a word. This simply violated the phenomenon of the righteous sects. It was not metaphysical at all. Shouldn't the Taoism of the shanking sect be to walk in small steps, one step at a time, polish for 100 years, and soar into the sky? Looking at the Enador deacon who was frightened and fainted, Lee Su was stunned for a moment. It is definitely not okay for a famous and upright sect to kill people, so Lee Su planned to teach him a lesson, of course, the kind of lesson that is unforgettable enough to remember for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, the other party's spirit was so bad that he was almost scattered after being scared by him. To be honest, although Lee Su took action, his emotions were still very calm. He was not really angry and his murderous intention was not ignited. It was a pity that Lee Su did not realize that the characteristics of the shanking sect's skills, the people around him were almost crushed by the mental radiation. It is completely conceivable how terrible the pressure on the Enador deacon who was Lee Su's target was. Every second, his spirit will experience the scene of being burned to death. That kind of intimidation and pressure can withstand several seconds before fainting. In a sense, the other party has a solid foundation and has been tempered by thousands of hammers. At least let me blow up this small fire talisman once. Lee Su was a little helpless. Although he showed some strength, he didn't think that this was enough. After all, the person behind the Enador, who could make the Enador deacon act without hesitation, must have a higher status, at least the level of a true disciple or an elder. The outer door and the Enador Lee Su didn't need to care about at all. What he wanted was to scare the high level and make it difficult for them to make a move before they were fully prepared. As long as he learned enough methods and absorbed the nutrients he lacked, Lee Su was confident that he would make it impossible for the other party to be fully prepared in his lifetime. The distance was not long, and the Udeo realm should be basically the same. Replenish some nutrients, and then go out to kill monsters. At most 3 years, Lee Su feels that he should be able to control the Tao. When he is 18, he should be invincible in the mortal world, and he can barely protect himself. Looking at the unconscious Enador steward, Lee Su sighed. After all, it is not a demon sect. Although the other party's behavior is disrespectful, this degree is basically the limit. He can't really kill him. Directly destroy the small fire talisman. Lee Su glanced at the female cultivator next to him who was scared silly. After such a commotion, it seems a bit unreasonable to continue borrowing. Otherwise, come again tomorrow. Although the content of more than 100 volumes has been absorbed and digested, it is not impossible to figure it out. The Taoism of the foundation building disciples of the shanking sect is an entry, but it is also a foundation and the cornerstone of building a 1,000-foot high building. There are many contents in it that gave him a lot of inspiration. It is not impossible to expand on this. After all, the shanking 3 scriptures are top-level Taoist methods. With the foundation, it is a bit difficult to deduce. However, with a talent weight of more than 200, it is only a matter of a few days, a dozen years, or a few months. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes turned cold. After all, it was not his fault. Someone was looking for trouble, and he was forced to fight back. Why should he spend time to deduce it himself? It doesn't make sense. Thinking of this, his eyes became a little unkind. It was this bastard. Can't he let him watch for a while? At least read all the foundation building stage. Wait until he becomes a Taoist, and then jump out. Just when Lee Su was quite unhappy, a figure came quickly, and went directly into the transmission hall. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a green Taoist robe. It was an elder. He came very respectfully, and bowed with his fists, saying, "Uncle Master." This voice was very sincere, without even a little reluctance, and it was called sincerely. The headmaster asked the disciple to tell the uncle that you are an 8th generation disciple and can go directly to the Sutra Pavilion in the Shanking Hall. There are more and more complete scriptures there. The uncle can go there to see them. After all, the transmission hall is the place where disciples practice. The uncle puts too much pressure on them here, which is not suitable. Lee Su glanced at the other party and nodded. The next moment, he moved his body and the whole person was like a gust of wind, and he directly disappeared. This scene stunned everyone in an instant. Compared with the time when only a few outer disciples saw it, even the elders who came to convey the message were stunned. Because this is not flying, nor is it the art of shrinking the earth, or riding the wind, but the person himself turned into the wind. What kind of Taoism is this? Faced with this scene, the inner disciples directly widened their eyes and showed an unbelievable look, because in their eyes and perception, the uncle turned into the wind, the real wind, which cannot be caught, touched, and has no shape or form. Do you know what this means? It means that, as long as the other party keeps like this, no matter how many means they have, they can't touch the other party at all. Half of it. The elder was the same. After Lee Su left the mountain, the head of the sect called him and asked him to come over and get ready. Seeing Lee Su perform the small fire talisman, the elder naturally saw more and realized how terrible this existence, who was envied by countless disciples of Shanking sect, was. 7 years, he had completed the inner sect. No, elder, even 100 years of true transmission. This is a genius, a super genius, the kind that appears once in 100 years, or 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years. At most 100 years, the other party may be able to be on par with the head of the sect and the peak master. As for the future, there is no doubt that he will be one of the Shanking Supremes. Therefore, when he came over, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. Now, in the future, the person in front of him will be at the top, just like the young emperor, destined to be crowned. But when he saw the other party's escape technique, the elder trembled a little. How is this possible? This move, he had seen before, is a trick in the Shanking 3 Sutras, belonging to the 5-element method. After the Shanking Sutra is completed, it can be like this. Or it can also be like this after the wind spirit talisman is formed in the mustard seed cave. But, that is the move of the Deo control realm, not the move of the Deo completion realm. Only after the Deo control can one become the Deo. Uncle Shi is obviously only in the Deo completion realm. Why? Why can he perform moves that can only be performed by the Deo control realm? What kind of existence did the Grand Uncle Shi and his people teach? Asterisk 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 the body, the spirit, turned into the wind of heaven and earth. Is this the result of practicing the 3 realms together? In the Shanking Palace, a huge yang god rose into the sky thousands of miles high. His eyes fell, and he saw a breeze going to the Shanking Palace. The head of the sect, Sukan, was shocked. It should have been the power that only the Deo control realm could display, but the Deo completion realm showed it. Although, compared with the Deo control realm, the gap is huge, the scale, power, and speed are all worlds apart. But compared to those, the quality is the most terrifying thing. Just with this move, in the realm of Deo completion, if others want to defeat his junior brother, unless they have immortal weapons, he is already invincible. Invincible enlightenment, or the ultimate enlightenment. I thought it was just a legendary word, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes, and become a disciple of Shanking. Sukan slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky. What happened in the heavenly court in the dim height? Is the world really going to be in chaos? In recent decades, the demon atmosphere in the central plains has become more and more intense. Not only that, the world's Taoist sects, Qianjiao and Avildos are endless, as if the heaven itself has realized something, and started to send out the proud sons of heaven and let go of the suppression. 100 years ago, if you want to achieve enlightenment, you must hone your skills for more than 100 years. As for the imperial way, it is even more difficult to find chance, understanding, etc. However, now, Shanking alone has 3 more imperial realms, and the realm of enlightenment is like bamboo shoots after rain. Qianjiao Jiangtong, after more than 100 years, completed the imperial way, and it was the imperial way of the Great Cave True Scripture, one of the 3 sutras. In the past, it was simply unimaginable. And this is not only the Shanking School, but also the Cheyenne Shifu, Lingbao sect, Shinxiao School, Lingding Mountain, etc. Now, another monster like this has popped up. As a cultivator, Sukin was not happy or excited, but felt a chill that kept erupting from deep in his bones. Great times will inevitably lead to great chaos. Releasing this kind of genius is naturally to kill the monster. Master, it's been 3 years. Where have you been? Why has there been no news for so long? And what happened in the Heavenly Palace? Why hasn't a single immortal descended to the earth for 100 years, and no one has been able to become an immortal? Not only that, the Buddhist sect, although it is only an outpost in the Central Plains, and is not considered the orthodox Western heaven, has encountered so many problems, but the Western heaven has not responded at all, which is a huge problem. You must know that the journey to the West was originally a contract between the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect far away in Zai. It originated from the old events of the conferred god in ancient times. It was an opportunity that the Western heaven had prepared for countless years. Now, although it is hard to believe, after all these years, those Buddhist disciples who were beaten to death were not human beings at all, but evil monsters. Everything was too weird. Sukin frowned, and his Yang Shen returned to his body. His eyes moved, and he looked at the woman beside him. He slowly said, "Junior sister. Yes. Notify everyone. From now on, the points of the trial tower will be cleared, all challenge points will be doubled, and all the skills and cultivation resources of the sect will be halved. From now on, you will be in charge of the Shanking sect. I have a hunch that a storm is coming, and it will be very chaotic this time. It will not only be the human world. If we continue to wait, the Taoist sect itself may also be in trouble. We must improve the overall strength of the Shanking sect as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late to react when the real crisis breaks out." The little junior sister couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. Over the years, the Central Plains, no, it should be said that the entire southern Zhou has not been peaceful. The indissoluble demonic atmosphere and the problems in the mortal world have appeared one after another. It can even be said that the human Dao dynasty, which should have been protected by the heavenly Dao, has encountered huge problems. As a result, the heavenly Dao not only did not react, but also made them and the Taoist sect feel constrained. I understand. But should all the disciples be notified? There are many disciples outside, still looking for the pilgrim. Sukan took a breath. Notify them all. Let them come back. It doesn't matter that little bit of time. Now, so many years have passed, not to mention that the pilgrim has not been found. The most important thing is that the Buddhist sect has been completely silent recently, as if they have given up. Give up? Obviously impossible. The pilgrim is of great importance. It is not just as simple as the Buddhist sect coming to the West. There are also great merits and great luck entangled in it. The heaven is watching. This is the fundamental reason why the Taoist sect allowed the Buddhist sect to come to the West, and it is also the reason why the Taoist sect is restrained. The heaven protects the demons under the human skin. Unless the other party is exposed, they cannot directly take action. Those demons spent so much effort hiding under the human skin, and their purpose is obvious. Now there is no movement, but it is possible that they have found other ways. It is a waste of time to continue wasting time looking for someone who has no idea where he is and cannot be calculated. Whether the pilgrim is alive or dead, there is no way to determine. Okay. The little sister nodded, but then couldn't help but said, "Brother, I will host it. How about you? I plan to unite with the heads of the Taoist sects in the world to discuss the current situation. If possible, I will unite with other major sects to open the Takesu secret realm and take out the Taoist heritage to deal with this chaos." Takesu secret realm is not an ordinary place, but it was personally arranged by Xuandu, the master of the human sect after the conferred god, and the eldest brother of the Taoist sect. Because the vitality of the Chan sect was seriously damaged, the Ji sect was almost destroyed, and he was the only one in the human sect. In order to avoid major problems in the three realms in the future, which would lead to the severance of the Xuanman inheritance, it was established. Many Xuanman classics and treasures are placed in it, and they are about to be sealed somewhere. Is it already serious enough to open the Taoist heritage? Question mark. Chapter 631. The evil demon can actually. Shanking Hall, Sutra Library. There was no one inside. There were 5 floors in total, with an incredible number of books. The first floor was the largest. There were more than 200 bookshelves alone, and one bookshelf could hold about 200 books. If you count them, the total number was more than 40,000. There were many types of books, even the skills of other sects. For example, Li Su saw the Taoist method of Langhu Mountain, the Golden Light Curse, on a bookshelf not far away. It was a Taoist method that integrated attack and defense, and cultivated both sex and life. In addition, there were also Taoist methods from other sects, such as Lingbao, Xingxiao, and Lingding. I couldn't help but take a look at it curiously. What was recorded in it was not the way of cultivation, but the introduction of characteristics, as well as how to deal with such opponents and the analysis of this Taoist method. Not only that, these books not only have serious ones, but also unserious ones. That is, the so-called unorthodox and crooked ways. The orthodox practice of Zuanmen, regardless of direction and means, focuses on self-cultivation first, and then cultivating the nature. Compared with the realm of strength, it pays more attention to the realm of the mind. Therefore, the practice of Taoist magic is very slow, especially slow. It is not that the Taoist will not be fast, but deliberately slowing down the progress of strength improvement, which is far more than just laying a solid foundation. You must know that people who have gained powerful strength for a while, without a matching state of mind, can't help but expand themselves, and the final result is undoubtedly only one, being controlled by power, and crushed by desire. Therefore, power is not only a necessity for Taoism to become an immortal, but also an extremely terrible beast. It must be restrained, and not let it get out of control and run away. Most of the unorthodox ways in the Sutra library are like this, only cultivating strength, not mind. As for the crooked ways, it is even more terrible. It is considered to be a different way, going the other way, and also cultivating the mind, but it is arbitrary and unrestrained. That is, it is completely transformed into a beast, throwing away all moral rationality and the like, and turning into a terrible monster. After scanning 1 or 2 books, what do you think of the content? I have to admire the other party's imagination. Such incredible content can actually be thought of, and it has been successfully studied. However, Li Su soon retracted his sight. It was really unbearable to look at, and I felt that my eyes were about to get dirty. He patted his head and quickly deleted the content in his mind. His talent was high, which was really scary. There was obviously no way to practice the skills, only descriptions, but he almost deduced this evil skill. Fortunately, the surface layer was very low. If this was a magic skill comparable to the Shanking Sutra, it might have formed a seed. There was no rush to go to the second floor. Li Su directly took down various scriptures on the first floor and read them. Basically, they were all foundation building period, and there were even mortal martial arts and combat methods. Undoubtedly, for him, the difficulty was very low. At the speed of 1 book every 2 minutes, he started to scan it directly. One day, almost 700 books. After about 3 days, Li Su closed the book and stopped. It's almost done. Li Su had already mastered the knowledge required for the foundation building stage. Although there were still about 40,000 books that he hadn't read, he had basically done it based on these. It was just a matter of direction and ideas that made the difference. With Li Su's talent bonus, he no longer needed to continue to study. When he met him in the future, he could sort out everything with just 1 glance. He might not be able to accurately outline the other party's method, but it was not difficult to find the flaws. After all, it was just the foundation building stage. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while. The improvement was not obvious, but his breath became more stable. The 3 meridians running in his body became more urgent and more condensed. It was also condensed before, but some of it was still in the fog. Now the lower part has been highlighted, which is extremely real and powerful. After emptying his mind and resting for about half an hour, Li Su took a step and went to the second floor. There were much fewer books on the second floor. There were still so many bookshelves, but the quantity had decreased greatly. The books here were not vertical, but spread out, and 1 book would take up a lot of space. Of course, even so, there were still many. All in all, there are more than 2,000. Lee Su found the bookshelf of Shanking Sect and started to look at them directly. There are still some books related to foundation building, but most of them are undoubtedly between foundation building and enlightenment. The books on the second floor are mainly aimed at the peak of foundation building, the realm of pseudo-enlightenment. After reading more than 10 books, Lee Su gave up and looked at other schools' skills, or those of casual practitioners, or even evil practitioners. After about half a day, he chose to go to the third floor directly. The things on the second floor are not very meaningful to him. Although there are a little bit of novelty, they are all the parts of entering enlightenment. The foundation building part has been consolidated to an unimaginable level on the first floor. The third floor is very different. There are even fewer books, more than 100. Shanking Sect only has about 30 books, and other sects basically only have one book, and there are some unique and incomplete books. Most of the unique books come from casual practitioners, and some of them are marked with emphasis, which is a different way and very interesting. As for the incomplete books, I don't know if they were originally incomplete or died later. For example, the Killing Deo Sutra only has an outline introduction, saying that the heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. The heaven and earth are ruthless, so how can I have feelings? Enter the Deo by killing, and all things will be killed. The reason why I wrote it down is that the text of this content is very interesting. It actually contains a trace of the true meaning of cultivation. If you follow the other party's thinking, this trace of killing intention can fall into your mind and form a seed. This method is quite evil. If the person's realm is not enough and his strength is too shallow, he will definitely fall into the other party's way, become a captive of killing intention, and become the other party's slave. In addition to the Killing Deo Sutra, there are also the Blood Demon Dapper over there, the Plague Poison Gong here, the 10,000 Souls Sutra, the Zombie Transformation Method, etc., etc. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 20 books worth noting. These classics are very different. Not only are the contents evil, but the creators also integrated their own spiritual will when writing. As long as you look at the text, thoughts will emerge in your mind and seeds will be quietly planted in your heart. Unable to resist, Lee Su stretched out his hand and kept touching these evil scriptures, carefully feeling the evil will left on them. Asterisk 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 it's broken. While Lee Su was reading alone in the Sutra library, in the Shanking Hall, the head brother left, and the little sister who was left to take charge of the overall situation finally dealt with the request of the head brother. Seeing the brothers from various peaks busy, the little sister was relieved, and finally had time to pay attention to her little brother. With a mature body and beautiful face, as if she was only in her 20s, Zhao Qingmei, the actual deputy head of the Shanking Sect, had a bitter face at this moment, as if someone had stuffed a big lemon into her. This little bastard, he doesn't read the good orthodox Taoism of Shanking, but only reads some evil ways. She was a little anxious and a little panicked. You have to know that the Sutra library of the Shanking Hall is completely different from the transmission hall. In this place, not only all the secret manuals of Shanking Sect are placed, but also the summaries and experiences of other sects. Of course, these are actually not important. The most troublesome are the many unorthodox and extremely evil ways that are collected, because they are interesting or worth noting. Usually, those who can enter the Sutra library are at least the true disciples and elders, but they will only open their own martial arts and a small number of unorthodox ways for viewing. If you want to see all, you must be a purple robe. There is no doubt that those who have purple robes in Shanking Sect, regardless of their state of mind or cultivation, are enough to support them to read books in this area without being affected. Lee Su's purple robe is undoubtedly completely unexpected, and there is only one example in 1,000 years. Therefore, at least before Lee Su reaches the realm of Udao, these books will never be allowed to be touched by him. Now, after she saw Lee Su's actions, she suddenly remembered that there were many books in Shanking Sect's Sutra library that were not suitable for children. Especially when she saw that the other party actually reached out to touch it. Zhao Qingmei's face could be said to be as ugly as it could be. Obviously, this situation undoubtedly shows that Lee Su has been attracted by these evil scriptures and confused by the evil will above. Her eyes flashed, and she moved directly. With a flash, she left the Shanking Palace and went straight to the Sutra library. Once Lee Su was affected by the evil scriptures, the problem would be serious. It was no longer a question of whether he would be useless or not, but the possibility of being possessed by a demon. Under her care, the Shanking sect can now be said to be the strongest genius possessed by a demon. There is really no way to explain this matter. The only good thing is that he has practiced the Shanking Sutra, the Dadang Sutra, and the Huangting Sutra. These three methods have the power to protect the soul, and the most important thing is that he is currently on the 3rd floor. The evil scriptures there are not strong, unlike the ones sealed on the 4th floor, which have the nature of the evil thoughts of the imperial level. Otherwise, it will only take a moment to sink completely and can never be saved. He will be enslaved by the skills and become a real evil demon. Zhao Qingmei moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, she ran from the Shanking Palace to the 3rd floor of the Sutra library, and surprisingly, she arrived at Lee Su's hand without making any sound. She stretched out her fair jade hand, with a pure white light flowing from her fingertips. It was a purification technique, but at the level of a talisman, with the power to kill all evil spirits. Without thinking, she directly touched the back of the other person's head, trying to rescue him, before he completely fell. Asterisk 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 sure enough, it works. Just when Zhao Qingmei's finger was less than an inch away from the back of Lee Su's head, the obsessed Lee Su spoke. At this moment, his eyes glowed, and there was a burning heat in his pupils. His soul, this level of evil, naturally could not be infected, and the evil creatures from outside the domain could not do it, let alone this kind of human cultivator. This killing Dao Sutra has a strong murderous nature. If we can find the creator and seal his soul, and sharpen his spirit with his killing intent, it will undoubtedly greatly speed up the spiritual improvement, and make the soul full quickly compared to meditating day by day. The cultivation of the 5 internal organs of the Huangting Sutra is the most troublesome. The training of the human body is more external, and it is extremely difficult to sharpen the internal organs. However, the aura of the blood demon Great Law has a great impact on one's own blood and ki, and can touch the internal organs, and involve the internal organs. If we control the amount of intake and use the 5 internal organs to consume it, it will undoubtedly speed up the speed of internal cultivation. The plague poison art is suitable for body refining. Poison is poison. Strong poison is also a strong medicine. It can kill vitality and strengthen. Catch a person. Take a drop of blood a day, dilute it, and absorb it externally, combined with the Shanking body refining technique. The 10,000 Soul Sutra is similar to the Killing Dao Sutra, the method of transforming people into zombies. Zombies are the most yin things in the world. The Yang god of the Shanking Sutra is the opposite. It is the extreme Yang and grinds Yang with Yin. And this. Lee Su was very excited, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. Originally, he stopped practicing and came to watch many exercises with the purpose of enriching his own means and going down the mountain to kill monsters and upgrade in the future. The only thing that was more depressing was that in this life, he did not master the ultimate Buddhist Pure Land Buddha Kingdom, which was a trick of killing and robbing, and even the bones could be boiled. This made Lee Su a little uneasy. What should he do if the monster was finally killed, but there was no improvement, or the efficiency was not high? Unexpectedly, after this study, not only did his strength improve, but he also found a way to kill monsters and become stronger. Well, seal, suppress, look for it. Lee Su quickly turned his head and looked at the bookshelf of Shanking sect Taoism not far away. As a major sect of talismans, there should be no shortage of such spells, and they should be varied and dazzling. In fact, he felt the breath of suppression on these sets of exercises. There was a seal, otherwise these words written by spiritual will would undoubtedly be more evil. Asterisk watching Lee Su jumping and running to the bookshelf of Shanking sect, happily taking down the books related to talismans, and flipping through them, looking for the suppression and sealing spells in them. Zhao Qingmei, the deputy head of Shanking sect, who was about to perform the purification technique, found that the other party did not seem to be controlled by the evil scriptures, and hid himself. He planned to wait and see the situation, but was completely stunned by the other party's subsequent words. He stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Logically, as a righteous leader, Li Su's words and deeds of using people to practice should be stopped immediately, and he should be furious. But when he thought about it in his heart, he found that what kind of evil demons belong to in the eyes of righteous people. Everyone can kill them. These things are not human beings, and they have no human rights. One by one, they should be cut into pieces, and it is still not enough, so no one will say anything about the evil demons who are treated, whether they are steamed or boiled. In order to practice evil methods, this group of people used cruel methods and often sacrificed people to fulfill themselves. Now that they were sacrificed, it was really 2 words, they deserved it. So, after smacking his lips, he found that the behavior that was originally very wrong and problematic. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Hiss. Zhao Qingmui took a breath of cold air, a little panicked, and found that her 3 views seemed to be distorted. No, this is not right. This matter is absolutely wrong. There must be something wrong. There must be. Right. Practice. What brain? What's the idea? How can the evil and demonic be used for practice? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Use the Killing Deo Sutra to sharpen the spirit? It's amazing that he can think of it. How fragile is the spirit? How can it directly withstand the sharpening of killing intent? This is not a knife and a grindstone. Yes, that's it. Zhao Qingmui quickly found the loophole in Li Su's words. No, she must stop the other party and not let him do whatever he wants. But, Zhao Qingmui hesitated again. She is a very serious person. It's fine for ordinary things, but for anything related to cultivation, unless it's confirmed by others, or she has experienced it herself, she won't speak easily before there is evidence. Moreover, for this kind of thing, unless she can produce real evidence, even if she says it, the other party will not be convinced. If they are not convinced, they will naturally try it. Once something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret it. Not to mention, use the killing way to sharpen your own spiritual will. This sentence is not a problem if you just look at it. The logic is clear and the reason is clear. The spirit can indeed be sharpened. In fact, as long as a person has experienced a life and death battle, once he successfully survives under the shadow of death, his spiritual will indeed be greatly increased. Oh, Wu Liang, your grandmother's legs. Suddenly I found that I was almost convinced by myself. But, is this possible? Thinking couldn't help but start to scatter. Zhao Qingmui made a decision. She was going to try it herself, using her own soul, to touch the killing intent recorded in the Book of the Killing Way. Her realm is high enough. If there is any problem, she can suppress it in time, and there will not be too much problem. He tried to gather the power of his soul to avoid the situation where he would feel nothing due to the large span of the surface layer and would directly crush the opponent's killing intent. When it was a thin layer, almost as thick as paper, he immediately put it on. He felt like being pricked by a needle, but of course, the prick was not deep, very light. He kept doing this for a long time, and soon Zhao Qingmui was shocked because the pricked part actually became solid. It actually worked. Her eyes widened, and at this moment, at this second, the 3 views that Zhao Qingmui, the deputy head of Shanking sect, had practiced for hundreds of years suddenly collapsed. Evil demons and heretics can actually help me practice? Chapter 632 Trial. Shanking Trial. Li Su, who had been in the sutra library for more than half a month, and had already reached the 4th floor, put down the book in his hand, and was stunned for a moment. He did hear the trial. There were many disciples discussing it outside. Li Su, who mastered the Shanking immortal law, could easily hear it, even if he did not go out. Thinking about his own situation and his current realm, Li Su did not go. After all, he was too senior, and his practice of Shanking immortal law was also going smoothly. When he had accumulated enough knowledge here, he began to prepare to go down the mountain. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man who notified him to come to the sutra library came again, and notified him to participate in the Shanking trial. Yes, uncle. In the next year, the Shanking trial will be opened, and all disciples under the age of 150 in the Shanking sect can enter and participate in the trial. Under the age of 150, the restrictions are really relaxed. Basically, in addition to the masters of each peak, including elders and true disciples, can enter. And in the past few days, Lee Su has heard a lot of content, including that the reward for this trial has been increased, almost doubled. Not only that, all the disciples' scores were reset to 0, and they can start over. Should we say that this is indeed a righteous sect? If a slightly poorer sect dares to play like this, it will go bankrupt. Cultivating immortals consumes a lot of materials. Although Lee Su has been practicing for so many years, it seems that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is enough. There are many reasons for this. First of all, it is his physique. Since he was a child, he has been using his spiritual power to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish himself. The cells in his body have a high absorption effect on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then there is the practice method. Under the practice of the three major mental methods of the Shanking sect, no matter the amount of spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth, the degree of transformation, and the speed of self-absorption, it is unprecedented. In other words, being able to reach the level of perfection of the state of enlightenment in just a few years, by relying solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lee Su is absolutely unique in the world, and no one else can do it. Now he comes to the Sutra library to study, and this is also the reason. The practice of sitting in seclusion has reached its limit. If you want to improve quickly, break through to the Dao, and advance to the Imperial Dao, you will undoubtedly need a lot of resources, and this demand is probably scary. After watching the other party say goodbye and leave after notifying, Lee Su couldn't help but touch his chin. In this case, this trial can be participated in. Forget about other good things. Some treasures, even the unique talismans of Shanking sect, Lee Su doesn't care much. At present, he has read a lot of classics on the 4th floor. For his own future, at least the road to perfection in the Imperial Dao realm has a specific direction. The only thing is that Lee Su is very eager. That is the spiritual essence. Something like a spiritual stone is the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only in the place where immortals are beautiful can it condense. It is a necessity for practice and a currency for transactions between immortals. The reason for this is that it is too slow. If you only rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, unless you let go of everything and absorb it, otherwise, after an hour, the amount he can gather is only about 10 strands. According to the current progress, if converted into experience bar, it is roughly like this 10,920/100,000, and this is the result of his past few years. That is to say, as of now, he has just accumulated about 1% of the realm of enlightenment, and is still 98.8% away from the great perfection. This is definitely a desperate value, which makes Lee Su unable to help but think of using demons and monsters to practice. Otherwise, it will take hundreds of years just to achieve perfection. By that time, the daylily will be cold. Lee Su closed the book in his hand and became quite interested in this trial. From the information collected from outside, this trial has many levels and the scope of the test is also very large. It is generally divided into 6 major items: combat power, state of mind, means, refining, elixir, talisman, etc. Shanking sect has a very detailed division. Basically, the more levels you pass, and the larger the scope, the stronger the strength of this disciple. Among them, combat power and state of mind are the main cultivation, and basically every Shanking disciple will discuss these 2 points. The inner disciples will add means, that is, master the Taoist art. The elders will start to study one of the refining tools, elixirs, and talismans. The true disciples are similar in this aspect, but they involve deep roots, and if you want to become a true disciple, then you need to pass a certain level of the Shanking trial, and reach a corresponding height. Lee Su closed his eyes, and recalled the content he had learned in his mind these days. All aspects are covered. Although he has not gotten started, it should not be a big problem to try it. According to the discussion between the disciples, the rewards that can be obtained, if you pass all the levels in the realm of enlightenment, you should be able to get almost 2,000 spiritual marrows. This number is very high. After all, as an 8th generation disciple, Lee Su's monthly salary is only 10 spiritual marrows. As for the true disciples, there are only 3. For the inner and outer disciples, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is enough. It is equivalent to getting a monthly salary for 17 years at a time. Not only that, there are also points after passing the level, which can also be exchanged. If it is only spiritual marrow, the number is more than the direct reward. And this time, the reward is doubled, which means that, even if he spends a little time and passes all the levels, he should be able to get more than 10,000 spiritual essences. Although, after such a transformation, it can produce about 10 strands of shanking ki. But the advantage is that the speed is fast enough. Lee Su can absorb it with all his strength. At most, he can absorb it all in 1 year and advance the progress by 10% at once. Undoubtedly, for Lee Su at present, completing this trial will be a major leap. After all, the more shanking ki, the stronger his strength. Even if he delays his exit for about a year, he can still target some more powerful demons and monsters. At least the evil cultivators within the realm of Taoism should not be a problem. Otherwise, it would be a bit unstable to go out like this, and the probability of overturning is very high. Evil demons are very scary. Their power comes quickly and easily, but don't think that the other party is weak. No, on the contrary, they are very strong and very scary. To cultivate immortals, you need to cultivate your mind, but cultivating your mind is not easy, and it is difficult to succeed. To cultivate evil, you also need to cultivate your mind, but this kind of cultivation is completely different from the righteous way, and you only need to fall. If both hard work and laziness can improve, which one do you think is faster? Why do so many evil demons and heretics know that magic cultivation will not last long? Not only can't become immortal, but almost doomed to die. Even some orthodox Taoist disciples can't help sinking. Because of this, it almost conforms to all human desires, and it is stronger than the accumulation of countless years of formal cultivation. Well, I've gone a bit far. Back to the topic. With an increase of 10% in the upper pure energy, the 36 diagrams in Lee Su's body can almost be lit up once. In his case, it is enough to burst out a power close to the limit of the Dao realm, and it is also the kind of power equivalent to the perfect realm of the core practice of the major sects. At this level, there should be few people in the world who can fight him below the Dao realm. After thinking about it, Lee Su put the book in his hand back to its original position. Since the other party has come to notify him, he will not be reserved. After all, there is only 1 year and there are so many projects. If he wants to get all the spiritual essence, it will be a once in a lifetime opportunity. Tens of thousands of spiritual essences are something that he can only encounter but not seek. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The trial site is located between Yunmeo Palace and the transmission hall, where stone pillars are placed one after another. There are a total of 30 pillars, each of which is 10 meters high and several meters wide. Each pillar is engraved with strange patterns, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly gathered from the top of the stone pillar, and then slowly flows down, like blood flowing in the meridians of the human body, flowing down and merging into the ground under the feet. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, even inferior to Shanking Palace. It is the second most spiritual place in Maotian. This is a formation, and also a talisman. The trial site itself has the power to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transform it into special energy. It is amazing, because the amount of work is huge. This thing is not a mortal thing, but was built by immortals in ancient times. There are countless formations inside, superimposed on each other, and it is extremely dazzling. Even Lee Su, who had been studying the talismans for more than half a month, still couldn't understand more than 90% of this formation. There is no doubt that the immortal treasure is one of the heritage of Shanking sect. There are many disciples here. Because of this new rule, a large number of disciples from the sect came to participate, and those who went out also rushed back to take the test here. Even after the busiest few days, there are still crowds of people. The entire trial ground is glowing, and all the stone pillars are activated and are being tested. There are too many people. Queues have already formed in many positions, especially the positions for testing combat power, state of mind, and Taoist methods. There are the most people, and long queues have formed. After all, there are only so many pillars, and there is only one disciple who can be tested at a time. Shanking sect has more than 2,000 disciples in the 12th and 13th generations, not to mention the 11th, 10th, and 9th generations. The test of a low realm is fast. If the realm is high, it will take a long time, and it may not be finished in 3 or 5 hours. Lee Su came here by chance. It happened to be the 5th day, and less than half of the people had finished the trial. Have you just entered the inner gate? Lee Su blinked his eyes after taking a look at the situation below. At this moment, there were many clouds floating around the trial site, and there were many people inside. They were the elders and true disciples of Shanking sect. Obviously, they have not finished yet, and are waiting for the inner and outer disciples to finish before going. After all, once it is their turn, it will not be a matter of a short time, and it will take a lot of time. If you are impatient, you should wait a little longer. In about half a month, it should become scattered. Looking at the lively situation below, Lee Su shook his head. He did not intend to wait. He was ready to go back and continue to read the Taoist scriptures in the Shanking Palace Sutra Pavilion. He would come over when there were fewer people. Master? Just as Lee Su was about to leave, a voice came into his ears. HMM. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he turned into the wind and was completely integrated into the wind. He was very concealed. Unless he met a cultivator of a certain level, unless he released his spiritual sense to scan, it would be difficult for him to be found by the Dao realm. He turned his head and looked at the place where the sound came from. In one of the clouds, there stood a woman. She had a strong aura, her whole body was glowing, her spirit was flowing with magic, and she was covered by the Dao rhyme. Under her body, there were densely arranged amazing rules, and countless pheromones were crisscrossed. Even if Lee Su had made such progress, he could not explore the inside under her appearance through his eyes. It was like a bright star, without any flaws. Dao, no, the Dao control realm. Lee Su's eyes showed surprise. The other party's aura was very young, without the kind of calmness that had been precipitated by the vicissitudes of life. He was very active and his will was beating. The white Taoist robe should be a true disciple. There is no doubt that this is the first time. Lee Su's mental power is very strong, especially after he started practicing. This talent could not be suppressed and grew wildly. Because of his special identity, most of the disciples of Shanking sect would avoid him in advance, both the inner and outer sects, not to mention the elders and true disciples above him. Although he had felt the undisguised malice of a certain true disciple before, it was undoubtedly the first time that someone took the initiative to talk to him. Lee Su suddenly remembered something, and the thought of capturing the true disciple who had malicious intentions towards him emerged in his mind. He remembered that this woman was standing next to him at that time. I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few years, she actually broke through and achieved the realm of Dao. She should not have practiced for a long time, and she achieved Dao so quickly. In this world, she is undoubtedly a genius. Master Uncle is also here to participate in the trial. Well, I forgot. Master Uncle is much younger than me. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Tong. As you can see, I'm a disciple of Shanking True Disciple. I was lucky enough to advance to Dao realm a few years ago. Jiang Tong? This name is not unfamiliar. In Shanking sect, apart from himself, he is one of the 3 great geniuses. He is considered a popular celebrity, not only in Shanking sect, but also in the whole Central Plains. He is also famous in both the good and evil ways. Because she was very young, the status of the 9th generation disciple was the same as Lee Su, and was promoted. It should be the 12th generation disciple, which means that it has been less than 100 years since he entered the Tao. No wonder, the aura is so young, without the traces of time of the head. Taishang, in terms of the lifespan of the immortal cultivator, she is not even an adult. But why did she greet him? The true disciple who hated him. I remember it was Jiang Weifeng, and there seemed to be a relative between the two. It doesn't look like she is looking for trouble with him. Jiang Tong said, Uncle, there are too many disciples in the trial now. Why don't you come to the disciples' cloud lair and sit together and wait for a while? That's great. I have a lot of questions that I want to ask Uncle. Ask me for advice? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Although he was the 8th generation and the other party was the 9th generation in terms of seniority, their strength was completely different. Although he had supplemented a lot of knowledge in the sutra library, it was basically about foundation building and becoming a Tao, and there was very little about the Dao control realm. Although there are scriptures at that level, it is obvious that at that level, simple words and language cannot record the exquisiteness of the Udao realm. Many things can only be understood and recognized after he breaks through himself. The gap here is huge, and it can no longer be made up by talent. It is the distance of dimension. To describe it, it should be that summer insects cannot talk about ice. Li Su was surprised by Jiang Tong's invitation to her. At this moment, Jiang Tong was also very uneasy. The last time they met was 5 years ago, when Wei Feng was there. Being chosen by the Supreme, she naturally knew that the other party was extraordinary. Now 5 years have passed. When they meet again, there is no doubt that the other party's realm has been improved so fast that it is beyond imagination. Of course, Jiang Tong would be shocked by this, but she would not invite him. What made her sit still was the traces of this junior uncle caught by her eyes. Others, even if they found out, would probably be shocked at most. How could the other party turn his body into the law of the Tao and be indistinguishable from the wind? In her eyes, it was different, completely different. From Li Su's body, she saw the amazing flow of the Tao, which was filled with a large number of nodes. It felt as if she was looking at the starry sky above her head and saw the endless galaxy. Not only that, she even glimpsed her familiar traces from the other party's huge galaxy, and the profoundness was even higher than hers. This discovery was undoubtedly amazing and beyond imagination. Jiang Tong's Tao heart couldn't help but tremble. That was the trajectory of the Great Cave Scripture. The other party's mastery was higher than hers, at least in the foundation building, and the level of Taoism, far surpassing her. Immediately, she couldn't help but speak out and wanted to invite the other party to come over for a chat. Cultivation is a personal matter. Cultivation is not a personal matter. Cultivation, asking for the Tao, and discussing the Tao are all indispensable. As the top Xianjiao of Shanking sect, Jiang Tong has no problem in cultivating the Tao and asking for the Tao, but if it is to discuss the Tao, unfortunately, there is no one among the same generation to talk about it, and no one can talk about it. Now seeing Li Su, how can Jiang Tong not be excited? Looking at the other person's appearance, Li Su was stunned. This expression was naturally familiar to him. He had seen it countless times, from himself, from his teacher, from his senior sisters. Daoist friend? Li Su smiled, moved his body, and flew directly to the cloud, where the other person was. Well, I'm tired of reading, just write. If it's the Imperial Dao realm, it won't be too bad to chat. Chapter 633 Repair. A very diligent person. When he looked outside, it was nothing. After entering the cloud, Li Su found that the cloud, where Jiang Tong was full of Dao rhyme. They were arranged neatly, and every second passed, they would be arranged again, constantly changing. This is practice, non-stop. No wonder he could advance to the Udao realm before he was 100 years old. In addition to his talent, he must have made incredible efforts. Although Li Su could do this kind of change technique, it was because he was born with a strong spirit, a terrible talent, and a long time of practice. The person in front of him was different. This rapid change was the accumulation of countless years, and it was the accumulation of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of times. This has become a habit. For her, this level of practice has probably become her instinct, just like eating and drinking. The interference caused by her entry was almost silently smoothed out at the same time as the Dao rhyme she controlled was transformed. This level is very high. If he were an opponent, Li Su would probably have a headache, as he was already close to the surface of the Tao. This should be the practice method in the Shanking Sutra. Through this kind of constantly changing combination, one can train one's own Yang Shen to achieve perfect control over the Yang Shen. Li Su retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "This is the first time I have seen someone in the Shanking sect who can practice this method to this extent. What's more, you are practicing the Dadang Sutra." Although the Dadang Sutra and the Shanking Sutra have the same origin, they are in different directions. The Dadang Sutra is mainly based on talismans. Although such a practice method can also improve her strength, as her realm improves, it can only be regarded as better than nothing, and icing on the cake. What's more, the entry-level training method of the Shanking Sutra has been practiced to this extent. What about the Dadang Sutra? It is completely imaginable. Jiang Tong shook his head without complacency. I'm sorry to make you laugh, uncle, just a little trick to kill time in my spare time. It is the most superficial method. Superficial? Li Su smiled. The great way is simple. So-called cultivation is nothing more than this, isn't it? So that's why Uncle Master has been in the sect for 7 years. Besides cultivation, is it still cultivation? Jiang Tong pursed her lips and smiled. Speaking of cultivation, although there are many gossips in the sect, if you can understand the cultivation level of this little uncle who is only a child in front of you, you will know how much effort he has put in cultivation over the past few years. Putting aside the talent, the solid foundation, I'm afraid that not a second was wasted in these 7 years. 99% of the time in a day is spent on cultivation, otherwise it would never reach this level. It is almost equivalent to the cultivation of ordinary Shanking disciples for decades. This kind of cultivation is absolutely impossible without a strong enough will, enlightenment, and persistence and enthusiasm for cultivation itself. After all, human beings are born to be lazy and hate work, not to mention that the essence of quiet cultivation is to kill the nature of life. Even if it is said that she herself will stop practicing after a period of time, practice spells, practice talismans, and clear the boredom brought by pure cultivation, which is far from the level of the person in front of her. At this point, the two laughed inexplicably. Although the same race hates, the same kind is another matter. Is it the same smell? PFFT. PFFT. No, it should be said that like-minded, when meeting someone who is the same as oneself, even if the two people are born, and the environment is completely different, once they talk about the field that both of them like, it will be easier than living with the person next to them for decades. Especially for cultivators like Li Su and Jiang Tong, they don't even need to talk, just looking at each other's surroundings will have considerable insights and improvement. For example, for Li Su, the changing Dao rhyme around Jiang Tong at this moment is very useful to Li Su. Why did he go to the Sutra library to read books? It is to make up for the knowledge in this area. What books are there to read now? It is enough to look at people. It is said that there is beauty in books and there is a golden house in books. At this moment, for Li Su, it is almost the same as Yan Ruiyu fighting himself. Jiang Tong was also like this. Through observing Li Su and feeling the regular charm flowing naturally in his body, he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart, which confirmed his own Taoism, and was quite inspired. It was obviously the first time they met, but it seemed as if they had known each other for a long time. Even without words, they seemed to know each other's thoughts, and opened up the parts of each other's desires and wants for each other to sense. Just looking at each other for a while, there was no doubt that both of them had made a lot of progress and improvement. Uncle Master, please sit down. Jiang Tong couldn't help but smile. She spoke generously. The clouds less than 1 meter in front of her changed and formed a cushion. Li Su smiled and didn't say anything polite. He went forward and sat in front of him. Neither of them spoke, but sat quietly opposite each other, just looking at each other. There was no room for words to intervene here. The Tao had already connected the two of them, forming a vast divine bridge between them. The avenue inside was like a song, the Tao was like a song, and the Tao rhyme sounded. Jiang Tong needed Li Su's depth, and Li Su needed Jiang Tong's wholeness. At this moment, their minds spontaneously resonated, and the Dao in their bodies blended uncontrollably, entering a situation that had never happened before. Dual cultivation. Although most dual cultivations have a certain degree of ambiguity and are full of indescribable processes, and even in some places the main purpose of dual cultivation is the famous piston movement. But dual cultivation in the world of cultivation is not like that. It is not so easy. The real dual cultivation is not dirty, nor is it mean, and there is not even such behavior. It is a spiritual, dual resonance on the great Dao, which triggers an extremely unique phenomenon, allowing the Dao of the two people to merge together in an incredible way. This situation itself is extremely rare, even rarer than the status of giant pandas. because it is difficult to form this situation. There are many factors required, and the most critical one is the root. Not only must the root be the same, but it must also be complementary. The same leaf does not have the same pattern, let alone people. Or 1,000 people practicing the Shanking Sutra must develop 1,000 different paths. Even if the starting point is at the same position, there will not be two identical ones. The two people in front of me, although there is some coincidence, they have undoubtedly entered that state. There is no so-called loss of consciousness, no so-called loss, let alone being intoxicated. On the contrary, the two people's spirits are becoming more and more clear, and they are more and more sensitive to each other's capture and feelings. They have fully entered a state of you and me in you, clearly grasping each other's situation, and quickly making up for their own avenues. In every blink of an eye, the two people did not speak, but the conversations that took place were thousands and tens of thousands. There are Lisu questions, and Jiang Tong answers. There are Jiang Tong questions, and Lisu answers. This way of answering is very scary. It is not the kind of knowledge transmission, but more like leading. When a problem arises, it is not the answer given to the other party, but to take the other party, to walk through his own path, let the other party understand from it, and walk out of his own. To describe it with words, it is wonderful. In just a few minutes, the two seemed to be good friends who talked about everything, and they communicated together for several years. Sister, I'm here. Don't be angry, guess what I found? Haha, I found the 5-color tea that you brought back from outside a few years ago. I didn't expect there was still some left, with the Kunlun Mountain roasted melon seeds. It can kill a lot of time. Clang, a fragrant breeze blew across the room, and a person ran in. Although she had practiced for decades, she was still innocent, just like a girl, with a small figure, 2 steamed buns on her head, and wearing a green Taoist robe that was obviously changed in color, but the girl who looked up at the true teachings ran in. Her little face was full of joy. That 5-color tea must be something good, and she started mumbling before she came in, full of lively flavor. However, when the person completely entered, all the laughter and joy disappeared in an instant, and the whole thing came to an abrupt end. Her little mouth opened wide, her eyes were wide open, and she looked at the scene in the clouds in disbelief. The 5-color tea in her hand, which she regarded as a treasure, fell to the ground without her acting. What did she see? Oh my god, what did I see? Senior sister, the pure and innocent girl who didn't like to interact with people, who frowned when anyone was more than 2 meters away from her except for her, who grew up with her, was actually sitting with a man, smiling. Especially that smile. She, the second fairy of Shanking sect, the cutest little sister of senior sister Jiang Tong, had never seen it before. For a moment, her heart couldn't help but start to jump up and down. The little girl raised her hands and hugged her head. The 3 views formed over the years were shaking and about to break. Countless strange ideas danced in her small brain. Her expression was like a blind person who had been blind for half his life suddenly saw the world, and her face was deformed with fear. My senior sister is actually in love? Or is she in love with a wild man who came from nowhere? The little girl was very sure and very confident that she had never seen this man before, which meant that her senior sister was not only in love, but also the kind of love at first sight. Sure enough, the more unpretentious a woman is, the more intense her inner feelings will be, like a flood in the sky, and it will be out of control. It's over. It's over. Why did I delay for so long? I should have come earlier. The book said that love is an incomparably huge grave for practitioners, especially for a woman like my senior sister. It will distort my senior sister's thinking, change my senior sister's ideas, and destroy my senior sister's persistence. Just like the chaos in the depths of the starry sky, it is the most terrible and poisonous thing between heaven and earth. The little girl was crazy. She didn't expect that the cabbage she had diligently accompanied for decades would be dug up with roots and soil, just because of such a short time. No, I have to inform the master. My senior sister is the symbol of Shanking, the hope of Shanking, and the future head of Shanking. How could the fruit be picked by a thief who came from nowhere? The book said that once a woman, especially a woman who has never had feelings, has a man, she will sink completely, regard this man as everything to her, and then give everything she has. This despicable man is definitely thinking this way. He will first covet the body of the senior sister, and then covet the money of the senior sister. That's right. I see through it. In just a few seconds, the little girl experienced shock, disbelief, suspicion, affirmation, and several other scenes and emotional changes. Then her eyes began to become cold and full of anger. The man in front of her was a big liar. He used some unknown magic. This was written in the book, and there was no doubt that those tricks were more terrible than one another. She knew it, because she was awakened from her dreams many times. For a little girl who washed up at 8 o'clock, went to bed at 9 o'clock, fell asleep in a minute at most, and could not get up before 8 o'clock the next day, those nights were really too terrible. Thinking back to this day, I'm still scared every step of the way. When I close my eyes, I can see the other party open his bloody mouth and swallow me up. Once the senior sister fell, could she, who never left her side, still be spared? It was said in the book that men also liked a lively, active, cute little girl like her, and the way they liked her was particularly scary, horrible, and perverted, even scarier than the devil cultivators. Why do I say that? Because the book said that the senior sister was the snow lotus on Kunlun Chianshan mountain that was so independent that people couldn't help but want to get some black mud, while she was the milk candy that was loved by the mortal world. And obviously, she had eaten it and knew what milk candy tasted like. As a result, she was horrified because this taste was so good that even if she had another 100 packs, she would not be tired of it. In an instant, the skills were running, and the power was rising. The Huangting Sutra, one of the 3 major sect stabilizing mental methods of the Shanking sect, began to run, and the 5 internal organs were glowing. At the same time, a thundering sound began to come out of her small body, and there was a terrible blood rising. Above her head, a real dragon phantom appeared, and it was not 1, but 5 heads. The Huangting Sutra is the main body, and the body nourishes the spirit, and the blood is unparalleled. The real dragon phantom is the Great Wilderness Sutra, not the method of the Central Plains. It comes from the land of southern Xinjiang, and was created by the descendants of Jiuli. They once caused cholera in the Central Plains, and were beheaded by the Taoist priest Shanking, who obtained this sutra. It is extremely difficult to practice, and can complement the Huangting Sutra. The Great Wilderness Sutra has 5 major anomalies, namely dragon, bear, tiger, leopard, and wolf. Among them, the dragon is the highest and the wolf is the lowest. The Shanking school has been practicing for thousands of years, and the most people who practice it are tigers. There are very few bears and almost no dragons. But now it is learned by a little girl, and it has been practiced to a high level, and mastered the dragon-shaped anomaly. Therefore, all other skills of the Shanking Sutra were required to be put down, except for the Huangting Sutra, and the main practice was the Great Wilderness. Therefore, although she is 1.5 meters tall and weighs 65, her fists are really deadly. Being hit by her is really no different from being hit by a mountain. And the little girl is not only afraid of blood, but also faints from blood. In order to avoid fainting from seeing blood, the person who taught her thought of a way, that is, Zhao Qingmei, who created a set of boxing for her. In order to avoid affecting the sister who was controlled by the other party, the little girl flashed, and came to the side of the 2 people, raised her little fist directly, and spoke angrily. The first move of the extreme boxing method, evaporate on the spot. Looking at the little girl who attacked him, Li Su's face couldn't help but jump. Not only did the other party look cute, but actually hid a Tyrannosaurus. But what was more surprising was her decisiveness and her ruthless attack, comparable to a naughty child who would destroy the house and would try his best to destroy it if he couldn't destroy it. As for Jiang Tong, her pretty face was a little red and even a little dark. The main reason was that when the little girl thought about something, she didn't hide her thoughts at all. The 2 of them were in an extremely clear state. The information flowing out of the other's emotions was no different from yelling directly in the ear. In an instant, Jiang Tong made a move. There is undoubtedly a big gap between the Yudao realm and the Chengdao realm. Grabbing the other party in a bag, the little girl turned upside down and fell directly into Jiang Tong's arms, lying on her legs. Sister, wake up. Don't be fooled by this traitor. The book says, alas, doves don't eat mulberries. Wow, this book has been read quite a lot. Even the book of songs is used. Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Tong's face turned black. Smoke was coming out of his forehead, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. It was nothing at first. This kind of dual cultivation is hard to come by, but now that the little girl is making a fuss, it's like an embarrassed mother opening the door in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing. Uncle Master, Jiang Tong is rude. Holding the other person's neck, Jiang Tong walked out. The little girl was stunned when she heard it. Uncle Master? She couldn't help but glance at Lee Su. He looked very familiar, and he looked very similar to a little kid from the 8th generation in her memory. The last time they met was 7 years ago. It should be 7 years ago now. Suddenly, she finally saw the clothes on Lee Su, and then froze. Shanking purple robe. This person is a little Uncle Master? Question mark? The little girl opened her mouth wide, wanting to say something, but before she could open her mouth, Jiang Tong had already dragged her away from the cloud. Soon, there was a commotion outside. I told you not to read serious books. Snap. I told you to be a toffee. Snap. I told you not to eat mulberries. Snap. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Spiritual World. Half an hour later. But I saw the 5-colored light, in which the 5 element of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth flowed like smoke. They intertwined, gorgeous and dazzling. There are natural textures inside, and the 5 element rise and fall in it, forming a very special scene, which expresses the originally invisible laws of heaven and earth. This strange light is extremely unique. If there are people who practice the 5 element magic here, it is no less than a great fortune. It is a priceless treasure with amazing value. The cultivators at the level of the Tower realm can exchange it for decades. This is quite amazing. If it were a mortal dynasty, a Taoist realm would be enough to protect a large family of 10,000 people for a century. Even if you don't practice the 5 element, this state of nurturing is a rare phenomenon. It is of great benefit to the cultivators of Taoism. It can be verified with their own Taoism and improved. Tea, extraordinary. Just brewing it, there is such a scene, forming a wonder of Taoism. If you drink it, and let the power of the 5 element flow through your body, the benefits will undoubtedly be even more unimaginable. Not only can you observe the changes in the 5 element, but it will also have great benefits for the 5 internal organs, which can be amazingly improved. After taking a sip, as the 5-colored tea slowly fell along the mouth, Lee Su's 5 internal organs had a huge reaction, and were completely activated. They greedily opened their mouths, and sucked in big mouthfuls, quickly swallowing the 5-colored tea. Boom. 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 There was an amazing thunderous sound. Lee Su's chest was glowing, and the 5 internal organs were all lit up. The golden, cyan, yellow, red, and blue halos were blooming. In an instant, even his flesh couldn't help but vibrate, and the blood like smoke was steaming. The violently vibrating 5 internal organs release waves of extremely special bioelectricity, which flowed to Lee Su's whole body, and his bones, meridians, and flesh and blood were tempered, producing a huge reaction. His 5 senses also reacted, and his pupils emitted amazing light, like lightning. There was a faint lightning flash between his breaths. His 5 senses were improving, and in an instant they were magnified 1,000 times. The information fed back to him by the whole world at this moment was several times clearer. Dao Master. On the side, the little girl with her, but hanging in the air, seemingly sitting upright, but actually not touching the clouds, widened her eyes. She was originally pouting, and was very dissatisfied with Lee Su. She kept complaining in her heart that the other party not only caused her little, but to be swollen, but also took away almost half of the 5-color tea. Faced with this amazing scene, she was really scared. She had also seen this kind of scene before. It was a great opportunity and good fortune. But in order to reach this level, her master personally went outside the Central Plains, searched all over the world, collected a full pound of tea, drank it for more than a month, and finally broke through the Huangting Sutra, and the 5 internal organs were finally accumulated and transformed. What about the other party? After a sip of tea, she had the same idea as herself. No, looking at the shining light in Lee Su's internal organs, it was the awakening of the 5 internal organs, absorbing the 5 element of the 5 quality and imprinting it. In terms of realm, this phenomenon is called the 5 internal organs containing the spirit. It is a supreme realm in the Huangting Sutra. The 5 internal organs have the power of the 5 element and enhance their absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thinking about how much time she spent in order to open it, it must have been 3 or 4 years in total. She was almost locked up. As a result, the other party opened it after a sip of tea. Unable to help but lose consciousness, the little girl subconsciously sat on the cloud. AWW. With a scream, she jumped up, and the unspeakable part seemed to be electrocuted, and the whole person shivered. Originally, her body was very strong. With the 5 internal organs in the Great Wilderness Sutra, she could fight monsters with her body alone. Unfortunately, Jiang Tong's teaching method was very special. Not only did it swell, but it also left the Dao principle, forming a special formation, which not only suppressed its terrible recovery ability, but also kept the pain on it. The girl stretched her hands behind her back in an indecent manner, wanting to be gentle, but she froze immediately, because whether it was gentle or sitting, the effect was actually the same. It would only hurt more. However, the girl couldn't care less at this moment. She only saw her eyes wide open, looking at her senior sister in disbelief. 5 internal organs? Huangting Sutra. At first, she was shocked by the other party's awakening speed, but then she thought of something even more amazing. That was about a quarter of an hour ago, when she was making tea, the two began to discuss the Dao again. At that time, Lee Su performed the same mustard seed cave void as her senior sister, which was the highest achievement of the Great Cave Sutra, one of the 3 major teachings of the Shanking School. At that time, the girl was quite shocked. Lee Su's mustard seed cave void was undoubtedly lower than that of his senior sister, but the mustard seed cave void he displayed was very amazing, dazzling, and even more complicated than that of his senior sister. In the few words of communication afterwards, this was undoubtedly demonstrated, showing his amazing understanding of the Great Cave Sutra. After the conversation, not only was his senior sister quite shocked, but she, who was listening, also gained a lot of results. Therefore, even if there was a little resentment in her heart for Lee Su, who was directly promoted to the 8th generation uncle, she more or less understood why the 3 great masters of the Shanking sect could not help but come down to accept disciples. The talent he showed was really amazing. Just like the world, that is to say, he is the disciple of the 2nd great master. Originally, the little girl thought so. However, now looking at Lee Su's situation, she was completely shocked, frightened, and looked at her senior sister in disbelief. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. The 5 internal organs contain spirits, which is unique to the Huangting Sutra. Only the Shanking School disciples who practiced the Huangting Sutra and obtained the 5 element related natural treasures can form it, and this is a necessary condition for practicing the Huangting Sutra. Practicing 2 sutras at the same time. How is it possible? They have also practiced the Shanking Sutra. Because of the same roots, it is easy to influence each other, and eventually they will be absorbed by the one that suits them best, and progresses the fastest. So that's it. Jiang Tong was naturally shocked. Not only that, she quickly thought of the feeling she had when she was practicing dual cultivation before. That large area was quite familiar to her, but she couldn't see through it. It was like a Taoist scene covered in fog. No wonder it felt so strange. The other party not only mastered the Dadang Sutra like herself, but also mastered the Huangting Sutra. No wonder that part. No. Jiang Tong couldn't help but take a breath, and suddenly thought that the covered part was almost twice as much as the open part. The other party might not have 2 sutras, but 3 sutras. In an instant, even Jiang Tong's temperament couldn't help but show a trace of abnormality on her face, and subconsciously clenched her fists. If that is true, the other party's talent is really terrifying. The source of the 3 methods of Shanking Sutra is originally the immortal art of the heavenly court. It is the real method of immortals. Mortals cannot practice it, so it is divided into 3 parts, which greatly reduces the difficulty. Even so, the difficulty of this art is still amazing. Even if one of them can be learned, it is only 1 in 100, and it is even more rare to be perfect. Jiang Tong shook her head and signaled the little girl not to say more. She didn't think that the elders of the sect were hiding something. After all, even the Taishang of the sect only practiced 1 sutra. How Li Su did it, she would not ask, nor did she think it would be useful to ask. She was a genius herself, and she knew very well that some things could not be explained. For example, in her class, they practiced Taoism together and grew up together, but in the end, only she became the true disciple and advanced to the imperial way. That group of people made many guesses, including malicious suspicion of themselves, thinking that the sect elders gave her a special treatment. Of course, there is a special treatment, but it is not a shortcut, but more, deeper, and more complicated things. If you don't reach a certain level, it will not only not be a good thing to hear, but it will be a bad thing. But that group of people didn't think about this, they just felt that she was taken care of. Really, if you have the leisure to envy me, you might as well use that time to practice the basics. Soon, Li Su returned to normal. Sorry, I was a little absent-minded. Jiang Tong shook his head. It doesn't matter, I have gained a lot from my uncle, and the 5-color tea is useful to my uncle. It couldn't be better. Although it was a discussion of the Tao, Li Su also gained from him, but it was obvious that the value was not in line. He needed a breadth, even if it was not from him, even if he just read a lot of books, he would eventually achieve it. It was just a matter of time. On the contrary, what she needed was different. It was not just a matter of time. At her level, it was undoubtedly involved in a deeper level, which could not be explained by simple words, and some things even required a certain opportunity. Now because of Li Su, some problems that had troubled Jiang Tong for a long time have been fully explained, which has broadened her horizons again, after she was promoted not long ago, and the vague and uncertain future has suddenly become much clearer. Li Su smiled and said directly, then, let's continue. The 5-color tea is indeed good, and it has improved him a lot. The most obvious part is undoubtedly the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The speed has been greatly improved. After all, between heaven and earth, the 5 elements of energy are the most. The speed of transforming them has increased, and the speed of practicing has naturally been amazingly enhanced. In 1 hour, it has almost changed from the original 1 strand to 1.5 strands. In other words, in 2 hours, 3 strands. The state of enlightenment that can only be completed in more than 200 years has suddenly dropped to 150 years, which is a full reduction of almost 60 years and a half. Jiang Tong took a deep breath and shook his head unexpectedly. It's enough. What I got from my uncle is enough for my disciples to comprehend for a while. The 5-color tea is indeed good, with amazing value, and it has greatly improved the other party. But, it's not enough. This favor is very big, very big. There is an amazing cause and effect in it. It's like the other party has a net worth of trillions, and you come up with an idea, which makes the other party's net worth increase by 10 billion. Is this a lot? Of course it is a lot, but for someone with a net worth of trillions, the proportion is too low. On the contrary, the other party was different. He gave her great inspiration. He not only helped her solve the problems in the project, but also sublimated the value of the project, jumping directly from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. This is cultivation. Everything has its own laws and causes and effects. She added icing on the cake, and the other party gave timely help. In this way, she owed too much. In the future, this must be repaid. Therefore, even as a cultivation fanatic, she still suppressed the strong desire for knowledge in her mind, and chose to stop. There is too much to owe. If this goes on, something big will happen. If there is no desire to become an immortal, it doesn't matter. But Jiang Tong, who regards this as her goal and ideal, knows very well that, if she continues to owe, when the moment of becoming an immortal comes, this debt will become a great cause and effect, entangled her, and before it is paid off, it will form a huge knot in her heart, making it impossible for her to transcend. Li Su was stunned for a moment. He could undoubtedly feel the mentality of the girl in front of him. The other part, his eyes could not be suppressed at all. The desire to seek the truth in her was so hot that it could ignite the air. Uncle, the next trial may take quite a while. It may take more than a month to finish, depending on the situation. I wonder if you are willing to take a trip? Since the decision has been made, Jiang Tong does not intend to continue on this issue, and instead asks, travel? Go down the mountain? Go out? To be honest, he is quite interested. The Sutra library has accumulated a lot, and the dual cultivation with the Imperial Dao realm is even more wonderful, and the improvement is very great. Going down the mountain at this moment is not too rushed. He can go to understand the situation of the evil cultivators down the mountain and prepare some materials. Although it is going out, it is not going down the mountain, but a spiritual journey. Li Su's face showed surprise. A spiritual journey? What does it mean? Senior sister? Before Li Su could ask, the little girl beside him could not help but speak. She looked at Jiang Tong in shock. Obviously, she knew what kind of action this was. In fact, it had been decided long ago, and the participants were not only the two of them, but also others. It was too sudden to suddenly invite Li Su at this time. It was not just a matter of opportunity, but also some privacy and safety issues. Although the little girl only called him senior sister, Li Su caught a lot of things from her tone. This so-called spiritual journey is probably not simple, and there are some big problems. I wonder if Uncle Master has ever heard of the spiritual world. Spiritual world? Li Su, who was about to say something, was stunned. This is a very unfamiliar word. He has never seen it in the Sutra library. Not to mention the Sutra library, even Journey to the West itself did not mention this thing. Uncle Master should know that when a cultivator has practiced to a certain level, the illusory spirit can shine into reality and have a substantial impact on reality, right? Li Su nodded. And as long as the cultivator continues to practice like this, break through the Tao, break through the Imperial Dao, and finally become an immortal, our spirit will become more and more real, and the higher the realm, the greater the reality. At this point, Jiang Tong paused and looked at Li Su without saying anything. Li Su was stunned for a while, and then his pupils widened. Could it be? Seeing that Li Su seemed to understand, Jiang Tong continued, there is such a story. The story tells of an immortal who fell asleep one day and had a dream. This dream lasted a long time, a full 100 years. In the dream, he became immortal, was born in the human world, grew up in the human world, and returned after 100 years, and then woke up. But when he woke up, he found that the world that should have been in his dream was right in front of him. The dynasty he established as immortal, the descendants he inherited, and everything he had experienced, all appeared before his eyes. What are you saying? Yes, the so-called spiritual world is that people with a strong realm, their spirits shine into reality and form. Jiang Tong nodded, but soon said, of course, there is no such thing as in the story. After all, under normal circumstances, the higher the realm, the harder it is to dream. Even if you dream, the world will disappear at the moment of waking up, because of the dissipation of the spirit. Li Su nodded. No matter how real the spirit is, its essence is still virtual. It is composed of the will of others. Once a person dies, the world will naturally disappear. But if this happens, for example, a certain immortal, a powerful person with a very high realm, is about to end his life, or falls into a dead state, because of his strong unwillingness in his heart, or at the moment of extinction, his will shines into reality. Li Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking. A world built before death. Is this possible? It shouldn't be possible, right? Although such a situation must exist, once a person dies, the world built by the spirit is equivalent to having no source. Even if it is temporarily formed, it will quickly collapse and annihilate. Wait, Tao rhyme? Tao rules? Heaven and earth spiritual energy. Li Su's mind was spinning wildly at this moment, and there was a terrible light flowing in his eyes. After a moment, a conclusion appeared in his heart. It is feasible. In fact, there is no need for immortals, just him. After the Udeo realm, if he is willing, he can build a town-sized spirit. Wait. Suddenly, Li Su thought of the real world, the unique wonders in the east region of the mythical world. Are those strange scenes the last images of the immortals who were destroyed and died? Jiang Tong smiled. It was good to have people who shared the same path. Some things did not need to be explained too much. The other party could understand them instantly. Unlike the stupid girl next to him, she had to be brought in once before she could believe in disbelief that a cultivator could actually do such a thing. How about it, uncle? Are you interested? Lee Su raised his head with a light in his eyes. No doubt he was very curious at this moment. Very curious about what the so-called spiritual world was like. Very interested. Chapter 635. Ancient Remnant. Since Uncle Master is willing to go, let's go without further delay. Jiang Tong was very direct. Now, Lee Su was a little surprised. So soon? I was going to go anyway. If Uncle Master is willing, then I'll go a little earlier and get used to it first. Although the spiritual world has good things, it still has certain dangers. If you are not careful, your spirit will be destroyed. Although you won't die, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome, and you will need a long time to nurture it. Jiang Tong explained. Uncle Master should have nothing else to do at this time, right? Lee Su shook his head. Well, there is nothing to do. How can I go? To enter the spiritual world, there are indeed two prerequisites. One's own spirit is sufficient, the ability to leave the physical body, and the anchor point of the spiritual world. Uncle Master's mental power should be no problem. As for the anchor point, just go from my side. Anchor point? Do you mean the location of the spiritual world? Lee Su thought for a while, but going from the other side? Does it mean that the other party will take me with him in spirit? Yes. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. She raised her sleeves and a talisman surrounded by golden light rose up. In the next second, it burst open and turned into thousands of fragments, floating away and filling the cloud where the three people were. The broken runes were not completely broken. Those fragments were still connected to each other, interweaving up and down, forming an airtight net, with Taoism flowing on it, and Taoism rhyme filling it. They kept vibrating, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, forming a golden sphere, wrapping the three people in it. Is this the natal talisman in the Shanking Ling Fu? You should know that the art of talismans is generally divided into two types. One is paper talismans and the other is spiritual talismans. The difference between the two is that the former is mainly based on paper, with special pigments, and supplemented by one's own mana. The latter is mainly based on mana, hooking Taoism, and gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. By the way, there is no difference between paper talismans and spiritual talismans, and most of the time, paper talismans are more powerful than spiritual talismans. After all, it is always virtual, and is completely composed of its own mana. It is unstable and hasty, and its power will be reduced invisibly. Basically, it mainly deals with some emergencies, such as no paper talismans or being targeted. On the contrary, paper talismans are different. It is prepared in advance, so there is no rush, and there is plenty of time to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to make itself perfect. Then, the more advanced the talisman, the better the material used to make it, so it also has a good carrier, and even has some properties of the carrier, so its power is very terrible. Therefore, against a cultivator who can fight with a talisman, his paper talisman will be even more terrible. If possible, it is possible not to let the other party have the opportunity to use it. Of course, the above common sense cannot be possessed by the disciples of Shanking sect, especially the disciples of Shanking sect who practiced the Dadang Zenjing. As for the reason, it is the natal talisman in front of him. The art of talismans, because there is no carrier, can only be temporarily formed, resulting in an unstable foundation and a decrease in power. But it is different for the disciples who practiced the Great Kavan Sutra. The mustard seed cave can carry and even breed the talisman, which not only has the effect of paper talismans, but also triggers transformation, making the talisman have stronger power and the effect of repeated casting. Like the signature thunder method of Lang Hu Xianqi, the natal talisman of Shanking School is also a well-known trick, and one of the signatures of Shanking School. Not only that, there are many types of Shanking natal talismans, and there are many properties. And at this moment, Jiang Tong's natal talisman is also in the top 5, even if it is viewed among the natal talismans. Although it is not the strongest, it is the most complete. It has the net of killing, suppressing, sealing, and protecting at the same time. Although he has not studied it, Lee Soo has seen the general introduction. The practice of the net is very complicated. Unlike the general talismans, that are consistent from beginning to end, it pursues the whole and the one. Just like at this moment, a talisman is divided into thousands of small talismans, and this behavior of almost dismantling the inherent structure of the talisman is not only not divided, but is related to each other, and the structure is extremely stable. In an instant, the difficulty of the woman in front of him doubled in Lee Soo's heart. Why are casual cultivators so weak? Because in addition to the unorthodox and intermittent cultivation methods, there is more here. The means are too simple. Once their killer is targeted, their strength will undoubtedly drop sharply. On the contrary, even if you know the means in advance, you can't target Jiang Tong, because she has too many means. Okay. After taking the precautions, Jiang Tong generously stretched out her hand in front of Lee Soo and said, "Uncle, concentrate your mind, and hold my hand." Lee Soo didn't think much, and directly held the other party's hand. Feel it? Well, worthy of being a cultivator at the level of Udeo realm, the instant feeling, the 8 words hands like soft catkins, skin like condensed fat can't help but appear in his mind. This hand, the best, can play, cough cough cough, calm down, concentrate. Closing his eyes, Lee Soo quickly concentrated his spirit. Although she was very generous, Lee Soo was undoubtedly the first person to shake hands with a man like this, except for her father. Jiang Tong's pretty face was a little unnatural. As for the little girl on the side, she stared at her junior uncle with a covetous look, with a look on her face that, if anyone dared to show the slightest covetousness, no matter if he was your uncle or your master's father, no matter if your senior sister would be angry or not, she would immediately perform the second move of the extreme boxing technique, crushing bones and raising ashes, and then raise the other party. She stared at Lee Soo for a long time, and did not respond to the hand extended by her senior sister. "Little girl, if you don't leave, I'm leaving." After a long time, Jiang Tong's expression became more and more unnatural, and she couldn't help but speak. Originally, she would leave immediately and let go after concentrating her mind. As a result, this broken girl stared at Lee Soo, making her hold his hand for a full minute longer. After all, feelings are always mutual. The warmth from the palm, the touch that is completely different from that of the girl, with a slight roughness, but not cutting, but a different feeling, like a heat wave constantly impacting Jiang Tong's heart. The little girl woke up, as if from a dream, and immediately grabbed her senior sister's hand. Jiang Tong exhaled, and directly used her own spirit as a point, to pull the two people's minds. At the same time, she let go of her hands, but strangely took the two people's spirits down. It felt very strange. Lee Soo, who was led by Jiang Tong, felt as if he had fallen into the sea. His spirit separated from his flesh, left his body, and entered an extremely wonderful world. "Uncle, you can open your vision. Now you should be able to see the world above." Above. Lee Soo couldn't help but be stunned. You know, the feeling transmitted by the spirit at this moment, they are obviously sinking, but Jiang Tong is talking about above. Lee Soo couldn't help but open his eyes and observe the scene around him, the so-called spiritual world. When the view is opened, the first thing you see is undoubtedly Jiang Tong and the little girl. No wonder the little girl looks like that. When walking with spirit, the distance between each other is very close, almost shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, any random movement will undoubtedly touch each other. And an obvious problem is that without the physical body, the touch between the spirits is more excessive than the physical body. Even if there is a slight collision, the souls of each other will intersect, as if one. This is different from the double cultivation between them. It is equivalent to revealing everything to each other. Without feeling it, Lee Soo can find the burning gaze of the little girl, who is looking at him fiercely, with a face full of fangs and claws, as if you dare to move, I will bite you to death. Thinking about it, Lee Soo was about to say something, but when his sight spread around, he was stunned, captured by the scenery around him, and his eyes widened. Colorful, starlight flowing. It seems to be in a vast ocean penetrated by light. The scenery is gorgeous, and countless colors are intertwined. There are butterflies flying in groups. There are horses galloping on the green grassland. There are graceful figures dancing at the end of the void. There are real dragons flying through the clouds, and phoenixes spreading their wings and perching on the phoenix trees. There are Lingzi-like medicines, emitting fragrance for thousands of miles, and there are fruit trees, growing a sun corona, shining brightly. There are children, with 9 jade leaves on their heads and a red fruit in the center, running around with a giggle. There is a giant tripod trapped in the mountains, with a sharp sword breaking out of the ground, and a sea of blood, in which lies a giant sword that can reach thousands of miles. There are huge arms, trapped by huge chains, reaching out to grasp, tightly bound to the earth, and there are dead giants, huge, pressing down on a huge mountain range. I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Even though I was well informed and had seen amazing scenes many times, I was still shocked by everything around me at this moment. I forgot about the ambiguous situation between me and Jiang Tong and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Jiang Tong was not surprised. To be honest, when she first entered, she was also frightened by everything here. Even the girl next to her was stunned for half an hour and couldn't say a word. It was really too shocking. It can be said to be a scene from ancient times, or it can be said to be a fantasy after death. But what is certain is that these pictures are undoubtedly the accumulation from ancient times to the present. They are the last reverberations in the depths of the soul after countless lives have disappeared. They have lost their source and have no place to return. Let them accumulate here. Although they are combined with each other, they cannot be completely compatible, so they form such a shape. Jiang Tong spoke slowly, with a leisurely tone and full of sighs. There are undoubtedly too many unimaginable pictures in these scenes. The content described in them shows the wonders of ancient times, and also reveals the bloodiness of that time. Is this the so-called spiritual world? Lee Su stared at some of the stunning scenes, his tone becoming more and more incredible. In one of them, a dragon and a phoenix were fighting. In another, there were witches and demons fighting. In another, there were countless gods and monsters colliding with each other. These scenes made Lee Su couldn't help but have huge associations, connecting some stories in his mind. The dragon and phoenix catastrophe, the battle between witches and demons, and the conferring of gods. Are these stories related to Journey to the West? Jiang Tong shook his head. No, these are just images. They are illusory, equivalent to a piece of information. No, maybe, a long time ago, they were real and existed, but as time passed, they lost their magic and became residual slag. Once you get close to the reflection in the water, it will collapse and fall apart, and you can't touch it. Because it's too long, has the inner part disintegrated. After all, nothing in the world is eternal except time. Even if it is said that the will of the strong can shine into reality, when they die, the spirit left behind will be like the rootless source, which will only continue to dissipate and eventually completely annihilate. However, even if these scenes are just the last images and pictures, Lee Su's pupils still showed an unprecedented solemn look. At this moment, he thought of many things. First of all, this spiritual world should not be a secret. Jiang Tong can bring him here directly, and another little girl has obviously been here, which undoubtedly explains a lot of things. In other words, many people know about this thing. Although the stories in the world fragments are stories, they are also beyond the stories. At least before the story ends, the people in it are no different from the real facts. In this case, there is such a place in this world that records the stories of the past. And the most terrifying thing is that those stories in the past are at a higher level than the present. This is definitely a very terrible situation. The bugs in Journey to the West are probably much more serious than he imagined. What is the word strongest again? It is someone who becomes the best in the world, and the pursuit is over, and there is no way back. But when the emergence of this place is seen by the number one in the world, will he still feel invincible? Do you think there is no way forward? No. Obviously, although the heaven in Journey to the West is the absolute ruler, there are many powerful beings in the 4 states. Apart from other things, Sun Wukong had to seek help when he encountered many monsters and demons in the 81 difficulties. Now, with the existence of such a world, it has improved everyone's vision and explained that there was a higher realm in ancient times. It is conceivable what those arrogant monsters and demons will do. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but twitched his mouth for a while. In such a world, participating in the main storyline is not to become Sun Wukong, nor Xiao Beilong, right? But to become Tang Monk. For a while, Li Su's heart was a little cold. The kind of cold. Is this going to make him sell meat all the way to the west? We are here. Just when Li Su felt that the problems in this world were getting more and more serious, Jiang Tong spoke up. Uncle Master, please pay attention. Gather your spirit. Unlike those after images, the real spiritual world will devour scattered spirits. Li Su was startled, and then he came back to his senses. Feeling something, he couldn't help but raise his head. They were indeed rising, and the world was above their heads. They were also indeed falling, because gravity was pulling them upward. However, Li Su couldn't help but frown slightly at the fragments of the real world. Although there was light and brilliance, compared to the wonders on the road, the world above his head was more like a piece of grey rubble. As if it had experienced the end of the world, it was full of fragments and extremely broken. Not only the scene, but also a strong breath of death and decay surrounded it. Chapter 636. Is this my brother-in-law? The spiritual world. This is really it. Looking at the world in front of me, that looks like building blocks. There is no sense of art, and the overall sense is piled up together. There are retro attics, twisted towers, pools with broken swords, split gourds, headless corpses, and huge lamp holders with flames that are not full of cracks on the surface. There is a huge scroll, hanging high in the void. It is cracked in the middle, and there are seas of fire and icebergs painted inside, and terrible high and low temperatures continue to flow down from the cracked scroll. There are weird things, only one mouth and one hand, mechanically repeating the action of gnawing, squatting in the distance and eating continuously. There is an extremely huge ape, with infinite fierceness, distorting the space around it, but it is eternally solidified there, cut off by people, split in the middle. Its spirit is eternally solidified there. The terrible sword energy of the broken position is crisscrossed, constantly destroying. Destroying the body is not enough, the soul is not enough, and the will to escape is also locked. To completely annihilate it, there is a strange space, which is extremely empty. There is a huge lake. There is no sound over there. It is so quiet. But when you blink, you will immediately find that there are huge waves inside. The lake water turns into a terrifying monster, madly crushing everything that comes close. Not only that, all places in this world are intertwined with a suffocating smell, which has a great influence on the spirit, and will inexplicably fall into a manic mood. That kind of emotion has deeply affected this place, and this world is full of grey. Because of the end of life. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Li Su said softly, "That's right." Jiang Tong nodded and said softly, "When the real end comes, there will undoubtedly be very few who can accept it. Most of them will not be able to bear it, and fall into frenzy. Even the most powerful life at the top, when death comes, is actually no different from the ordinary people." Hearing this, Li Su smiled and said, "The essence of life is to survive, and death is undoubtedly the state that life resists the most. As long as it is still alive, the fear of death is inevitable. This is even more true for immortal cultivators. After all, immortal cultivation seeks longevity and immortality, and is the existence that resists death the most. Even ants try to survive, let alone these supreme lives." Jiang Tong was stunned for a moment, and his bright eyes couldn't help but look up and down at Li Su. This explanation was undoubtedly quite alternative and unheard of. "Uncle Master, you are wrong, absolutely wrong." On the side, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked as if she had discovered a new world. Before Jiang Tong could speak, she immediately refuted, puffed out her little chest, and said loudly, "Ah." Li Su was stunned by the refutation, mainly because he did not expect the other party to react so strongly. Not only did she refute him immediately, but she also labeled him as being completely wrong. "I don't know, where did I go wrong?" He was a little confused. After all, the topic just now was just about the spiritual world being like this, which was normal. If not, the emotions here would not be like this, which was to speak with facts. How could this be wrong? We cultivators cultivate the great way and seek the truth. When we embark on this path of cultivation, immortality is just a secondary effect of our goal. Haven't you heard that, if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening? The so-called cultivation of the Tao is a path that goes against the will of heaven. We should be brave and diligent and forge ahead. If we can't even see through life and death and are afraid of death, how can we talk about becoming immortals and standing above the clouds? The little girl said smugly with a hint of contempt and provocation in her eyes. Master said that cultivators only seek immortality? Isn't this totally wrong? After hearing what the other party said, Lee Su couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth, and his face turned black on the spot. This girl's cultural level is really good. She used both Wendigo in the morning and Zcasse to make use of them. She has read a lot of books, and she speaks very coherently. She has elevated the profession of cultivating immortals to a higher level. But before you open your mouth to refute me, can you please not take my words out of context? I thought the topic was wrong, but he actually quoted a paragraph to refute him. This behavior, and those who say this matter, put aside the facts. If I don't talk about the facts, what am I talking about with you? For a moment, Lee Su more or less understood why Jiang Tong would not say anything if he could take action against his junior sister. At this moment, he wanted to do it. However, considering the gender issues between each other, and the fact that he and the other party were not that familiar with each other, since the other party liked to put aside the facts, then let's not talk about it. Lee Su smiled silently, did not refute the other party, nodded in agreement. Well, you are right. Is cultivating immortals just for the sake of seeking the truth? Perhaps for some people, it is everything. But for some people, it is another matter, and this part of people is the majority. Moreover, watching the little girl refute his words, the tone was obviously reciting. It should be the words of a senior, and judging from the content, the error was no more than 5 words. Lee Su obviously had a perfunctory attitude, and the little girl became more and more unconvinced. What do you mean by not wrong? That's how it is. My generation of cultivators should have great perseverance and courage. Only in this way can we break through and achieve transcendence. Otherwise, what kind of immortality is there? It's better to go home and farm. That's right, the master told her so. How could the master be wrong? At the side, Jiang Tong also had a strange look in her eyes. She naturally knew that the little girl was taking things out of context, because this broken girl often did this, using half knowledge, and often doing some things that made people laugh and cry. However, although the girl's words were a bit inappropriate, this theory was undoubtedly the mainstream. Not only the Shanking sect, but all the famous and upright sects were basically like this. I still remember the first time I was brought here by the elders in the sect. At that time, the elders had a very low evaluation of this spiritual world. Most of the people here are losers, and only a few are worth understanding. The reason is also very simple, because most of the dead, at the moment of death, left behind emotions that did not want to die, were afraid of death, full of fear of death, and difficult to give up their own desires. For example, on my left hand side, a certain distance away, there is a huge golden mountain, which is piled with various treasures and full of greed. And below, there are countless beautiful women, covered by lust. There is also a huge throne, an empty imperial carriage, a banquet with dragon liver and phoenix marrow, etc. It can be said that, if this place did not have special benefits and extremely amazing value, the elders in the sect would definitely not bring her here. Because this place is full of endless desires born out of fear of death. And obviously, these things are undoubtedly the biggest poison for a cultivator, and are taboos that cannot be touched. It can be said that the first few times I followed my elders here, I was educated, and a red line that cannot be crossed was drawn in my heart. Suna's answer was obviously perfunctory. It was obvious that he not only didn't think his words were wrong, but also didn't agree with the girl's statement that cultivating immortals is to ask for the Tao. This made Jiang Tong very curious. ******* Lee Su didn't intend to explain. First of all, he said that this girl might not understand, and then this broken girl was obviously the type of person who didn't know how to talk. Now she was going to be fooled by her argument. Maybe a big boss from Shanking would come to talk to him tomorrow. And with her ability to take things out of context, Lee Su had a hunch that if a big boss really came, he would definitely be furious and want to clean up the house. Although Lee Su was confident that he could argue for him when the big boss came, what if the other party was not clear-headed at that time and didn't intend to discuss and just started? So, Lee Su turned his head and focused his attention on this spiritual world. The scene when he came here gave him a lot of pressure. He felt that the monsters and demons in the world of Journey to the West might be stronger than he expected, not just ordinary strong. Undoubtedly, this made Lee Su a little pessimistic. But as long as people are still alive, they have to keep struggling, especially Lee Su. Even if he really becomes a salted fish, he has to find a chance to give the person with a kitchen knife a tail. What if he turns the tables? So, at this moment, he is looking forward to this world. He hopes that this spiritual world can give him some surprises and allow him to quickly improve his realm. Although he gathered his own spirit according to Jiang Tong's words, it is obvious that his mental power is too strong. Even if he wanders away, he still has absolute control and will not be easily assimilated and infected by the surroundings. And after he carefully observed for a moment, what did he really find? Immediately, Lee Su stretched out his hand and caught a corner of the fragment floating in front of him. It seemed to be a piece of clothing from someone's memory. The moment he got it, he immediately felt a considerable weight. There is a lot of mental power and a considerable amount of spiritual energy in it. Unable to resist the thought, Lee Su defeated that part of his mental power, completely dispersed it, and then sucked it. The next second, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Good stuff. He clearly felt that his spirit was strengthened, although it was very little, just a little. Not only that, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside was also absorbed by Lee Su and integrated into his own spirit. The amount was not much, probably enough for him to run a technique and produce a trace of shanking immortal energy. Undoubtedly, this improvement will not play a big role for Lee Su at present. After all, his demand is not ordinary. However, Lee Su couldn't help but raise his head and looked at this huge gray space. What if it was all here? How much would it be? The main reason why Lee Su's cultivation speed slowed down was not that he sucked too slowly, but more that he couldn't openly suck. If you can find an infinite source, that's another matter. And it is obvious that at this moment, this place is definitely an unimaginable good place for him. The only problem is how to bring back a large number of scattered spirits. After all, this thing is filled with the thoughts of the dead. If it is carried directly through the spirit, the number will be greatly limited. If it absorbs too much, even he will inevitably be affected. It won't be replaced by the dead, but it still needs to be cleaned up, which takes time. Not only that, the number that can be taken back by absorbing it with spiritual power will not be too much. Looking at Lee Su's actions, Jiang Tong felt a little regretful. The other party obviously didn't intend to continue. Although she also agreed with the values of the sect, she also longed for other answers in her heart. However, she quickly turned her mood around. After all, this question is rather unorthodox and completely different from the values conveyed by the predecessors of the Shanking sect. It is not suitable for discussion, especially not suitable for discussion with the little girl. This girl has a first-class memory, but a third-rate comprehension ability. Just now, it was the words of the elders. She was there at the time. Recalling it, well, not a word was changed. If Lee Su's remarks were heard by this girl, it is very likely that something big will happen. After seeing Lee Su shatter and absorb the free spiritual power, he gave up the topic and said, "It seems that I don't need to say more. Uncle She has discovered the greatest benefit of this spiritual world. As fragments of pure consciousness, they no longer have owners, so we can absorb them." At this point, Jiang Tong couldn't help but glance at the little girl beside him. This is really a case of comparing goods to goods. Bringing Uncle She here is really easy and effortless. There is almost no need for too much explanation along the way. The other party can understand it instantly and perceive the situation around. On the contrary, the little girl next to her, pay attention. She was angry for a while, and her attention was distracted, and then she directly took out a fist-sized memory and swallowed it directly. Facing this scene, Jiang Tong's pretty face was dark, stretched so long, and her beauty was affected. "Are you a goldfish?" He took a deep breath, raised his hand and slapped her, shattering the fragments of will in the other party's mouth, before she swallowed it. seeing the other party roar, and then looking at him with tears in his eyes, with a look on his face, as if he wanted to hit her. Jiang Tong couldn't help but feel tired. Ignoring the other party, Jiang Tong still looked at Li Su and said, however, Uncle Master, please pay attention. Even if the spirit is broken, there are still many remnants of consciousness inside, which will form a certain pressure on the spirit. It is not advisable to absorb too much. It will be affected by these remnants. If there are too many, it will make your own mental power unstable, and it will be invaded and assimilated by this world. Although it was said to Li Su, the voice sounded like thunder in the little girl's ears. The little girl shuddered, and then became more and more aggrieved. She naturally knew the consequences of swallowing the spirit directly, but she was different. She practiced a special technique, the Great Wilderness Sutra. With that technique, even if she swallowed it directly, the impact was not great. Looking at the little girl's reaction, Jiang Tong was completely speechless, staring at the other party fiercely, and was disgusted. Although it was not a big problem for her to swallow it directly, because of the practice of the technique, but did you forget that after returning, the confusion of consciousness would last for quite a while? This idiot, has he forgotten the shanking trial? With your consciousness in chaos, how are you going to participate in the state of mind test in shanking later? Damn, how did this brain become enlightened? Asterisk 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 hey, junior sister Jiang, I didn't expect you to come so early this time. Just as Jiang Tong was about to continue explaining to Li Su, a voice came over suddenly. The voice was extremely gentle, with an inexplicable magnetism that could moisten the heart. The next second, several figures appeared not far from the three people. There were 4 people in total. One had thunder wrapped around his body, which kept ringing. One had a 7-color halo inside, surrounding him. One was enchanting, with an erratic breath, and exuding the fragrance of peach blossoms. The last one, who was also the one who spoke, showed up in person, with a tall body, extraordinary appearance, and a halo shining on his head, like the sun. There is no doubt that the 4 are extremely extraordinary, with strong mental will, and they all showed extraordinary visions. In an instant, Jiang Tong's eyes moved, and then he turned his head to look at the place where the voice came from. Long time no see, senior brother Zhu Nian, junior sister Zhang, senior brother Wang, junior sister Lin. Several people smiled slightly and were about to say something, but when they saw Li Su, especially when they found that Li Su's spirit body was not female, but male, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. There were obvious remnants of Jiang Tong's will on the other party, which meant that the person was brought by Jiang Tong. And obviously, usually when coming to the spiritual world, unless it is a Taoist couple relationship, even if you bring people, you will only bring the same sex, not the opposite sex. After all, spiritual contact is more unrestrained than physical contact. Therefore, several people showed strange looks on their faces. But seeing the spirit body with an enchanting aura walked directly to Jiang Tong's side, she looked at Li Su curiously for a while, then turned to look at Jiang Tong and said, Sister Tong Tong, so, is this my brother-in-law? Chapter 637, Deceiving the Teacher and Destroying the Ancestors. This is my elder from Shanking Sect. Facing the words of junior sister Lin, who had a charming aura and the scent of peach blossoms, Jiang Tong did not panic, but spoke calmly. Junior sister Lin was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't think her words would make the other party panic, this was definitely not the answer she wanted to hear. Elder? Him? After feeling Li Su's mental power, junior sister Lin looked suspicious. This aura, I'm afraid he is still a novice? The aura of years on his body, I'm afraid he is no more than 20 years old. This is called an elder? How old? All those present were disciples of major sects, from famous families in the Central Plains. For example, senior brother Zhang was a direct descendant of Xian Shifu, while senior brother Wang was a true descendant of Lingbao sect. Senior brother Zhu Nian was born in Xingxiao sect, and he himself came from Jianzhang, Shushan Jianzhang. Although the market conditions of these major sects are different, there is one thing that is similar. Regardless of closeness, the capable one will take the throne. In other words, status must match strength, not be determined by relationships. After all, a long time ago, there was a case of nepotism, which almost caused a top sect to collapse. Although it was finally saved, it was still seriously injured and could not recover. Now, even if the Heavenly Master talisman still maintains that the successor of the Heavenly Master must be surnamed Zhang, he can inherit the name. How can he become an elder of Shanking with such a shallow breadth and strength of only the realm of enlightenment? And the elder of Jiangtong? Huh. Junior sister Lin, who was doubting, was suddenly stunned. This realm? Question mark? Not only her, but the other three were also looking at Li Su, with a look of surprise in their pupils. The spiritual breath is really too young. Although it is extremely solidified, it has the taste of Shanking Sutra as steady as a mountain, but it does not have the precipitation of years. As a disciple of a big sect, the family knows their own affairs best. The famous and upright sects pay the most attention to basic practice. In their respective sects, consolidating the foundation has basically reached a rather paranoid level. Not to mention Shanking sect, junior sister Lin's Shushan. Unless she comprehends the sword meaning, she cannot become a Taoist. The Heavenly Master talisman and the Golden Light mantra must reach the state of not being startled by the sky falling, and being calm even in the face of all changes. Lingbao sect and Xingxiao sect have their own requirements, which are undoubtedly not low and frighteningly difficult. Without decades of hard work, it is basically impossible to reach the requirements of the sect, even for geniuses and those with extremely high comprehension. Therefore, the few people present spent a lot of time just to build their foundation, between 30 and 40 years. And it took even longer to achieve enlightenment, an average of 60 years. Except for Jiangtong, they are all at the peak of enlightenment, only one step away from the realm of controlling the way. This gathering is also to seek a breakthrough, inviting everyone to come to the spiritual world together, ready to explore the unknown area, try their luck, and find some high-level spiritual fragments. High-level spiritual fragments are very special, and are also the spiritual echoes left by the great after death. But the difference is that this echo is just pure memory, with only nostalgia and happiness in it. That is to say, at the moment of death, it can break through life and death. Even in this vast spiritual world, there are still very few such fragments. They are also the greatest treasures in the entire spiritual world. They are of amazing value and extremely expensive. Their effects are comparable to the great medicines in the world, and can transform people. It can even be said that they came here this time with preparations, not without purpose. The main reason is that there is news that a disciple of a large sect once saw a 7-colored fire cloud in the spiritual sea, leaving a fragrance wherever it passed. The so-called fragrance is not the real fragrance, but the spirit of the healthy passing away, without negative emotions mixed in. So for the spirit of the living people, it has the same smell as the fragrance of flowers. It is a kind of spiritual attraction that makes people desire and induce feelings. Of course, when this news appeared, there were naturally many people who were moved. Not just them, some casual cultivators, and even demons and monsters appeared. Recently, there was quite a mess over there, with terrible spiritual power shuttling in it, becoming extremely dangerous. There were disciples of Shian Shifu and Xingxiao sect who had their spirits crushed there, and now they are still healing in the sect to repair their injured spirits. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Back to Li Su's age, there is no doubt that he is quite young. No, it should be said that he is too young. With this breadth of time, under normal circumstances, the foundation has not been completed, let alone the state of enlightenment. However, looking at the other part, his spirit, it is very solid and heavy, and the mental power is amazing, not worse than the general state of enlightenment. Suddenly, senior brother Zhang's eyes flashed, and he thought of something. Looking at Li Su, he said, a few years ago, the third Taishang senior of Shanking was a guest in Langhu Mountain. He said that he had accepted a Xianjiao disciple. His tone was extremely happy. He praised it to everyone he met, saying that within 100 years at most, this child would be invincible in the world. Write a new Xianjiao myth, and redefine the meaning of the word Xianjiao. With the words of senior brother Zhang, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and couldn't help looking at Li Su. If this was said by an ordinary person, it would be nothing, but the third Taishang of Shanking sect is undoubtedly the top existence in the world. Obviously, it is impossible to have no evidence. This kind of old generation cares most about their own face, which is often more important than their own life. Therefore, if they are not sure, they will never leave a rosy picture. Lee Su was also stunned. The words future brother-in-law by the spirit, called junior sister Lin, made his scalp numb. The eyes of senior brother Zhang, senior brother Wang, and senior brother Zuan changed when they looked at him. Although they did not become enemies on the spot, they were full of scrutiny and suspicion. Just like that. Why? Fortunately, he is no longer the age of being competitive and willing to do anything if he is told that he can't do it. Otherwise, with that look, he would have to fight 3 times and beat them all to let them know whether he can do it or not. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tong explained that he finally got rid of the trouble of the beauty, but turned around and threw a bigger thunder on him. At this moment, as senior brother Zhang's words fell, not only male compatriots, but also female compatriots looked at him with a sense of scrutiny. After all, there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. After entering the Tao, although compared with men, women's fighting spirit in this regard is not as strong. They still have it. Especially female geniuses. In fact, they are not worse than men in this aspect. As for the reason, the majority of the strong men in the world are undoubtedly men, and it is difficult for women with weak personalities to become the best in the world. Therefore, the strong women are very dissatisfied. Why? For example, junior sister Lin, Jiang Tong, and the little girl. Junior sister Lin is okay. After all, she is not a disciple of Shanking. Jiang Tong and the little girl are different. They are not only disciples of Shanking, but also Shi and Jiao disciples. They are usually praised by the elders of the sect, such as once in 100 years in the future peak master. Especially Jiang Tong, who has the qualifications to be the next peak master and is one of the future Taishang, who can support the glory of Shanking for 1,000 years. However, it is obvious that she has not been praised so much by the Taishang of Shanking sect. However, Jiang Tong soon calmed down. She sighed and turned to look at senior brother Zhang and said, "Third Grand Master, you were drunk by the Heavenly Master, right? I remember that when senior Zhang came to visit my Shanking sect last time. He also said that senior brother's talent is rare in 1,000 years and he will be the leader of the righteous path in the future." In an instant, senior brother Zhang's expression froze, and the other 3 were also stunned for a moment, remembering the complicated relationship between the 3rd Grandmaster of Shanking and the current Heavenly Master Fu Dashi. The 2 of them didn't have many hobbies, they just liked to drink a mouthful, and they had a very strong pursuit of fine wine, and what they pursued was not ordinary human wine, but special spiritual wine, or even directly immortal wine. And it is obvious that this kind of wine has a high ability to intoxicate people. Some can even make mortals drunk to death in one mouthful, and they can't wake up for several years, or even more than 10 years. Once the 2 elders start drinking, they usually drink 1 jar after another, and they drink 200 or 300 kilograms a day. After drinking too much, they will be drunk and start bragging and talk about their glorious years. They probably just think about the past, how I was, and how you were. And most of the time, it won't take long before they start to spit at each other, mentioning each other's ugly deeds, and gradually they have no bottom line, and finally, without exception, it turns into a fight. You say fight, then fight. They are all masters. They should be like immortals, but these 2 are different. Their fight is no different from mortal women. They curse, tear hair, spit, but the power is a bit stronger. For this reason, whether it is Shanking sect or Longhu Mountain, when the top leaders hear that the 2 elders are meeting, no matter which side they go to, they will make the other party look black and anxious. Senior brother Zhang smiled dryly and stopped talking. Several people nodded suddenly. It's normal to get drunk. However, they didn't think it was just bragging. Not only did they see Lee Su's extraordinariness with their own eyes, but the fact that he could make the 3rd Supreme of Shanking say such words, even if he was drunk, also meant that the other party had a very important position in their hearts and his talent was definitely not bad. Junior sister, take your uncle around here. Remember to participate in the trial after you go back. Don't swallow the spiritual fragments here directly. Jiang Tong shook his head. Even if he was a drunkard, he was still the supreme of Shanking, with a very high status. Besides, Lee Su's performance was there, and it was not something that could be smoothed over with just a few words. And judging from the actions of the sect, the world may not be peaceful in the future. True gold cannot escape the fire test, it is a matter of sooner or later. Uncle, the matters that need to be paid attention to in the spiritual world are all here, and there is also a way to return. The time ratio here is different from that in the outside world, about 10 to 1. 10 days in the spiritual world is equal to 1 day outside. If you come back after going back, the anchor point has been recorded in the depths of consciousness. Just keep concentrating your attention. Originally, I planned to take Lee Su to familiarize myself with it myself, but Zhu and others also came in advance. Although Jiang Tong was a little helpless, he could only let it go for the time being. Fortunately, at this moment, I have just entered the spiritual world, which is considered to be the outer edge, which is relatively safe. Going back from here will be quick. Even if I'm really seriously injured, I will not die. At most, my spirit will be damaged. I can recover after resting for a while. The spiritual world is a dangerous place, deep inside. Because the deeper you go, not only will you invest more spirit, but once you are defeated, you will have less spirit to return. Isn't this girl going to? After all, Jiang Tong only brought him here to see it, so it's impossible for him to take him all the time. Lee Su didn't say anything about going to see it. This level is enough. The value of this world is amazing, and it helps him a lot. It's enough to repay the cause and effect with the other party. But I didn't expect that the little girl would also be left behind. This girl, putting aside her heart, is very strong. Even compared with the disciples of other major sects, she is not much different. And in the practice of her cultivation, Lee Su saw some extraordinary scenes. In addition to the Huangting Sutra, she also mastered a Taoist method comparable to the Huangting Sutra. The breath is a wild taste, full of extreme wildness. This can be seen from her attack on herself. A master of physique, unparalleled in horizontal training. It can be said that, if Jiang Tong is not in the Udeo realm, if the life and death battle really happens, she will have to spend a lot of effort to take down this girl. Okay, senior sister. Unexpectedly, the little girl did not feel dissatisfied, and nodded in agreement. There was no disappointment on her face. Obviously, this should have been agreed upon early in the morning. Jiang Tong flicked a spiritual light spot in front of Lee Su, then turned around and said, "Let's go, everyone." The few people did not say anything and nodded directly. With a move, the 5 people went straight on the road. In the blink of an eye, they went deep into the depths, and disappeared into the depths of the turbulent spiritual world. Lee Su directly absorbed the spiritual light spot after catching it. Although the threat of this world was not as troublesome to him as Jiang Tong thought, as he adapted more and more, his spiritual power did not change externally, but was rapidly transforming internally. Shanking Sect, the 3 major spiritual methods. Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra, Huangting Sutra. Dadang Sutra and Huangting Sutra are respectively for refining talismans and refining the body, while Shanking Sutra, which is ranked first, is for refining the spirit. In fact, this kind of thing is like a fish in water for Lee Su. Moreover, he is a practitioner of 3 methods and has the ability to transform nature. Even if it is spiritual power, he can easily change it as long as he wants. In this spiritual world, it is stronger than the physical realm. Even if it is Jiang Tong in the Udeo realm, unless Lee Su does not run away, even if she wants to kill him, it will be very difficult. Soon, after browsing the information transmitted by Jiang Tong and determining the general situation of the spiritual world, Lee Su opened his eyes and prepared to be honest for a while, just here to capture some spiritual fragments and then go back when it is almost done and then come back. This girl next to him is a bit troublesome and there is no way to absorb it with all her strength. According to the information left by Jiang Tong and his own situation, Lee Su can be sure that once he goes all out, the scene will undoubtedly be somewhat shocking. It is better to go a little deeper and go to a place with more fragments, otherwise the movement is too loud, and it will not be good if it attracts people. It is estimated that after a few times, this girl should be impatient. However, at this moment, the girl sneakily moved to Lee Su's side, repeatedly sensed for a while, and after confirming that the senior sister had gone far away, she whispered, "Uncle Master." Lee Su's eyes jumped. With his rich experience, this kid would definitely not stay outside safely. After looking left and right for a while, the little girl said mysteriously, "Disciple, tell you a big secret. Should I listen or not?" Lee Su had a headache. Suddenly, he realized that Jiang Tong who left might not have arranged a bodyguard for him, but left him a huge trouble. Actually, these spiritual fragments are not delicious at all. They feel like mud when chewed, and they will leave a lot of annoying thoughts in the mind. They are particularly unpalatable. The little girl lowered her voice very low, as if she was afraid that someone would hear her. "But I know that in this world, there is a kind of spirit that is particularly delicious and pure and tonic. Eating one is better than refining 100 here." Oh. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Regarding the good things in the spiritual world, Jiang Tong also introduced them in the information he gave him. The lowest level is undoubtedly the one he is collecting now. There are several types of pure reverberation on it, and according to the different scenes shown, they are divided into second grade, third grade, and great medicine. Among them, the great medicine is especially no different from the treasures of heaven and earth. Even if you say that you are in the realm of imperial path, you will be moved. It is a rare treasure. In the heavenly court, immortals can also come down to earth and contact ordinary things. This kind of great medicine can even be exchanged for the unique peaches and golden pills in the heavenly court. It has extremely amazing value. However, after countless years, although there are many low-level reverberations in the spiritual world, the second and third levels are extremely rare, and as for the great medicine level, it is rare to see one in 1,000 years. Uncle, as long as you promise me not to tell my sister that I went in, I will bring you a few when I come back later, which is equivalent to Uncle collecting them here for dozens of days. Hearing this, Lee Su frowned, because the situation in this girl's mouth was completely different from what Jiang Tong introduced. The second level spirit has such an effect, but even this kind is rare. You may not find one after wandering for a month, and it is only the size of a palm at most. Moreover, once there are too many second level spirits in a place, there must be third level spirits. If there are too many third level spirits, it means that, even if the great medicine is not there, it has at least appeared before. This girl is either lying, or what she said is not the same as what Jiang Tong said. After thinking about it, Lee Su planned to refuse, mainly because Jiang Tong brought him here. If something happened to this broken girl, it would be difficult to explain. But she suddenly showed a look of shock on her face, looking at Lee Su's back in disbelief, as if something incredible had happened over there. Ah, that is. Lee Su's face turned black on the spot, and she took a deep breath. She almost couldn't help but pull the other person over and press him on her thigh and beat him for 5 minutes. This broken kid, do you know that we are now mental power? There is no such thing as sight, up and down, left and right, all directions are within perception. Now you show me, airplane. Do you think I will really turn around and look? Lee Su gritted his teeth. Can I turn back? No. If I go back, life will be unbearable. Finding that Lee Su had no intention of turning back, the little girl was confused and puzzled. Why did the plan fail? It was obviously successful before. But it doesn't matter. The distance is close enough. She didn't really get so close just to whisper, but she needed this distance to do it. The little girl's spirit suddenly lit up, and a small person appeared. She drew a circle and threw a punch at Lee Su very suddenly and domineeringly. Well, Lee Su was familiar with this punch. He had seen it once. Remember, it was called the first move of judo boxing, evaporate on the spot. Caught off guard, Lee Su was hit by the opponent's punch without any reaction. His spirit body cracked on the spot, evaporated on the spot, and scattered into countless pieces. Looking at Lee Su, who was broken by her, the little girl did not stop and continued to attack. Judo boxing, the second move, crush bones and scatter ashes. Boom, boom, boom. The body shook and tore everything apart. After a long while, the little girl stopped, looked around with satisfaction, and nodded secretly. Break the spirit and destroy the body. Even if the little master wakes up physically, He probably won't remember what happened. Hey, I told you to beat me up. You're lucky. You'll have to suffer a headache slowly. Bye. After the words fell, the little girl moved and flew directly into the depths. It was not until the other party completely disappeared that the beaten Lee Su reappeared with a dark face, staring at the direction where the broken child left for a long time without saying a word. This unlucky child, no wonder she was going to attack him before I even said anything. Feelings, I had no intention of attacking him from the beginning. No, I'm not angry. As an adult, I shouldn't bother with a child who is 100 years old, but has an IQ of no more than 8 years old. This kind of behavior of betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors. When Jiang Tong comes back, I will show this content to the other party. Well, that's it. This time, if your butt doesn't rot, I, Lee Su, will be a vegetarian from now on. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su moved and ran directly into the depths. Chapter 638 A Pleasant Harvest. Without staying at the periphery, Lee Su went directly to the depths. Now that he knew the function of this spiritual world, he naturally wanted to harvest it ruthlessly. After all, thinking about the current situation of journey to the west, let alone the realm of becoming a Taoist, the realm of controlling the Tao is not enough, and it has to be higher. The celestial immortal, the mysterious immortal, and even the Dalao Jingxin. None of the monsters and demons in the 81 difficulties are easy to mess with. If there is a problem with the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, and they cannot descend normally, this journey to the west is just an unsolvable horror story, and there is no fun at all. How much loss did the Monkey King suffer along the way? His eyes were almost blinded, and he narrowly escaped death several times. What the hell is this? He didn't move quickly. After all, he was traveling in a spiritual body and needed to adapt. In fact, he has been adapting since he entered here. There is no problem with action. He got used to it in about a breath. Mainly in the combat aspect, there are some problems. Although he had read a lot of scriptures and learned a lot of powerful methods of shanking sect in his mind, he had no practical application after all. It was okay for the spirit to be in the flesh. With his talent, he could learn more now than others who had practiced for decades. Now that it has become spiritual power, many aspects are quite different, and the methods have also changed. Of course, the most important thing is that the spiritual body is not like the physical body. The shanking immortal energy transformed by the 3 scriptures cannot be effectively stored. This is why it is necessary to adapt in advance to avoid being able to effectively respond to danger or even enemies. That's right, the spiritual world is not safe. Not only is it unsafe, but the people in it are also unsafe. There are demons, ghosts, and evil ways here. Not only that, evil cultivators and demons don't matter. The most terrifying thing in the spiritual world is ghosts. Ghosts don't have bodies themselves, and they are best at this kind of environment. They can be restrained with a physical body, but encountering ghosts in a purely spiritual state is a headache for even Lee Su. So, while he was moving forward slowly, he began to think about the skills. Fortunately, he didn't need to create this convenience. Shanking sect had many methods, especially the supporting Taoist methods corresponding to the 3 scriptures, which were infinitely useful. The Shanking Sutra alone had the 5 thunders true solution. This was a magical power that could evolve the 5-element divine thunder through the Shanking Sutra, which was extremely powerful. As long as the Shanking disciples took the Shanking Sutra as their foundation, they basically had one copy and at least mastered one of them. After all, it was a top-level Taoist method, and it was very difficult. Of course, even if you only mastered one, you could use it to the level of the Dao control realm. When you master the Dao, it involves the Dao of life and death, and you can further improve it. It is a typical Taoist inheritance of a famous sect. In short, let's not talk about whether it is difficult or not. Anyway, the way will definitely go all the way. In addition to the 5 thunders true solution, there are many more, but the one that Lee Su is most interested in is a Taoist method called the Great Light Mantra. By the way, this is not from Buddhism, but from Taoism. Don't underestimate Taoism. Taoism also has its own unique understanding of the power of light. Honestly speaking, when Lee Su first got this book, he thought it was a Buddhist practice that was also recorded in the Shanking Sutra. But when he opened it, he realized that it was not. The light of Buddhism is compassion, the light of the West is hope, and the light of Taoism is simple. It is virtue. This great light mantra is about cultivating virtue. Don't look at this practice. There is no killing method in the whole article, and it seems that there is no defensibility. But in Lee Su's eyes, this great light mantra itself is undoubtedly a powerful killing weapon, quite evil. No, it is quite effective in salvation. Practicing this method is very simple. Calm your mind, and plant a seed in your heart, and then use your own magic power to inject virtue and keep nurturing. When the seed is mature and full, seal it up. When it is needed, use it and take root in the hearts of others. If you are a person who is usually upright, it will naturally have no effect, but if not, it will be very uncomfortable. Just as people find it difficult to resist evil, people also yearn for light. Therefore, the more treacherous and evil people are, once they are infected by this method, they will be guilty and their end will often be miserable. Because it is different from the Buddhist practice. The Buddhist practice is to convert, which is a complete change in thinking. The resistance will be extremely obvious, and there is a high probability that they will become mentally ill. Taoism is different. We emphasize being like a spring breeze and natural harmony. At most, when you have a strong desire to kill, you can add some sand or something to change your mood. For example, you suddenly feel that you will feel very happy if you don't kill the other party. There is no point in killing the old, weak, women and children. What's the point of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots? It's fun to keep it and wait for the other party to become strong in the future to protect it. Conspiracy and intrigue are really not fun. Killing people has to be confronted head on, and suddenly seeing your fellow Taoist causing harm, you suddenly feel that you should kill the other party and then ignore it. It's probably that suddenly, the evil heart becomes good. Then the villain will die, because of talking too much. The villain suddenly becomes kind, and the villain suddenly becomes stupid. If you are hit by the tricks of Buddhism, you still have the ability to harm the people. After being hit by the shanking sect's great bright mantra, it is estimated that he will be dead soon. After all, the reason why the scourge can live for 1,000 years is mainly because he is poisonous, cruel, and insidious. He suddenly became kind for no reason. Isn't this going to cost him his life? In addition to the Shanking Sutra, there are also the Dadang Sutra and the Huangting Sutra. The Dadang Sutra is simple. It only needs to warm up the Shanking Spirit Talisman. No other means are needed. As long as you are proficient in enough talismans and breed the Shanking Spirit Talisman, you can use them one by one. As for the Huangting Sutra, this method is a troublesome thing. Lee Su has not read many scriptures. The only means is to use the 5 internal organs to form the internal organ's thunder sound. This is an extreme life sound, which comes from the internal organs and shakes the world. The more difficult part is that you have to use the spirit to form the 5 internal organs to produce this kind of fluctuation. Although it is troublesome, there are also advantages. First of all, this move is a wide area move, and it is still continuous, that is, it has a Nora skill of group damage. Secondly, when you hear the sound, it basically means that the attack has hit you. Clearing small monsters, the effect is great. Even for boss, you can keep adding buff and reduce the opponent's status. After thinking about it, Lee Su thought about it, and he had the means of attack. 5 Thunder's true solution, sneak attack means, great light mantra, suppression means, shanking spirit talisman, and group damage aura, viscera thunder sound. In addition, his spirit itself has the effect of elementalization, which can be immune, and reduce the damage effect through the method of property transformation. In the middle and shallow stages, it is basically enough. As long as you don't run into the Judeo realm, even if you have achieved the great perfection of Taoism, you can still fight. After thinking about it, Lee Su began to practice. The first is the 5 Thunder's true solution, which is not difficult to understand. The power of the 5 element turns into thunder, or thunder has the power of the 5 element. This is not difficult for him, and it is easy to grasp. After all, he has practiced the 3 scriptures together, and his spirit and body have the ability to elementalize. This kind of change in nature can already be regarded as instinct. Soon, lightning flashes in Lee Su's spirit, with 5 colors, flowing in the spirit, and growing stronger. The 5 Thunder's true solution is considered to be successful. I will absorb more spiritual fragments later, and then nourish them with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It should be completed in a month at most. The next is the Great Light Mantra. This is also simple. He has entered Buddhism. He was a Buddhist disciple of the Pure Land sect in a Chinese ghost story and successfully practiced the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom, the most spiritual method of the Pure Land sect. Although the roots of the Great Light Mantra are different, there are many repetitions in the content. It can't be said that he is familiar with it when practicing it. Seed, done. Keep the mind, done. Well, extract part of the spirit separately, form a virtue similar to the virtue of heaven's benevolence, and inject it in. Okay, you can ignore it. When it is full, you can use it. The Shanking Spirit Talisman is not too difficult. Although he really doesn't know much about talismans, he can't resist his strong mental power. The soul layer has undergone a transformation, and has the nature of flesh and blood. Although it was basically smoothed out during this time travel, there is still a little bit left. The most difficult thing about the Shanking Spirit Talisman is the layered structure, which requires constant mastery of mental power and the possession of mustard seed cave emptiness. He has both. Soon, deep in the spirit, a virtual shadow of a mustard seed cave appeared, with spiritual light shining inside. A large amount of spirit was integrated, and began to form a structure, mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter, operate, transform, and form the root of the Shanking Spirit Talisman, the spiritual seal. The last of these is the Huangting Sutra. There is no need to say this, right? His soul originally has the nature of flesh and blood, and the most difficult threshold is to pass. As for the thunder sound rhythm, as a practitioner of the highest flesh and blood, he has the perfect internal organs and divine sound, and he doesn't need to return to the flesh to remember it again. Well, the only difficulty is that these magical powers all take a certain amount of time to be completed, and have considerable power. Exhaling, Li Su raised his head. It consumed a lot, almost a quarter of an hour, and his mental strength was a little sluggish. At this time, he has made a lot of progress. Although the way of moving in the spiritual world is different from that of having a physical body, it is not difficult for Li Su to transform into wind. It's about 10 kilometers. You can see that the fragments around are getting bigger, poisonous fragments. There are also reverberations, which are becoming more numerous. Not far from me, I can already feel the bad emotions flowing out of it. Fear, unwillingness, helplessness, and despair are becoming more and more intense. The infectivity has become stronger, and this emotion is very heavy. Staying a little longer can make you depressed on the spot. In Li Su's case, at most in about 20 years, he will have to call for protection, and go out to change the environment, and relax his mind. There are also many fragments. Before, it was about the size of an eyeball, but now it is close to the size of a palm. Li Su was not polite. He grabbed a handful of it in the void, broke it, and absorbed it. Even if this kind of mental power is broken, there are still a lot of residues left in it, just like the spring water in the mountains. It looks clear and transparent, but once you filter it, you will find that it is very dirty. Moreover, these residues are not just as simple as emotions, but also contain the outline of thinking, consciousness, and memory. If a baby is sent in, it will be dyed into various colors in a moment at most. No, it should be black at least. Li Su was also a little uncomfortable, not because of the memory. After all, he had experienced a long period of cultivation, and had been suppressed for more than 1,000 years. He would not be affected by this memory, and cause problems in his worldview. The main reason was that these memories were too broken. For example, in this memory, the last memory had a lot of scenes of lovemaking, which were extremely realistic and even tactile. But a huge problem was that there was only one leg, and all the feelings were concentrated on that leg, and the key positions were all stuck for him. And here, I saw a few tentacles, nothing else. So what the hell is this? Then, there is also this side. The main perspective is a rotten corpse, which should be some kind of ghost. This time the man showed his face, and Li Su almost exploded. Of course, there are also people who eat gold and silver jewelry, and martial arts secrets. After all, everyone has different hobbies, and the act of nurturing offspring is not necessarily what everyone pursues. However, can you not eat so bloody food? Is it delicious if you add some salt? Also, with so many gold, silver and jewelry, can't you send the address as well? The same goes for the secret manual of the technique. You should turn it over. Lee Su often exhaled a breath, which was so uncomfortable, especially the 2 fragments. He was so excited that he almost went crazy. In one of them, there was a golden elixir, which was extremely magical and fragrant. The thoughts that came out were also very clear. The person who died should be an immortal in the heaven, or related to it. That golden elixir was undoubtedly the 9-turn golden elixir personally refined by the great man of the heaven, Taishang Laojian. The introduction and journey to the west is very clear. It can bring the dead back to life, help people cultivate the indestructible body of Vajra, and avoid the 3 disasters. For mortals, it is undoubtedly a treasure. The other party's will was also expressed very clearly. He was full of regrets, just to eat this golden elixir. So, at this moment, Lee Su was very upset, because he was full of regrets, that the other party did not tell the address of the hidden golden elixir. There is another technique. To be honest, Lee Su really looked down on ordinary skills, and would not care too much about them. After all, even now he has practiced the art of immortals, the shanking immortal skill. But this skill, it says Xiangang and 36. Then the other party is infinitely regretful that he was lucky enough to get it, but he didn't have the opportunity to learn it, otherwise he would not die here. Therefore, Lee Su was very irritable, feeling that he had missed more than 1 billion, a lot of mental power, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fused in it were not fragrant. The original intention, that could withstand 20 years without changing, suddenly became depressed, and it took a long time to recover. It was severely hit. As for looking for it, Lee Su had no idea at all, because there were too many, and these fragments, you don't have to break and swallow them one by one, don't even think about it. And he encountered quite a few along the way, and there were parts of the same picture, or the fracture surface could be combined. In other words, these are all residues, the last traces worn away by time. Not to mention, under the fragmented memory, 99% of the memory is coded. After absorbing dozens of palm-sized ones, there has not been a high-definition one. The lowest is half damaged, and the highest is amazing. A painting of 10 meters by 10 meters. The whole process gives you a hole, a pinhole. The treasure map of Jindan is okay, but if it is changed to a method, even if Lee Su is gifted and earth-shattering, he really can't recognize the person hidden under the black cloth from one leg. Taking a breath, Lee Su directly cut off the extra memories. Being able to devour the spirit and transform a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy is already worthwhile for him. You can't put the cart before the horse. After cutting off those memories, Lee Su's mood immediately improved. Sure enough, as long as I don't know what I missed, then my mood can always be relaxed and happy. In this way, Lee Su constantly captures the fragments of the spirit, breaks them up, and absorbs them. Every once in a while, cut off the extra content to calm your emotions. Still watching, even if you are in a bad mood. But what if, right? After 76 times of discomfort, almost a month after entering this spiritual world, that is, 3 days outside, Lee Su took a deep breath and stopped. He swallowed too much and felt a little full. He needed to return to his physical body to digest these resources thoroughly. Feeling his own situation, Lee Su was undoubtedly happy. The progress was amazing. With so much shanking true key, he could almost complete 5% when he returned. This was incredible. The resources exchanged for the full level of shanking trial were only 10%, and here it was 5% in 3 days, which means that he could complete it in about 2 months at most. He took a look around him. The 10-mile diameter was empty, and the scene was even thinner than the outermost. Next time I come, I will change my angle first. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone saw it. Boom. Just when Lee Su was about to go out and return to his physical body first, a huge vibration came from deep inside, and a terrible sound rippled out from inside. He looked up in astonishment, but found that a blood light rushed up to the sky and spread out from the depths. In an instant, the grey spiritual world filled with despair was dyed red, and a special smell permeated, with a little memory picture in it. In an instant, Lee Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking, and his face changed. It was a very clear picture in which there was a huge mountain towering into the sky, and on the top of the mountain sat an extremely majestic figure. Two tail feathers stood up to the sky, and an iron rod was placed beside it. It was unruly, it was ferocious, it was disdainful, it looked up at the sky, overlooking the mountains, between the sea of clouds, and the endless heavenly soldiers and generals. I want this sky. Chapter 639. It's like cheating. Lee Su looked a little solemn. In the memory that drifted with the red cloud, there appeared an unimaginable person. That unruly figure, that imaginary picture that had appeared countless times in his heart. The moment the picture appeared, it directly overlapped with Lee Su's memory. The great sage equaling heaven. Although as the reincarnation of Tang Monk, he would definitely meet Sun Wukong in the future, he did not expect that it would be so soon and so suddenly, and still in this way. Judging from the situation in the picture, the plot should be after the riot at the Peaches and the theft of the golden elixir, when the heavenly court was furious and sent troops to attack. At that time, many monkeys in Huaguo Mountain died. Is this picture from the memory of a dead monkey in Huaguo Mountain? Lee Su stretched out his hand and captured part of the red light that dyed the void red. In a sense, this emotion is still healthy. There is no despair. In other words, the dead existence did not feel afraid of death at the moment of death. Reluctant? No. There was an unbreakable will to fight, and a looming sense of violence. Thinking of the current situation, when Huaguo Mountain and the Heavenly Court went to war, the entire Huaguo Mountain became a battlefield. Such emotions were normal. On the battlefield, once the killing was red-eyed, there would be no extra emotions at all. The only thing that could be gathered was the will to kill the enemy in front of him. The emotions were not very positive, but they were undoubtedly better than despair, fear, unwillingness, and curses. Moreover, this thought was very pure, and there was not much will in it. Although it would cause a lot of influence, it also had spiritual pollution. At least it would not distort the heart of Tao. It should be the monkey of Huaguo Mountain, who was killed in the battle, and the remnants of his spirit escaped and floated over here. However, Lee Su frowned, his eyes staring at the depths. He did not go there. In addition to the fact that the amount he absorbed had exceeded the limit, even if he went, he could not absorb much, and more importantly, the meaning contained in this memory. The Battle of Huaguo Mountain should have lasted for more than 500 years. Are the remaining memories of the monkeys who died at that time so terrible? After hundreds of years, can they still be so strong? Even if the Tao bursts out now, it can have such a huge impact. You must know that in Journey to the West, the battle between Huaguo Mountain and Heaven can be said to be the personal show of the Monkey King. The monkeys and their descendants actually don't play much. They are just some small demons, nothing special. Although Sun Wukong has trained them, it is just a small fight. Except that they were put on the Book of Life and Death. Because of Sun Wukong, it is an alternative version of one person's enlightenment and his family's promotion to heaven. They have a long lifespan, and there is nothing special about them. Now this kind of mental power is undoubtedly a bit abnormal. It is too strong. It doesn't fit the description of a small demon at all. At least it is at the level of an immortal. Although in Journey to the West, the heavenly soldiers and generals are not up to the standard at all, and are almost the same as minions. Lee Su still dare not underestimate them, and will not underestimate them. Because even a powerful mortal sect like Shanking Sect can be killed cleanly by a heavenly general and 2 or 3 heavenly soldiers. Strength is relative. The monkeys and descendants of the Flower and Fruit Mountain are so strong. How terrible are the monsters in the 81 tribulations? Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression became more solemn, and the difficulty of Journey to the West suddenly changed from nightmare level to sure nightmare level. Could it be that the monsters and demons on the Journey to the West are as numerous as celestial immortals? Zhuangxins are everywhere, and Aluo appears every now and then. Lee Su took a deep breath, and suddenly felt like his but was on fire, and he was not being chased and burned, but being tied to a rack and burned. With a thought, he went out directly from the shallow range, and according to the method described by Jiang Tong, his spirit sank into his heart to sense and find the physical body. This spiritual world is not above or below, but in between. It is somewhat similar to the other world, or the inner world. In other words, the root is still in oneself. Lee Su was brought here through Jiang Tong, and came from her side. The way to go back is First, through her, and second, to locate his own physical body. Let's not talk about the former. Jiang Tong is not here at the moment, and the latter has an advantage. Although it is troublesome, once Li Su locates himself, he can come here by himself. After all, he has entered it before, and he already has an anchor point in his spirit. Moreover, locating back is much simpler than locating here. If Jiang Tong takes him back, even if there is an anchor point, it is difficult to sense. But if he goes back by himself, in a sense, he has opened a path, and next time he comes, he can naturally follow it. Well, it does feel a little vague, but it is not as troublesome as the introduction. It is probably related to his natural strong mental power, which is far beyond ordinary people. He is born sacred, and has extraordinary abilities. It took almost 10 seconds for Li Su to locate himself, and then fly towards his own location. The physical sensation is quite wonderful. It's as if he entered a long tunnel, and kept shuttling in it. The source where his physical body should be, has become the other side. His mental power is extremely strong, and he easily grasped the other side. The speed of returning is very fast. It didn't take long for his mental feeling to see and arrive at the place. Looking at the origin, the place where the soul returned, Li Su's eyes could not help but flicker. With the return of the spirit, the body began to feel that something was coming out from the inside. The feeling was quite strange, as if someone opened a door on the chest, a faucet stretched out from it, and then a lot of water poured out. It was the spiritual power and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he brought back. The amount was huge, beyond imagination. His spirit was directly blocked at the door, stuck, too crowded. Fortunately, because of the close relationship, Li Su's control over the body also returned. He immediately began to operate the Shanking 3 Sutras with all his strength, activated the Shanking Immortal method, and the 36 pictures shone and glowed, absorbing with all his strength, swallowing and spitting out the spiritual power and spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he brought back. The spirit was ground up bit by bit, and scattered into the soul. The Yang God and the mustard seed cave void absorbed it with all their strength. The enhanced soul in turn reflected the 5 internal organs God, and the control over it became more and more subtle, penetrating into every inch of the 5 internal organs God, every tiny detail, so that the operation efficiency of the 5 internal organs God could be maximized. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was swallowed by the 5 internal organs God, and was transformed, and processed for the first time, and sent to the Yang God. The Yang God was refined and transformed again, and sent to the mustard seed cave void. The mustard seed cave void swallowed and stirred, and continued to polish, and finally turned into the purest upper clear air and flowed out. Boom. A large amount of upper clear air flowed directly, flowing through Li Su's whole body as if irrigating farmland. Every cell in his body received the greatest nourishment, was thoroughly irrigated and fed. There is a saying that the spirit is full. The flesh was fully nourished, and the cells began to jump for joy, constantly releasing strong vitality. This vitality is not an ordinary substance, there are gods in it. As soon as they appeared, they automatically flew towards the 36 pictures on Li Su's Yang God, mustard seed cave void, and the 5 internal organs God, making their brilliance even more intense and more condensed. Along with this improvement, the 36 pictures originally located on the Yang God, the mustard seed cave void, and the 5 internal organs are vibrating. Originally, they would only interweave when the 3 skills were running at the same time, like a picture of one body, attracting and complementing each other. To truly merge into one, form a whole, and shine into reality. Facing his own situation, Li Su took a breath. When the foundation is perfected, the Yang God, the mustard seed cave void, and the 5 internal organs shine into reality. When the state of enlightenment is perfected, it is the 36 pictures. Under normal circumstances, it should be a single 36 picture that can be completely independent from the Yang God, the mustard seed cave void, and the 5 internal organs to form a self-way. This is also the origin of the term state of enlightenment, turning the skills into the great way and presenting it. Li Su's situation is slightly different. He is practicing the 3 scriptures at the same time. At the beginning, he thought he would present 108 pictures. As a result, with continuous practice, the 36 pictures with the same roots and origins can not only reflect each other, but also have a tendency to gradually merge. Fortunately, this fusion had no effect on the yang god, the ring, and the 5 internal organs. Instead, he felt like they were one. Otherwise, he would have asked the elders of the sect, such as his 3 unreliable masters, for a thorough inquiry. Thinking of the 3 great masters, Li Su's mouth twitched. He had many disciples, and each of them was very responsible, and gave him a lot of support along the way. However, this time, there were 3 masters at once, but 1 or 2 of them were completely unreliable. They broke through the skills all the way, and didn't say anything else. To be honest, he had a lot of questions to ask, especially the question of practicing the 3 scriptures together. There was no such thing in the Sutra Pavilion of the Shanking Palace. From beginning to end, he was just guessing. If they were not of the same origin, and had no barriers between them, but were constantly compatible, Li Su would not dare to practice so arrogantly. It's so cool. With the continuous absorption and digestion, Li Su felt very comfortable. To be honest, after the 3 scriptures were cultivated, in order to avoid attracting too much attention, and not wanting to affect others, he was quite restrained all the way. The power of the 10th level was not used at all. Especially as he went on, it was even more so. After 5 years of seclusion, he had suppressed his cultivation speed by more than 30 times. The efficiency was so poor that he couldn't even look at it. He had no choice but to come out. Otherwise, if he could maintain normal cultivation, he could have stayed in seclusion for more than a year. At this moment, it was obvious that the amount was far beyond his tolerance. It would take more than 3 to 5 days to absorb it all. The feeling was completely different. The experience bar was rising, and it felt like the official activities when playing games. After a full sense of happiness for about an hour, Li Su was a little restless. It was not that he disliked the slow absorption. This speed was already amazing. With this absorption, he would be able to achieve perfection in half a year at most, and illuminate his own Dao into reality, and it was the Shanking immortal Dao. When the Dao was engraved into the soul, it flowed out from the source and completely integrated with his own flesh and blood, forming the diameter of I'm the Dao is me. Then he would have succeeded in controlling the Dao. This is the foundation of the immortal method, and it can be considered the supreme foundation. Before, Li Su would undoubtedly be very satisfied. But the clues obtained from the spiritual world were like a mountain of uncertainty pressing on his heart, as if someone was strangling his neck and making it difficult to breathe. The magic change of journey to the west was extremely serious, completely distorted, and super bugs appeared. As a cautious person, as a person who follows his heart and actions, he simply couldn't sleep at night. It was really uncomfortable. Li Su left part of his spirit to maintain the operation of the exercises, left part of his spirit to restrain the large amount of resources he brought back, and the rest of his spirit tried hard to think about how to improve, and improve faster. Absorption speed. There is no way. The realm is there. Just like people eating, you have to eat one bite at a time. After all, the stomach is only so big, and filling too much is not a problem of indigestion, but it is very likely to explode on the spot. But this aspect is not bad. After all, the stronger you are, the faster you can improve. On the whole, the speed will not decrease. So for my own problem, the most difficult part is not the absorption speed, but how to ensure that this activity can be open all the time, and can be done every day. The spiritual world is undoubtedly open source, and it is open to a huge and endless level. But it is not without troubles. First of all, there is the problem of absorption. Although the time ratio is not a problem, the amount brought back at one time is limited. Even Li Su cannot ignore the problem of residual mental influence. The first time was okay, and he could easily suppress it. He had already beaten it to pieces. After absorbing it, he cut it again, but the residue was still there, and could not be completely expelled. After all, it is a direct touch of the spirit, and absorption means the influx of emotions. If all of these are absorbed at this moment, it will not affect the mind, but it will undoubtedly be uncomfortable for a while. This kind of emotion, that goes deep into the bone marrow, cannot be eliminated by enough mental will. It takes time to smooth it out. If there are too many, it will undoubtedly make the heart dusty. It's okay to improve the cultivation, but it will be very uncomfortable when the mirror is broken. Therefore, if you want to absorb it directly without any harm, you can only see through everything before death, or die before you have time to think about it, and have a healthy mood. That kind of medicine is the kind that Jiang Tong and others get. Not to mention that it is rare in itself. There are countless people competing for it once it appears. If you encounter the Udeo realm, it is easy to lose both the wife and the army. Otherwise, you can only refine these problematic reverberations before absorbing them. Directly remove the impurities outside, wash away the emotions inside, and then absorb them. However, this will undoubtedly cause waste. The cleaner you wash, the greater the waste. If you wash 100 units carefully, I'm afraid that less than 1 unit will be left in the end, because the mixture is too deep. Of course, there is a way to keep more. Just slow down the cleaning speed. Wash slowly, grind a little bit, put it in the pot and stew it on low heat. Stir constantly, let the stains sink to the bottom, and the clear float up. But in this way, the speed will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. It took a month to collect it before. If you change to this method, I'm afraid that you may not be able to return with a full load in a year. Unless, bring a large amount of raw materials back from there and process them locally. Although the speed will still be affected, it is equivalent to tearing a hole and having a fixed income source. But there is another problem with this, that is, the raw materials brought back must not be directly passed through the door and enter the body for processing, so that the pollution source will remain in your own flesh. In that case, it is better to break it up and absorb it before bringing it back. At the door, Lee Su was stunned and couldn't help but look around. This is the outside of the soul, the exit to the other side of the spirit. Although it connects to one's own soul, it is outside the soul. It seems feasible. The only problem is that he was blocked at this door because his soul was too expanded and could not return to the body all at once. Under normal circumstances, once he returned, he would fall directly back into the body and would not stay at this door. If he wanted to stay here, he would undoubtedly need to create an anchor point outside the gate to fix a part of the light of the soul here. But there was no place to start except this door. It is impossible to fix the light of the soul on the door, right? Wait. Lee Su's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a solution. Shanking Spirit Talisman. Undoubtedly, the magical rune nurtured by the mustard seed cave not only has the power of the Tao, but is also an energy body. If it is close enough to the door, it can easily replenish energy. Lee Su started to try it directly, feeling the mustard seed cave, and summoning the talisman. It's a bit troublesome. This channel is essentially spiritual, not material, so there is no spiritual energy in the channel. As soon as the Shanking Spirit Talisman appears, it starts to consume. Just to maintain it, it needs to be constantly replenished through the mustard seed cave. The only good thing is that, because it is close to the door, the consumption is not too great and acceptable. Next, it is difficult. How to build a tool that can process and stir spiritual fragments and wash away filth. Use the talisman itself as a carrier. Use the Yang God to stir. Soon, Lee Su thought of the first method. He did not hesitate and tried it directly. After all, the great Lu Xun said that all success starts with doing it, and it's over. If you do it, you will always gain something. If you don't do it, there will be nothing. Then, he failed. Not only did he fail, but he also vomited blood. The flesh trembled on the spot, and all the 7 orifices sprayed together. Even if they are of the same origin, the direct collision between the Yang God and the Spirit Talisman is beyond imagination, and it almost exploded. Holding his head, Lee Su was like a scalded lobster, and his blood was boiling. Fortunately, there was a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth falling continuously, and there were also fragments of spirit replenishment. Otherwise, he would have been lying down for more than half a month. It took a long time for Lee Su to come back to his senses. His face was pale. He was careless. Although it was done, he obviously couldn't be reckless. However, his eyes were bright, because this direction was feasible. The main problem was that there was a problem in the mixing process. Because some links were not prepared sufficiently, local parts collided, causing catastrophic effects. The situation of the scene was probably that he was clearly studying nuclear power, but he accidentally exceeded the standard, and the atoms fissioned too fast, and it became a nuclear explosion. Once, and again. After almost more than 100 failures, Lee Su succeeded. It must be said that this success was amazing and terrible. If it were someone else, he would die at least 80 times. It would take dozens of generations of painstaking research and development, but he broke through in 2 days. Looking at the finished product, Lee Soo himself was extremely surprised and quite unbelievable. It was mainly during the research and development, and the inexplicable light flashed in his mind constantly, just like the first step of development. Although there were problems, the general direction was correct. It was as if he had opened a cheat. I actually have this kind of creative talent. With just a little thought, I can actually make a finished product. Lee Soo couldn't help but feel a little proud. You know, this was just an idea that he had thought of out of boredom and needed a lot of time to absorb. It didn't matter if it failed. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. It was worth it for him to vomit 3 liters of blood. The blood he vomited was no less than that vomited by several generations. Just when Lee Soo was quite proud of himself, there was a bloody smell beside him. This smell is not mine. His was all wiped clean. Opening his eyes, Lee Soo couldn't help but look beside him, but saw the little girl sitting next to Jiang Tong, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Chapter 640 Rescue. Lee Soo frowned, and the power of his pupils revealed a look of doubt. Bleeding from all 7 orifices should be because her spirit has suffered a heavy blow, which has been fed back to the body. But now there is a problem. Her spirit has not returned, but the injuries have appeared. This is not normal, there is a problem. Jiang Tong said before that, even if the spirit world is killed, at most part of the spirit will be lost, and it will not die, and will return immediately. It is true that they will be injured, but the prerequisite is the return of the spirit. After all, it is only their spirit that goes to the spirit world, and the soul is still in the flesh, hidden in the mud pill. To describe it, the soul extends a section of the end, and the carrier's sensory cells extend out. This is also the reason why Lee Soo can return the same way. The spirit and soul are still connected. This connection is not the kind in the physical sense, so even if it is said that his spirit was taken away by Jiang Tong, it will not be broken because of Jiang Tong's departure. Is it because the spirit is forcibly stabilized that it does not break away? No, this kind of injury shows that she was definitely seriously injured in the spiritual world. This girl wanted to practice the Shanking Sutra and Dadang Sutra of the Shanking sect, and it is possible that she has not settled yet, but she practiced the Huangting Sutra. Although this skill takes the root of dual cultivation of sex and life, it is a muscle skill, and the biggest feature of this kind of skill is that the brain is not working well. Lee Soo is also reckless, but he is talented. Even the previous recklessness is reasonable and well-founded, not really guessing. The success is ultimately due to his heterogeneous mental power and unimaginable talent. Therefore, there is a problem with the little girl's situation. It is likely that there is something wrong with the spirit in the spiritual world. Although this girl has the behavior of betraying her teacher and destroying her ancestors, Lee Soo can't really let this girl get into trouble. If he didn't see it, there would be no way, but if he saw it and was indifferent, there would be a problem. After all, the relationship between the two parties is that they are from the same school, and he is the other party's uncle. At most, his behavior can be attributed to his bare character and his brain-dead nature. Didn't you see that Jiang Tong, whom she respected very much, was embarrassed by him? One thing is one thing, Lee Soo is still waiting to see the show. If she doesn't let Jiang Tong beat this girl's butt into 8 pieces, the evil in her heart will not go away. The pupils of the flesh body opened. Lee Soo stretched out his hand and pointed, circulated the Shanking Sutra to form the Great Light Mantra, and implanted the seed aura into the other party's body. At this moment, the mustard seed cave was occupied, and there was no way to use the Shanking Lingfu. Although the Great Light Mantra was not used in this way, it was not a big problem for Lee Soo. This seed was cultivated by his Yang Shen with his aura, and it escaped into the spirit through his soul. It would undoubtedly be much better to locate it in the spiritual world. It's a pity that the realm is not enough, otherwise it would not be so troublesome to take over and control his soul directly. After positioning well, Lee Soo took a breath and closed his eyes directly. He moved his mind and came out through the door. I have to say that it was a bit difficult to get there. Although there were anchor points, it was the first time for me to set out. But now it is different. Because of the diffused breath, the hazy position has become much clearer, and the difficulty of going up is undoubtedly greatly reduced. I took a look at my physical condition. This time, I can't use all my mental power. I need to leave some here to maintain the stirring operation outside. The shanking spirit talisman was used here, which is also troublesome. It means that the strongest means of the Dadang Sutra cannot be used. Even if Lee Su is mentally abnormal, there is still only one natal spirit talisman. It can't be used in multiples, otherwise it will cause the mustard seed cave to be unbalanced and the energy acquisition will be too large. This thing is no different from a magic weapon. All the hard work is on it. However, the spirit talisman can still be used. Although it is not as changeable and powerful as the natal spirit, it can be placed on the outside of the mustard seed cave in a separate form to stabilize the structure. It is impossible to surpass the paper talisman. It will be a little worse, about the 8th level. The 5 thunders true solution and the thunder sound of the internal organs are obviously not enough. They are not enough to deal with the enlightenment realm. You must prepare some talismans to be stable. Now we can only hope that the other party has not provoked the Udeo realm. If he really does, then be a hippie. Although you are young, as an elder, they will still burn some paper for you during the new year and festivals, so that you can continue to be wild below, and wait until you provoke the judge and the king of hell, and then pinch it off. It's a pity that these are Lee Su's inner voices. The little girl can't hear them, otherwise she will definitely open her mouth wide. What a big deal. So grudge. How can you be like me? Lee Su took action, swiftly and quickly. The main reason is that the scenery along the way is really bad, which makes him uncomfortable. He will feel that there is a big problem in this world. He has only passed 3 or 4 of the 9981 trials of Tangseng, and there are more than 70 trials waiting for him. If every time is a life and death crisis, it is really chilling. Once is luck, twice is good luck, and 3 times is super luck. If you count it this way, more than 70 times is still a joke. 100% capsize. In order to avoid being affected by his state of mind, he did not look at the surrounding scenery. Soon, he arrived at the spiritual world. A familiar smell, a sense of melancholy, like a dried salted fish, but he just wouldn't close his eyes, and had to stare with wide eyes, which was really annoying. But at least you couldn't care less at this moment. He felt the breath of his own great light mantra, and then his face changed, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, so far away. It felt like a very nice song, thousands of miles away, silent and black and white. It's really that weak people have strong addictions. At this distance, I'm afraid they are approaching the depths. Shallow, middle, deep. What kind of audacity is this? Shallow, below the state of perfect enlightenment. Middle, perfect enlightenment. Deep, about to control the Dao, or already the Dao. Of course, it seems that this is not all of the spiritual world. There is more inside, but that is a field that can only be involved above the Udeo realm. Jiang Tong is not brave enough to get involved yet. The situation inside is very bad, and it is easy to get into trouble. Unfortunately, Jiang Tong's description is very obscure, because the Chengdao realm is basically inaccessible, and it requires a complete spiritual transformation in the texture of the Great Dao to feel it slightly, so it is only mentioned. Now this girl's behavior is as if Jiang Tong ran to a deeper level as soon as she advanced. It is simply excellent to death. For a moment, Lee Su had the idea of not going there. There is no hope. If it is really deep, if there is really an enemy, it is likely to be the Udeo realm. If he encounters it now, there is a high probability that he will be beaten, and his spirit will be broken. It is likely that he will be a lunatic for several days before he can recover. At this moment, he is not in a deadly level. He is alone, and Jiang Tong is by his side. If something happens, what is the difference between social death and social death? After taking a few deep breaths, Lee Su still set off. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we can only wish the other party to die early and be reborn early. He moved forward at a very fast speed. While walking, he made a lot of talismans, all of which were used for sealing. He spread them out directly, absorbed the free spiritual fragments around, sealed them inside, and then gathered them up. After the matter was over, He sent them back to the door. After all, saving people was just an accident, and collecting resources was his main job, so he couldn't make any mistakes in this regard. Even so, he quickly passed the shallow stage. There was no way his mental power was too good. The speed of movement in here was beyond imagination, almost reaching Mach per second, which was faster than the peak of the general disciples of the big sects. Well, by the way, I sensed that the little girl's breath was still there. Although there were several vibrations, she was still there and not dead. It seemed that she was moving to the periphery, and the speed was not slow. It was probably that she was running for her life. I hope she didn't reach the Judeo realm, and I hope she can hold on. Asterisk 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 sister Hanks you, what should we do? Deep in the spiritual world, several small spiritual bodies were running frantically. Their situation was very bad. There were problems with their spiritual bodies. One was polluted, one cracked into a glass net, and another was broken in half, with less than 1/5 left. Of course, these were not the problems. The real problem was that a wisp of dark grey aura was entangled on their spiritual bodies, with extremely strong stickiness, locking their spirits. Even if they wanted to actively disintegrate, they couldn't. They were completely locked. Obviously, this was some kind of special secret technique, specifically for this situation. Behind the three small spiritual bodies, there were several figures following. They were not in a hurry, just hanging the three people. They didn't rush to act, but waited. Although the mental power is different from the physical body, there is no fatigue, but once it is consumed, it will shrink. That is to say, if the three little guys can't find a good way to get out, as the mental power is used less and less, the result will undoubtedly be extremely bad, and they will be captured by the guys behind. They have never encountered such a situation. After all, they don't have much experience in this area. Although she was extremely daring, when she really encountered something, her temperament was still that of a child. For children like them who were born and raised in the sect, the so-called 100 years is meaningless, because most of them are focused on cultivation. Although there are elders telling stories in their spare time, there are only so many. This is not the era of information explosion, and various knowledge can be obtained through means such as the internet. The reason why she was able to escape was also because of the special means planted by her senior sister for her, which tore apart the encirclement set by the other party. Otherwise, let alone escaping, she would have been captured directly. The little girl was also panicked, with an anxious look on her face. It was really because she heard bad content before the breakthrough. Although she was not very smart, she was not stupid. She quickly realized that they were being hunted. This was a trap waiting for them to come. The target was not them either. It was the senior sister and the others. This group of people wanted to invade their spirits, rewrite their wills, and thus control their bodies. Once it became like that, it showed that the senior sister over there was in danger. Although the talisman was locked, it was an external defense, but it was defenseless for the people inside. Therefore, if the physical body is attacked, it will be very bad. Now the senior sisters and the others have already gone deep into the spiritual world, fighting with the enemy there, and snatching the elixir. Once the three of them have problems, it will inevitably affect the senior sister Deo and the others. If things really turn out like that, the ending is too bad. Not only will she die, but there is a great probability that her senior sister will be killed. For this, the little girl absolutely cannot accept it. Run, keep running. With the other two, the little girl is extremely anxious. Even if she runs to the shallow layer, she can't return in their current situation. Unless a strong master from the sect comes, the ending will not change. Faced with such a result, the little girl regretted for the first time that she shouldn't have knocked out the spirit of the uncle. If it is still there, it can pass the message out. Regret is regret, but the little girl's spirit begins to glow, showing a sense of determination. Although there are some problems with her personality and she doesn't have the thinking of an adult, she is not lacking in the awareness and determination she should have. It is said that everyone has died since ancient times. My own mistakes will never be borne by the senior sister. Although she was reluctant and afraid, she still had some awareness. Suddenly, the little girl's mind inexplicably recalled the words of the junior master. Although she refuted them with the master's words at first, at this moment, she suddenly understood what he meant. Because she herself was like this. She didn't want to, she was afraid, she was hesitant. Shrouded in her own emotions, none of them had a great enlightenment, and were brave enough to move forward. Even the highest beings should be afraid of death. Because death is the thing that all living beings resist the most. She took a deep breath, and looked at the two little friends beside her. They were also panicked and nervous, but the education they received, and the environment they grew up in made them have similar determination, even though they were extremely scared and nervous. After all, they were not real children. They could cultivate to the perfection of the state of enlightenment, and lived for 100 years. It's just that they have too little experience and their minds are relatively simple. But, there is no doubt that they would not do anything to harm their senior brothers, even if they would die. As expected of a disciple of a famous sect, this spirit is extraordinary. Although it seemed unhurried, the voices that were actually staring at the three little guys noticed the changes in their auras at the first time. One of the spirits couldn't help but speak and licked his tongue. He was salivating at such a spirit. Sure enough, a cultivator still needs to be from a famous sect to taste good, with authentic flesh and blood, and an extremely fragrant soul. It's a pity that this time, the trap was set specifically for the three little guys in front of him. It took a long time to prepare. It took more than 10 years to lay out the plan. Someone also provided inside information, and the means used took a lot of effort to get it done. For this reason, Mrs. Whitebone's men were invited to come. It's really annoying. The Central Plains is blessed by the heavenly Deo. Demons above a certain level cannot enter, and those who enter will be greatly suppressed. The same is true for places like the spiritual world. A piece has been isolated separately. Otherwise, there would be no free human beings in this world. Feeling the other party's restlessness, the spirit next to him spoke up and reminded, suppress your thoughts, and don't ruin the king's plan. The targets this time are all extremely powerful people in the Central Plains, the heirs of the Mesozoic and the top level of the mortal Taoist sect. I know. Miss Gouling, is it really okay if they kill each other? Unlock their soul roots, the tentacles extending from the soul. Even if they self-destruct, it is meaningless. At the level of the enlightenment realm, destroying the spirit is already very difficult, involving the destruction of the soul. With the other party's words, the spirit body that spoke up suddenly felt much more relaxed. No wonder the king arranged for Mrs. Begu's men to come. Because the ghosts and monsters have no physical bodies, most of them are relatively low level, but in terms of methods involving the soul, they are not comparable to demons. In the spiritual world, in a sense, they are quite invincible. In the same realm, let alone demons, even the Central Plains cultivators would change color. Are all in the enlightenment realm? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, with a feeling of a long sigh in the tone, as if because everyone present was in the enlightenment realm, they relaxed. In an instant, the 6 spirits were all stunned. Especially the spirit of the little girl who was running fast in front of her was stunned. This voice was not unfamiliar. She just remembered it. Uncle Master? How could it be? The spirit of the Uncle Master was broken by her. Although almost 2 months had passed in the spiritual world, in reality, it was only 2 days ago. He should not have recovered yet. Uncle Master? The other 2 little guys were stunned when they heard the words, and then they were excited. The little girl was a disciple of Shanking Zenshin, a 9th generation disciple. Her Uncle Master, that is, the 8th generation disciple of Shanking. What is the concept of an 8th generation disciple? In their own sect, the one who came was at the head of the sect, an absolute big boss, a super existence in the realm of Imperial Deo. The 3 spirits chasing after them also changed their faces. The first 2 were surprised, but they were undoubtedly frightened. After all, they had checked the identities of the 3 little guys in detail, and knew their status and identity. 9th generation true disciple. 8th generation Shanking. How could he suddenly come here? In an instant, their brains were a mess, their thoughts were stagnant, and unprecedented fear rose. Without any hesitation, they turned around and ran. 2 of them walked very fast, and in an instant they fled 100 miles away, pulling away from the distance. This speed shocked not only the 3 little guys being chased, but also Lee Su, who had arrived and confirmed that there was no Udeo realm. At this speed, if he was delivering express, he would probably be able to buy a house in a first-tier city in a year. However, Lee Su's attention was soon attracted by the spirit body that did not leave. Of course, it was not because of how beautiful it was, but because of the gaze of the spirit body, which locked on him impartially. The other party found him. Lee Su's spirit body was very abnormal and had the ability to attribute. If he wanted to hide, he could not be detected unless he surpassed the realm. At this moment, the little girl spoke. She knew Lee Su's situation. Although she didn't know why the little master appeared here and how his spirit could recover so quickly, it was very good, very good. Although the other party had heard that he would be with his senior sister, he couldn't know that the master uncle was also there this time. Once he went back, even if his spirit was invaded and something went wrong, it didn't matter. Uncle, hurry up, that's a ghost clan. They have the power of souls and are almost invincible in the spiritual world. Ghosts? Lee Su couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There are countless monsters in Journey to the West, but it is undoubtedly the first time to see one with his own eyes, especially ghosts. Even though they only appear a few times throughout Journey to the West, they are mostly monsters. I didn't expect to meet one in this spiritual world. But, let's go. Well, it's a bit late. This guy's extraordinary and his strength is quite amazing. Even if you remove his ghost attributes, he is still very powerful. He should be at the limit of the realm of enlightenment, and he is only one step away from the realm of imperial power. When his eyes saw him, the attack had already surrounded him. Thunder and fire. Lee Su stretched out his hand, and his spiritual body began to change. The red thunder flashed and exploded violently. Boom, boom. The fire thunder was like a snake, stirring the surroundings, and the 10-meter wide void was scorched, and everything it passed was directly turned into scorched earth. Shanking's top Taoist magic, the true solution of the 5 thunders, appeared. However, when the lightning snake burned everything like a knife, a terrible attack appeared. In the void, accompanied by blazing fire and thunder, transparent sharp blades appeared one after another. These sharp blades were like knives and hooks. There were hundreds of them. Almost without any signs of fluctuations, they appeared around Lee Su. Ding ding dang dang. The dense collision sound exploded. In the blink of an eye, the fire thunder and the grey blades collided more than 1,000 times, making a harsh sound. Thunder, water. Lee Su raised his palm, blocking the grey blade, and pointed down. A drop of water condensed at the fingertips, and then rippled gently. Boom. It was water that was rippled, but it made a thunderous sound, which continued to expand, and crashed into the other party. The spirit body did not move, but opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. The sound was extremely sharp, and the sound was indescribable. It came from the fluctuations of the soul, forming a special resonance. It shone into reality, and turned into an extremely sharp sword, slashing on the minds that Lee Su rippled. Boom. With a sound, everyone's head seemed to explode. One was yin, and the other was soul. It had a great impact on the spirit. Not only the little girl and the other 3 were trembling in spirit, but they were embarrassed and even more angry when they found that they were not in the Judeo realm. The other 2 spirit bodies who hurried back were also violently shaken. The spirit bodies were shaking constantly, and their eyes were dizzy. This ghost is not ordinary. After the 2 of them collided, Lee Su frowned. Although he was not at the Judeo realm, which made him feel relieved, this spirit was quite difficult to deal with. Similarly, the opponent was also a little dignified. As a soul, in this spiritual world, there was almost no opponent at the same level. As a result, one attack was blocked by the opponent, and the other attack also dispersed the opponent's attack. Although he was at the Chengdeo realm, the person in front of him was very strong. Very strong. Among the famous sects, he was definitely one of the top geniuses. Shanking, when did such a disciple appear? So strong. Compared with the 2 people who collided, the 5 onlookers were shocked. They were shocked, and were completely shocked by this person who could actually fight with the bone spirit. In the spiritual world, ghosts are invincible at the same level. This is common sense and common sense. Ghosts have a huge advantage in mental power. The reason they can become ghosts is because their mental power is abnormal and has also transformed. The 2 demons were shocked, but it was a pity that they had no physical body, otherwise they would have taken a deep breath. The disciples of Shanking showed not only their powerful strength, but also the thunder, fire, and water. That was the top Taoist magic of Shanking, the 5 thunders. This method is said to be extremely difficult, and originated from the Celestial Palace. Although it is a disassembly technique, it is still extraordinary. It can be ranked in the top 5 in the eyes, and is an extremely lethal move. Usually, the realm of enlightenment can only master one at most. Only after the Imperial Way can multiple thunders be used at the same time. The reason is also very simple, because the fields involved are somewhat beyond the standard and cross the realm of enlightenment. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Fighting. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce collision, Li Su and the bone spirit exchanged fire again after a pause of less than 1 second. The intensity was unprecedented and far beyond imagination. Li Su's spirit body stretched out his hand. No, it should be said that it formed 2 hands. One hand was red thunder, and the other hand was blue thunder. The moment the red thunder was displayed, it seemed to be endowed with spirituality, turning into small snakes, swimming around by itself. They have an extremely sensitive sense of touch, spread all over Li Su's body, and kept swimming. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thunder and fire spontaneously exploded, attached to a certain object that was difficult for the spirit to capture, ignited it, and burned traces. At the same time, there were blue thunders. They fell like drops of water, slowly swaying towards the bone spirit. Of course, this slowness is only relative, magnified to the senses. When they saw them, and arrived in front of the bone spirit, the whole process was less than a fraction of a second. Then, they exploded. Rippling like water, there was lightning flashing inside. The range was not large, but the destructive power was extremely terrible. The air was torn apart, and the inside was vibrating and torn apart. Such an attack, even if one has an actual body, would probably be injured. Facing Li Su's definite counterattack, the bone spirit's spirit was shaken, and the phantom in the spirit body changed several times. An invisible hand appeared, and before the blow lightning approached her, it was directly grabbed and extinguished. Thunder, she was not unfamiliar. It can be said to be the most common energy between heaven and earth, and the people of Zuan Taoism like this energy even more, not only because of its huge power and momentum, but more importantly, the power of thunder is naturally opposite to the turbid breath and evil things. In other words, it is a completely opposite force. Using thunder to deal with demons and monsters will be much better than ordinary spells. Especially for creatures like Bone Spirit, lightning is meaningless. It can be said that it is the nemesis of ghosts and monsters, even more serious than demons. For the weaker ones, let alone contact with thunder, even just hearing thunder is enough to affect the soul. As the subordinate of Madame Whitebone, there are few demons outside the domain that have grown to the level of great demons and possess powerful strength. Naturally, there are corresponding studies on fighting against this energy that is almost natural. Sure enough, it is not just an illusion in the senses, but a real one. The opponent's thunder method has been given other properties. No, or the power mastered by the opponent has been given the nature of thunder. Really? When I came, I said it was just a small task, which was to use the power of the soul. For a few juniors, this trap has been set up long ago, and it's just waiting for the opponent to fall into the trap. Originally, I was supposed to come here to travel and play, and in fact, I also held such a mentality, but an unexpected thing happened, and such a pervert jumped out. The so-called state of enlightenment is to engrave the rules in the body, transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and obtain a certain power. In the Dao control realm, the Dao goes one step further, completely integrating the Dao with oneself, and becoming a part of the Dao. Therefore, this kind of similar nature endowed with the same means is not in the category of the Dao achievement realm, but has entered the surface level of the Dao control. The thunder method of Langhu Mountain, the thunder method of Shanking sect, the thunder method of Xingxiao sect, and the thunder method of Lingbao sect are all the research targets of their Baigushan lineage. Madam even personally captured people and dissected and studied them by hand. The real solution of the 5 thunders of shanking sect, if it is a single thunder, don't worry too much, the yin fetus can resist it. The key point is to master more than 2. 1. Knowing the fact, not knowing the reason. More than 1 means knowing the fact and knowing the reason. Unable to help, Guling recalled the conversation at that time in his mind. However, there are very few such people. With the comprehension of mortals, before the Deo achievement realm, it may not appear in 1,000 years. Really met. If I really meet someone who can perform 2 kinds of 5 thunder solutions at the level of enlightenment, I will naturally kill him at all costs. For the yin spirit, such a person is an existence that cannot survive, even if they perish together. Although I'm not afraid of such consumption, the opponent's soul taste is not long, and the breath realm has not reached the peak of enlightenment. Such consumption should be advantageous to me, but in order to avoid accidents, I still use my trump card. Otherwise, if he escapes and is discovered by my wife, I will be unlucky. As the thought fell, while constantly extinguishing the flying blue lightning, the number of soul blades increased, and 200 were generated every second, slashing towards Lee Su, and this time, the concealment was abandoned, and the absolute speed was increased. Asterisk 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 Lee Su, who was resisting the opponent's attack, and counter-attacking at the same time, was also surprised at this moment. Whether it is the invisible blade or the hand that extinguished his own thunder method, the principle is quite simple. The former is the simplest strengthening, which gives the spirit of oneself the hardness of gold and iron. You should know that the spirit itself is a void thing, without entity, so this hardening immediately gives it great lethality. Of course, the principle is simple, but the content is another matter. After all, this is the spirit, and it is not that you can strengthen it by adding some spirit. As for the hand that pinched off his own thunder method, it is even more interesting. Lee Su can feel that his power is not annihilated or shattered. Instead, it is neutralized, forcibly. Although the opponent's speed of display is very fast and almost no abnormality can be detected, Lee Su's mental power is so sharp that when his thunder method disappears, the opponent's spirit also declines. Just like doing elementary school problems, 1 minus 1 equals 0, it is natural to neutralize his own thunder method. Even if ghosts are scary, they can't do this as well as eating and drinking, right? This control over the soul can never be as simple instinct. There must be a law in it. Demons and ghosts, there is also inheritance, and the physique is so suitable for being a yin spirit. The person who created this technique must have extraordinary strength and talent. Is it necessary to be so exciting? You are demons and monsters. It is your instinct to be lawless and wanton, right? How come the inheritance has been made? Although I know that there are bugs in the journey to the west that I traveled through, it is not necessary to have such a bug, right? There is no way to survive at all. Well, find an opportunity and use the big move. The opponent has been enlightened for longer than me, and his realm is naturally higher than his. As a soul, the number of spirits is even more terrifying. In this case, a protracted war is obviously not suitable, especially when you realize that the opponent is not a lonely ghost, but a ghost with inheritance, which is undoubtedly more terrifying. The hidden means and potential strength are directly raised to a higher level. A quick battle and a quick decision, directly killing, is undoubtedly the best choice for Lee Su at the moment. The attack has accelerated, and it has doubled. Asterisk 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 the battlefield is expanding and expanding. Especially after the bone spirit made the decision, the range of its attack increased again, and the sound of the collision became even louder. The invisible blade that appeared no longer slowed down its speed, but directly burst out with amazing power and combat range. As for Lee Su, he did not stop. The fire thunder that was released was also strengthened, and the attacking water mines were also increasing in strength. For a time, the area of 1,000 meters around the two people was covered and affected. So strong. This was not the thought of the two people fighting, but the thought of the few people watching the battle. Even though she practiced the Huangting Sutra and mastered the strange secrets from outside the Central Plains, which could be extended to the Yellow Emperor period, an extremely powerful ethnic group, the little girl of the Great Wilderness Sutra of Julie, also felt a chill in her heart at this moment. Uncle, so scary. She had also seen the Five Thunders' true explanation and listened to her sister's explanation. She knew that this top-level Taoist method belonging to shanking was powerful, but it was not as fierce as the uncle in front of her. Not only her, but also the little guys from the other two sects were the same. The collision of lightning and fire, the interweaving fireworks, shone with an extremely trembling taste. Originally, when they found out that the 8th generation uncle of shanking who came to the rescue was only at the state of enlightenment, their hearts were like a roller coaster, flying to the clouds and falling to the bottom of the valley. The sense of difference was simply unbearable. They were moved to tears in the previous second, and their hearts were cold in the next second. But when they saw the other party's attack, the two little guys were almost instantly branded with a terrible impression in their minds, and felt a biting cold. Their bodies and minds seemed to be immersed in the killing intent, and their wills were almost frozen. That's right, it was the killing intent. When the spirit was exposed, neither of them concealed the killing intent, and the attack formed by the spirit power naturally contained the consciousness of the two people. At the same time as the collision, the killing intent between the two also tilted out. Although neither side was excited, it was not the kind of life and death killing intent, but a more extreme coldness, so cold that the bone marrow seemed to be frozen. The demons that came with the bone spirit had a much better reaction. After all, the environment they lived in was the ultimate law of the jungle. Even the same demons often eat each other. However, even so, they both took a breath and were deeply shocked. For the bone spirit, such murderous intent was not surprising. In essence, her birth was related to death. She was a very special product. The species born after death had almost no emotions of living things. From thinking to consciousness, they were not normal. But why did that person have such a cold murderous intent? No, this was not cold. This was another kind of murderous intent. In the wild world, having a huge territory and being the absolute king of the territory, this was the taste of a top predator. For the bone spirit, the fear they produced came from the depths of their souls, while Lisu's was closer to instinct. Of course, no matter which one it was, such murderous intent was directly nurtured by the spirit body. Whether it was felt or actually, it was not good. Without the physical body to bear it, the situation of several people was like being exposed to the tip of a knife, allowing the cold light to cut into them. If it continues for too long, their spirits will be fragmented. Retreat, retreat again, and retreat again. The area where Lisu fought with the bone spirit was only 1,000 meters in diameter, but the 5 people who were watching the battle retreated 3 or 4 kilometers before they barely stopped. They still couldn't help trembling. The cold killing intent pierced into the spirit body like a steel needle. It took time and experience to drive it out. After finally coming back to their senses, the little girls couldn't help but look horrified. They were both in the realm of enlightenment, but the gap was so terrible. Not to mention participating in the battle, the bystanders were almost injured. Instinct forced them to retreat, and they couldn't muster even a trace of courage to step forward to fight. The 3 little guys trembled in reaction, but it was a pity that Lisu was not free at the moment. Otherwise, he would explain it to them. When the spirit is separated from the body, the realm will be very weak, unless it reaches a certain height. If it is in the flesh at this moment, it will feel powerful at most, but it will not be afraid. This is also the fundamental reason why ghosts are almost invincible in the spiritual world. They are used to it, and because of this exposure, the strength of the soul and spirit is undoubtedly greater than that of the monks with physical bodies. This is normal. As for Lisu himself, well, no explanation. As an infant, he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through his spirit to nourish his body. His spiritual power is abnormal, of course, compared with the audience. The 2 people who fought have no time to worry about it. With the accelerated attack of the bone spirit, Lisu naturally strengthened his counterattack while exerting his strength to defend. Although the 2 did not move, they always kept a certain distance to collide with each other. The battle has actually entered a white-hot stage. Don't look at both attacking and defending. In fact, both sides are attacking each other, just like 2 people holding a dagger and stabbing each other. Even the slightest omission between each other will have a devastating effect. However, in this extremely high-intensity attack, they are accumulating each other. The former did not intend to let Lisu escape. If someone who has mastered the 2 forms of thunder methods of the 5 thunders true solution at the enlightenment realm escapes, he will definitely become a great enemy of the yin spirit in the future. Such a person cannot be kept, not only for his wife, but also for himself. The latter did not want to delay too much. The realm problem, a protracted war is obviously not in his favor, and the other side has 2 people, while he has 3 burdens. Then, whether the other side has support or not is unknown to Lee Soo, but he almost certainly will not have it. Just look at the 3 little ghosts and you will know. Not to mention the little girl, the other 2 must have sneaked out. There is no doubt about this, because it comes from his own experience. When he was a teenager, he skipped school to play video games and so on. Obviously, the good students in the class would never go with him. In an instant, the 2 of them moved almost at the same time. The invisible people suddenly merged, and dozens of them combined together, becoming extremely huge, and stacked in blocks, instead of stabbing towards Lee Soo's chest as a whole. The fire thunder reacted just as quickly, and instantly entangled with it. However, under the burning of the lightning, it peeled off layer by layer, and before the lightning destroyed the soul grey blade, it reached his chest, opened a path. The bone spirit body burst into extreme light at this moment, and the floating shadow inside moved. She stretched out her hand in the direction of Lee Soo, and the invisible blade that reached Lee Soo's chest stretched out an extremely white hand, directly pierced into Lee Soo's mind, and probed into his soul. Soul transformation. This is an extremely terrifying technique mastered by the bone spirit. It has the power to distort the soul. Once it is used, the target's soul will be completely subverted. This distortion is irreversible, and is an extreme disorder. To describe it, it is as if the soul is sliced, stirred, and reorganized, and it will never return to its original appearance. Almost at the same time, new buds sprouted from Lee Soo's scattered water mines, and instantly grew into flower buds. The water of thunder nature was directly converted into the wood of thunder nature. This change was too extreme, too unexpected, and most importantly, too many. The grey hand, that was stretched out in an instant, was covered and surrounded. Before it could react, the flower bud bloomed instantly, and the water vapor inside was filled with an unprecedented sharpness. It was the metal element, the thunder of gold. Among the 5 element, the most powerful thunder method. The moment the flower bloomed, golden light flashed. Although the attack speed was very fast, it was still captured by the bone spirit. In an instant, its defensive spell, the yin fetus, was activated. This is an extremely special spell that will form a partition membrane, as if returning to the mother's body, but it is different. It has the function of the mother's body, and has the meaning of nurturing, but the difference is that everything aimed at the fetus will be forced to act on the yin fetus, and it will be completely borne by it until it collapses. It can be said that the attack of the enlightenment realm, when encountering such a trick, is undoubtedly almost unsolvable. However, it encountered the thunder of gold as the most powerful killing technique. The golden thunder has too many advantages, such as super strong penetration, super fast speed, super high hardness, etc. But these are not the most terrible. The most terrible thing is that the golden thunder has the nature of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning are a kind of energy and have conductivity. For matter, it does not necessarily have to break through the defense of the object, but can be transmitted directly into it. It hit the yin fetus, and the form of the golden thunder immediately changed dramatically. It did not penetrate it with force or anything, but directly attached to it, and then began to penetrate and conduct. From beginning to end, no damage was caused, and the yin fetus itself was not used as an attack target. And this is also the most feared thing of the bone spirit. The change in nature will make many powerful spells lose their original meaning. However, it is just thunder magic, and it is not like she has never eaten it before. Compared with herself, her soul transformation is the truly fatal means. With a sizzling sound, the position where Lee Soo's spirit body was touched by the other party's palm twisted on the spot, and was completely reorganized. All the magic cubes that seemed to be of the same color were disrupted, and then completely welded from the inside. With a loud bang, the spiritual body of the bone spirit was pierced by the golden lightning. However, the golden lightning did not penetrate through, but stopped in the body of the bone spirit, spreading to her entire spiritual body. forming one after another thin metal lightning rods rooted inside. As the two people were hit, almost immediately, the power of the two people reacted, and the fire, thunder and invisible blades that filled the void could not be maintained, and they expanded and twisted uncontrollably. With a loud bang, it exploded, and the two people who fought were covered. Tragic, extremely tragic. Both sides obviously had attacks beyond expectations. In less than a blink of an eye, they had formed a nearly fatal effect on each other. Faced with such a result, the little girl and the two demons couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect the ending to come so quickly and so suddenly. Uncle Master. Miss Bone Spirit. Chapter 642. Lady Bones. A spirit flew out, grey. It was the Yinling. She was not dead, but her condition was quite bad. Her spirit was full of golden spots. It was the golden thunder, rooted in her spirit, attacking all the time. The bone spirit was trembling. Her spirit was swaying, unstable. No doubt she was seriously injured. She spat out a mouthful of crumbs, grey mixed with some golden light, at the Yinling, facing a Deo realm. She was injured like this. I'm afraid few people would dare to believe it. Fortunately, although it paid a huge price, it was also very worthwhile to recover. The soul transformation performed with all its strength. About 90% of the opponent's soul will undoubtedly have problems. This is irreversible, and there is no difference from death. Seeing the Yinling appear, the two spirits on the demon clan side suddenly relaxed a little. They invited the person. If there is a problem, they will not be able to explain it when they go back. Madam Whitebone is not easy to mess with. As a Demon King level Yin spirit, she is also one of the top existences among many Demon Kings. And unlike demons, Yin spirits are very difficult to be born. Bone spirits are extremely talented and they have reached the perfection of enlightenment at a very young age, and are only one step away from the Imperial Way. If it weren't for the special mission this time, and the secret preparations to kill the mortal Cheyenne Geo monks of the Central Plains human race without too much crisis, Madam Whitebone would probably not let them out. As for the three little girls, their faces changed drastically. In the spiritual world, Yin spirits are extremely terrifying and can easily severely damage their spiritual bodies and leave extremely bad effects. Now the grey aura intertwined on their bodies is extremely tricky. It is precisely because she realized her situation that the little girl hoped that Lisu would leave directly and go back to inform. Instead of the current situation, a big battle broke out. Once Lisu became like them, this trap would really be deeply trapped. However, they didn't panic for long, and Lisu also appeared and flew out from the center of the explosion. Not only that, his spiritual body did not receive any shock or turbulence after flying out, and still maintained a normal appearance. It seemed that he was not affected at all by the fight with Yinling. The three little guys couldn't help showing their joy, and the little girl even shouted in her heart, "Master, you are reliable." Not far away, Yinling sneered. She knew her tricks very well. The terrible thing about the soul transformation was not the attack power, but the specialness. Once the soul is changed, there is basically no possibility of repairing it. Just now, she undoubtedly touched the other party's soul and operated it as if it was broken and reorganized. This roughness will soon be reflected. The severe pain generated by the distortion of the soul will directly shatter his spirit here in the next moment, making him completely a useless person and never recover. Just when Yinling sneered, she found that after Lisu left the center of the explosion, he almost didn't stop and rushed towards her position in an instant. On the body, the visible lightning was steaming, which was the Five Thunders' true solution, which was being gathered by him. What? Question mark? She opened her eyes in disbelief, and her spirit body was shaken. She had clearly distorted the other party's soul. Why? Without time to think about it, the bone spirit made an amazing reaction. Under the gaze of everyone, she turned around and ran without hesitation. Run. Can you run away? Lisu's spirit was cold, and her body far away from the spiritual world had a reaction. Her half-closed eyes were emitting cold light, and she was murderous. This ghost was very dangerous, especially the trick that touched her soul at the end, which was extremely terrifying. It could actually reorganize the soul directly. Lisu was almost tricked by the other party. At the moment, when the other party touched his soul, he used the shanking immortal method to change his own form and nature. turning himself into wind. Even so, Lee Su still suffered a great shock. It felt like being thrown into a blender and beaten into juice, and then compacted again. It looked no different, but the internal structure had actually collapsed completely. Fortunately, he turned into an element and changed the structure of his soul in advance and had the nature of wind. After being disturbed, the wind itself quickly reorganized itself. It can be said that, if he had not joined the shanking sect, learned the 3 methods, mastered the shanking immortal method, and had the ability to transform into element, he would have definitely failed, even if he had reached the great perfection of the enlightenment realm. Fuck. Li Liyuan's score is getting more and more outrageous. It's just a spiritual world, just the enlightenment realm. Can't I feel comforted earlier? I admit that the journey to the west I'm currently in is outrageous, but you don't have to be so outrageous. Do the demons and monsters in the enlightenment realm need to be so cruel? If it weren't for the advantages brought by the skills, he, a talent of 8 buckets, would have been beaten to death. Looking at the rapidly receding bone spirit, Lee Su used all his strength to operate his spirit, and the golden thunder reappeared. However, unlike before, this was the gathering of his full strength, integrating a large amount of mental power, transforming a lot of shanking ki, and directly forming a huge golden arrow that was almost 1 meter long and 2 inches wide. Go. Lee Su's mind moved, and in an instant, the golden arrow broke through the void and flew in the direction where the bone spirit disappeared. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable that only a trace of afterimage could be seen, and it was impossible to capture the whole location. In the distance, the bone spirit instantly felt an unprecedented sense of horror. Not only was the golden light huge, but the most terrifying thing was that she was locked. The golden thunder rooted in her body was responding to it from a distance. Even if she changed her direction dozens of times, the golden arrow was completely unaffected and was approaching her rapidly. Not good. Once the 5 thunders are truly understood and the nature changes are completely mastered, this method is quite unsolvable for the current bone spirit. All those who have reached the state of enlightenment, when they are mentioned as the bone spirit, are terrified. The 5 element have the nature of thunder and lightning, which is too tricky and difficult to deal with. Under the situation, where everyone can only use the power of a single rule, it is almost unsolvable. Madam. Facing a fatal crisis, as a yin spirit creature, the bone spirit felt a chill in her heart for the first time, and her spirit body trembled, revealing a fearful emotion. As long as they are alive, no matter what kind of existence they are, they will inevitably be afraid of death. Boom. With a loud bang, the golden arrow hit the opponent directly. Under the same golden thunder traction, there is almost no possibility of dodging except to resist. The terrible roar exploded, and tens of thousands of golden thunder snakes ran. They contained the extremely sharp gold energy, completely cutting off the position of the bone spirit. No. The 2 monsters, who also realized that something was wrong, were also running away, but when they saw Lee Su's shot, they couldn't help but stop. When they saw the bone spirit being locked and hit by the golden arrow, the 2 monsters' eyes were all broken, and their hearts were terrified. It's over. They fled madly, and their hearts were extremely cold, because even if they went back, they couldn't think of having a good life. However, even if they knew they would die, they still didn't stop. After all, when death really comes, it's a second later. The 3 little guys were excited. This was really full of twists and turns. If they were sitting on that huge roller coaster, they would feel that their heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys would be thrown out of their 5 internal organs in the middle. After landing, they found that they had not left and were still in their bodies. For a while, the 3 little girls cried with joy, and their spiritual bodies jumped and jumped, which caused the grey fog attached to them to invade, and then they screamed in pain. Only Lee Su looked very bad. His physical body was awakened, and the face of Tang Monk, who had already shown that he could turn a group of demon women upside down, showed a miserable green look. Because the violent golden light was not a symbol of killing the enemy, but a symbol of shattering. The true solution of the 5 thunders is not thunder, but the transformation of the 5 element, which has the nature of thunder and lightning. In other words, it is essentially the energy of the gold element, and it is a sharp blade that breaks armor. Therefore, the effect that should appear is to penetrate the opponent rather than this kind of explosion and turning into a thunder snake running around. The possibility of this situation means that his gold element thunder was torn apart by the opponent. Explosion? Of course not. The other party was running for his life, not fighting for his life. Moreover, his 5 thunders true solution was a bug in the realm of enlightenment. It was a limit-breaking move, just like the other party's method of twisting the soul. It was only possible to resolve it if one mastered the immortal technique. Obviously, even the Monkey King Journey to the West only got involved in the art of changing the earthly evil spirits that could avoid the 3 disasters after mastering immortality. Although the realm of enlightenment can be said to be long-lived, it is 2 different concepts from immortality. The immortal must be an immortal. Therefore, there will not be another existence like Li Su, whose comprehension level exceeds the upper limits stipulated by the world. Therefore, Li Su flashed and instantly came to the side of the 3 excited little guys. His spirit body turned into a gust of wind and directly rolled up the 3 of them, turning into a storm, and plunged into the middle layer at a speed of 100 km per hour. Master? The little girl was stunned, obviously confused by Li Su's sudden behavior, and the other 2 were the same. In the next second, a terrifying aura appeared, and the center surrounded by golden lightning flashed for a while, and the terrifying lightning was extinguished on the spot. The spiritual body of the bone spirit emerged, but the difference was that her spiritual body was surrounded by 7 color light at this moment. As a body of extreme yin, she inexplicably emerged with a sense of sacredness. The spiritual body was twisted and turned into a person, peerless and enchanting, mixed with evil. She was extremely beautiful and evil, like a white peony growing on millions of dead bones, which made people feel an indescribable sense of suffocation both physically and psychologically. Her knee-length hair was like snow, her phoenix eyebrows were charming, and her seductive mouth was dotted with shocking red. She was wearing a white dress, showing her exquisite curves, but if you look closely, you will find that the dress she was wearing was actually made up of dead souls. Her legs were naked, and her long legs as white as jade could be faintly seen under the dress. They were crystal clear, and were definitely the dream of countless men. However, where the jade feet landed, there were piles of bones, with countless dead souls crawling inside. With her appearance, even though Li Su, who was fleeing, or the 2 demons, did not look back, this extremely weird scene still reflected in their hearts. She swept her eyes around, and the next moment, her cherry lips opened slightly. A dreamlike voice sounded in the void, and the voice was accompanied by incredible demonic nature, directly piercing everyone's soul. The 2 demons stopped. They looked back foolishly. Their spirits were completely captured and completely sunk. They rushed towards the weird and evil beauty like crazy, and as they continued to move forward, their spirits began to disintegrate and peel off bit by bit, and their souls also appeared, quickly withering and dying. When they arrived at the other side, which was about a kilometer away, they turned into strange skeletons. They crawled down and went to the pile of bones under the other side skirt, becoming one of them. Dudan died under the flower. In the distance, Li Su was also shocked. The moment the voice sounded in his heart, his soul seemed to be rewritten by someone, and his thinking almost changed. Fortunately, he turned into wind and element from the beginning. Even so, he was still affected for a moment, and had a brief moment of unconsciousness, almost stopping his steps. However, he woke up in the next second, and then his soul was flying, and his face was scared blue. Like a frightened rabbit, he accelerated and ran wildly at a wind speed of over 200 km per second. Fuck. Your grandma's legs, don't be so exaggerated, okay? The Chengdao realm is not stopping, and it's outrageous to come to the Udao realm. What is this thing? Outrageous. Tens of kilometers away, with a slight hum, his soul was almost rewritten. Compared with the guy who just fought with him, it's not a level, he is directly a dimension, right? He could feel that it was not his real body, not even his clone. It was at best a consciousness. Moreover, it was extremely light. How light? It was probably just like when you were hungry at noon and suddenly had a flash of inspiration to eat tofu pudding. It was a fleeting thought. The thought almost twisted his soul. What if it was his real body? What was it like? Seeing that Lee Su was not affected and just accelerated to break away after a pause, the beautiful woman's eyes showed a hint of difference and couldn't help but let out another sound. He actually escaped from her bondage? No wonder Bone Spirit was almost killed by him. He didn't expect that a mere mortal cultivator could master the art of change. Her eyes were always calm, without any murderous intent or malice, but she stretched out her hand and made a virtual grip. Boom. The sound of thunder resounded, and the huge spiritual world was shaking. Something was sensed in the dark, and something was detected. A gaze penetrated the sky and shot directly into here. Faced with this scene, the beautiful woman sighed faintly, revealing that no matter whether men or women saw it, they could not help but want to comfort each other. Even if the other party wanted to suck her heart, she would dig it out and hand it to the other party without hesitation, just hoping that the other party could smile and not be sad. After she glanced at the direction of the distant and invisible end, her figure began to dim rapidly and soon disappeared from this spiritual world. Not only her, but also the spiritual body of the Bone Spirit. And as she left, the huge thunder also disappeared, just like it came suddenly and suddenly disappeared. Escape. 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 Lee Su stopped after running 1,000 miles with three little things. Stop. Lee Su recovered. His face was in a state of panic. After countless years of practice, this was definitely the first time that he was scared to death. It was too damn black. Fortunately, Lee Su was not an ordinary person. Even if his gallbladder was broken, he could be repaired quickly. Otherwise, he would really become the first protagonist among the traversers to be scared to death. Even so, his physical body far away in reality still had a sallow face, which was a scene of bitter gall overflowing. It would take a long time to repair. As for Sanxio, after landing, the little girl and the other's mental power directly spun in place, running at a speed of 200 km per hour for 10 hours. It is completely imaginable that they have been tortured. Fortunately, they are spiritual bodies. If they were real bodies, I'm afraid they would have turned into a pool of liquid. Ugh. Sanxio wandered around for a long time, and the spiritual body started to retch again and again. It took a long time to recover. Finally, after resting for almost half an hour, the little girl was embarrassed and frightened. She straightened her spiritual body and couldn't help saying, "Oh my god, Madam Whitebone, I actually survived?" At this moment, she had many emotions, mostly fear and terror. Obviously, compared with the frightened Lee Su, the little girl was undoubtedly more frightened, to the point that her jaw dropped. One of the 18 demon kings in the world, the king of millions of dry bones, the lord of the dead, the evil god of killing. Another little guy's mouth was like a firecracker, spitting out a series of titles crazily. His spirit body couldn't help but tremble. His body and mind were still immersed in the afterglow of that terrible existence. Even if you are in the realm of imperial power, you have to turn around and run. Don't think about fighting. Don't think about fighting. Being alive is a blessing. That is death itself. Another little guy was also constantly talking, and he couldn't stop at all, as if he saw the monsters that punished lying children and the fables that adults used to scare children when they were young. The horror that lingered in his heart for countless nights was really revealed, which could be called a nightmare for a lifetime. Listening to the words of these three little guys, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. They were indeed very scared, but at the same time they were a little excited, as if they had done something big enough to remember for a lifetime. In the school, where it was forbidden to fall in love, the two little guys not only confirmed their relationship, but also held hands. It tasted like eating dazzling food. This is my illusion. It's an illusion, right? However, compared to the emotions of the three little guys, what really made Lee Su's scalp numb was what they said. Whitebone lady. Damn it, it's not that Whitebone lady, right? The Whitebone spirit that was beaten to death by Monkey King with 3 sticks, but caused Monkey King's head to be almost killed by Tang monks chanting, right? It can't be her, right? Whitebone spirit, that is an extremely special individual in the entire journey to the west, the only one who used tricks to make Monkey King resign voluntarily. Looking at the entire journey to the west, it is absolutely unique among the monsters. The tricks are already very black, and they are adjusted so much. What about the balance of the game? Are you sure you can play this? He has achieved the realm of Taoism and mastered the shanking immortal law. He was almost scared when he was heard with a HMM from a distance of 108,000 miles. Are you sure that the real Tang monk can walk through the White Bone Mountain? I'm afraid he sacrificed himself as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain. The two little demons who had just achieved enlightenment died miserably, but look at their faces. They were clearly experiencing a pain that was more terrible than death, but they had a look of joy on their faces. In an instant, it was not easy to open up the source, and they could quickly improve. It would not take long for them to achieve enlightenment. Li Su, who was at the Udao realm, felt heavy again. He finally managed to pull away the Buzhao mountain that was pressing on his head, but a sky repairing stone that was bigger than the earth fell down, leaving him no room to breathe. Li Su's expression was a little ferocious, and there was an evil light in his eyes. His cheeks were almost bitten to pieces. Okay, you are so cruel. You won't give me a way to live, right? I wonder if you have ever seen Tang Sanzang at the Dao realm. Chapter 643, Demon Extermination Order. Ah. The little girl suddenly cried out and hurriedly ran to Li Su's body, saying, "Uncle, please return to your physical body immediately and then inform Master that there is a monster who wants to harm senior sister and the others." The big medicine that appeared in the spiritual world this time is problematic. It is fake. It is a trap specially designed by the monster to lead senior sister and the others to the depths, and the purpose is to keep senior sister and the others in the depths. Li Su was stunned for a moment. Although he came very quickly, he didn't know what happened specifically. He thought that these three naughty children were running around and were discovered by the monster, leading to being hunted down. No wonder the Yinling didn't directly destroy their souls. It should be to catch people. In this way, it is understandable why the Yinling didn't directly use the method of soul reorganization on these three little guys. That trick that is almost soul reorganization is undoubtedly very powerful, the same as Li Su's shanking immortal method. Although there is a gap in the grade, it is obviously still not a method at the level of the Chengdao realm. If it was directly used at the beginning, Li Su would have no chance to save the three of them. The other party's talent is indeed not bad. In terms of the soul, I'm afraid that he is infinitely close to the maximum talent. Unfortunately, the Yinling should have barely mastered that method. The method is not mature and too rough. In the case of these three little guys, the soul will not be able to withstand the severe pain brought by the reorganization and will collapse. Li Su took a look at the grey aura entangled in the bodies of the three people. This thing should be the reason why the three people are forced to stay here. Obviously, the spiritual body has suffered a huge blow. Under normal circumstances, it should be directly shattered, and the consciousness should return to the body, but it was forcibly fixed in place. However, to kill Jiang Tong? This difficulty is a bit too high, isn't it? Jiang Tong is in the realm of Udao, not the realm of Chengdao. In this spiritual world, the gap between Udao and Chengdao is not ordinary. Even if that white bone lady personally goes down, don't think she can take down Jiang Tong. First of all, this spiritual world has restrictions. When Madame Whitebone was about to make her second move, the heaven and earth reacted, and that's why she stopped. Otherwise, being targeted by such a powerful being, Li Su would have to pay a price to escape alone, not to mention carrying three burdens. Then, it's Jiang Tong herself. As a Dao controlling realm, she has completed the process of merging her body into the great Dao and her soul and spirit into one. Conceptually speaking, this is called self is a Dao, not the person who controls the Dao, but the Dao itself, part of it. So it's easy to kill someone who masters the Dao, but it's completely different to kill someone who has become the Dao. Moreover, it's only Jiang Tong's spiritual body here. Her real body is in reality. If her real body is not destroyed, her spiritual body cannot be destroyed at all, even if Madame Whitebone makes a full effort. Unlike the Dao controlling realm, that can turn empty pieces, the Dao controlling realm is not that easy to kill. Wait. Li Su's eyes flashed, and he thought of the situation of the three little guys, and a look of realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. The purpose of the other party capturing the three little guys alive is probably to deal with Jiang Tong's body in the real world. In this case, the appearance of the Yinling is not incomprehensible. It should be used to fix the souls of the three people, so as to form a channel and directly seize the body from the spiritual world. With the Yinling's talent for the soul, such a thing is not difficult. And looking at the equally nervous expressions of the other two little guys, and the words of the little girl just now, it was them, not her. That is to say, more than one person was targeted, and the other two were in the same situation. This is a bit interesting. How did those monsters know that Jiang Tong's body was with the little girl? Li Su blinked his eyes, and immediately gave two possible answers in his heart, either in the same industry, or in the same school. Undoubtedly, no matter which of the above is not good news. Although there is only one-sided content, Li Su almost quickly deduced the outline of the plan. Uncle Master. Seeing that Li Su did not respond and fell into silence, the little girl couldn't help but get anxious. After all, the relationship with the senior sister is undoubtedly more important to her than her own life. The other two little guys were almost the same, like ants on a hot pot. However, the person in front of them was different. He was the uncle of Shanking sect, and he was also Thiz in terms of seniority. Especially in the previous battle, they clearly saw Li Su's strength, which was extremely powerful. It was the first time they saw someone in the spiritual world severely injure the yin spirit of the same realm as themselves. This alone was enough to make them dare not be too presumptuous. Don't be so anxious. Since the three of you are fine, it means that the monster's plan to target you has failed for the most part. Jiang Tong is in the Udeo realm and is not so easy to target. Li Su shook his head and gave up the idea of thinking about it. It's better to let Jiang Tong himself, or the old man of Shanking sect, handle this matter. He can't control it at the moment, and he doesn't have time. I'll solve your problems first, and send you back safely. If it's the same as what he thought, this plan is undoubtedly quite vicious and hard to defend. In a sense, the right time, right place, and right people are all tilted to the other side. From the moment Jiang Tong brought the little girl over, the ending has been doomed. If he hadn't gotten involved unexpectedly, this plan would have been successful. Therefore, the first key step to break the current situation is undoubtedly to send the three little ones away. Although I don't think the monster has other plans for this plan itself is obviously not a spur of the moment plan, and it should have been prepared for a long time. If there is a plan B, it will be a troublesome thing. With a slight movement of his mental power, Li Su did not wait for the little girl to speak, and directly stretched out a hand, and gently touched the grey gaseous body of the three little spirits. It was a kind of extreme yin breath, intertwined with the meaning of death. After a little thought, Li Su directly operated the 5 element, generated the wood of the 5 element, and supplemented it with a very small amount of fire. Fire belongs to Yang, and wood is vitality. Yang belongs to the power of vitality. Fortunately, it is not the extreme yin of Yuhe. Although that kind of extreme yin is not so difficult, it is undoubtedly much more troublesome to expel it. The nature is too overbearing. Even if it can be expelled, the three little guys will suffer a great sin. As a large amount of vitality fell, the grey mist entangled on the three little bodies couldn't help but tremble, making a hissing sound, and was quickly annihilated. Although not as overbearing as Yuhe Jahan, the three little ones still couldn't help but tremble all over. Their spirit bodies were twisted in pain, and there was a figure kneeling on the ground, twitching constantly. After a while, the grey fog on the three people's bodies finally disappeared. The spirit bodies collapsed directly on the ground. Even if they held back screams, the consumption was still huge, and the spirit bodies became transparent. He raised his hand and rolled up, taking the three people and heading directly to the outer layer. Okay, disperse the spirit and return. It took almost an hour to return to the edge and put the three people down, and Li Su spoke. Before he finished speaking, the three little guys' spirit bodies trembled in diameter and chose to return directly. After all, they were too concerned and could not care about many things at this moment. If they went back late and caused problems to their senior sister, they would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of their lives. Watching the three people disappear, Li Su raised his head, his eyes dim, and couldn't help but look into the depths of the spiritual world. A lot of time had passed, and the depths were still blood red, with a strong desire to fight constantly gushing out. Soon he shook his head, and it was time for him to go back. That was all that could be done. For him, the main goal was to harvest in the spiritual world. He had collected quite a lot along the way. When he found the little girl, Lee Su was already in the middle and deep layers. He had left behind countless spiritual talismans and sealed a huge number of spiritual fragments. His spiritual body moved slightly and began to pull. Soon, the spiritual world in the distance was shaking, and a large number of light spots were flying towards him like a star rain. At a glance, there was a large area of densely packed, and no one knew how many there were. Thousands, or tens of thousands. In short, the harvest was huge, and the number far exceeded the previous collection, more than 5 times. Last time, he took a full month, but this time, it took less than a day. Unable to hold back a breath, Lee Su's spiritual body began to grow larger, directly collecting and absorbing these spiritual talismans. There were too many to stew in one pot. Finally, he swallowed the last spiritual talisman and took these huge spiritual bodies directly to his physical body. Boom. 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 Fortunately, the 3 little ones had already left, otherwise this scene would definitely scare them to death, and the shock would probably be greater than the battle between Lee Su and the bone spirit. Lee Su's spiritual body was nearly 100 times larger than before, carrying a heavy weight that suffocated the soul. So many spiritual fragments are undoubtedly enough to turn a person into a madman with dozens or even hundreds of personalities. Of course, this is not important. What is really scary is that Lee Su's own strength has undoubtedly declined after scattering so many spiritual talismans along the way, and the strength he can show is probably not even 1/5 of his peak. Asterisk 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 mighty. Like a cloud of emperors, Lee Su had a hard time returning. After all, there were too many spiritual fragments, especially the ones collected later, each of which was extremely large. The largest one even reached the point of dozens of square meters, comparable to a building. Such a return is undoubtedly equivalent to a building attached, and the spirit is under a burden of hundreds of thousands of tons. Even Lee Su was as slow as a turtle at this moment, and the speed of returning was very slow. I don't know how long it took, but I finally arrived outside my mind and took back all the terrifying spiritual fragments. The repaired furnace moved immediately, and a large number of spiritual talismans flew out, disintegrated in the air, and turned back to the original spiritual remnants. I put it directly in, and the stick transformed by this command talisman began to stir spontaneously. The furnace also rose to high temperature, and 36 pictures on the furnace body were shining, forming a brilliance, and together with the stirring stick, melted the poured fragments. After stirring for several hours, the furnace body shook slightly, and a large amount of spiritual energy was spit out on one side, and black dust that did not glow at all fell from the bottom. Success. Although he was mentally prepared, when this scene really appeared, he still couldn't help showing excitement. The amount brought back this time is extremely large. If he absorbs all of it, it should allow him to complete the Deo realm by more than 25%. This result is undoubtedly amazing. The value is close to 100,000 spiritual essences. Of course, it will undoubtedly take a lot of time to devour all of it, about 2 months. Lee Su simply did not wake up, but just tried his best to refine, absorb, and digest, intending to digest all the resources brought back this time. After all, the time before the start of Journey to the West is getting closer and closer. The strength of Mrs. Whitebone completely sounded the alarm for him, and he understood his current situation. It is not enough to achieve the Tao, and it is not enough to control the Tao, and it needs to be higher and stronger. Although the Dalo realm is just a joke, it also explains a lot of things. Before the immortal realm, Lee Su was not even qualified to be born in this Journey to the West. Time passed gradually. I don't know how long it has been. Lee Su was shocked and woke up. The resource absorption has not reached 1/3, not actively, but passively. Someone touched his body. He opened his eyes, but saw Jiang Tong standing in front of him. The other party had woken up. His expression was a little solemn. Obviously, she already knew what happened to the little girl. Jiang Tong looked at Lee Su apologetically, and there was also some gratitude. She had returned a long time ago, half a month ago. They had been chasing the medicine in the spiritual world for a long time. Not only that, they were sniped several times along the way. Some monsters also discovered it. Most of the opponents knew each other. They were old enemies in the spiritual world. For 2 whole months, the two sides had more than 10 collisions with each other. In order to prevent each other from getting the medicine, they tripped each other up, and several times they almost turned into a fight to the death. Finally, as the medicine entered a deadly place, Jiang Tong and others prepared to enter to seize the medicine after a short rest. Suddenly, they received an emergency signal almost at the same time. The talisman left on their physical body was activated. It was specially left for their junior sister, and it would not be activated unless something big happened. As a disciple of a big sect, they could undoubtedly distinguish the importance. Although the medicine was precious, sending such a signal would never be a general situation. It must be a big event in the sect. After all, although it was amateur, they still knew the importance. After a brief discussion, Jiang Tong and others temporarily put aside the fight for the big monster and immediately returned to their physical bodies from the depths. When she opened her eyes and found that the sect was quiet, she was undoubtedly a little angry. After all, the medicine was of great importance. It was not just that she needed it, but there were also monsters fighting for it. Even if she couldn't get it, she couldn't let the other party get it. Seeing Jiang Tong wake up, the little girl didn't hesitate. Like pouring beans, she told everything that happened. Trap? Jiang Tong was stunned. No doubt she didn't expect this at all. After all, after more than 2 months of perception, it was undoubtedly the medicine. The monster's reaction was also normal. The mind was not fighting with her and the others. All the collisions were just to hinder each other. There was still some doubt, but when the other 2 people who came out together sent the same message, Jiang Tong hesitated. Looking back, the place where the medicine was last located was a dead place with only one entrance and exit. If they really went in, once they were blocked inside, even if she was in the Udeo realm, it would be very troublesome. After all, she couldn't break through and escape alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Tong couldn't help but take a breath. If it was a trap, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. Even if she is in the realm of Imperial Dao, it is still the same, especially since her junior sister has met the White Bone Lady. Although Jiang Tong is confident that it is no problem to meet the White Bone Lady in the spiritual world, it is another matter if it is in that GD. In an instant, Jiang Tong could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If it were not for her junior sister's timely notification, even if the plan here failed, they would probably not be much better. Who is it? Jiang Tong's eyes could not help but tremble. A fellow disciple? Or a colleague? She was extremely smart and instantly had a rough outline of the whole plan, and immediately became suspicious. After all, this plan could not be done by monsters alone, and there must be an insider who provided information. When thinking of this result, unlikely Su, Jiang Tong thought that both were possible. No, it should be said that both were possible. To take someone to the spiritual world, it is not necessary to be face to face and close to each other. It can also be done through talismans as a medium. It is obvious that Jiang Tong has never told others that her junior sister can touch her body. In fact, when the body goes to the spiritual world, the cultivator will not let anyone approach his body. The reason why she did so, in addition to trust, there are other reasons. She is not afraid that someone will target her body when her spirit leaves. As for the other 2 people, it is basically the same, but they are closer. Thinking of this, Jiang Tong's pupils not only showed a complicated look, but she really didn't want to doubt it if possible. Could it be one of you? Before entering the spiritual world, Jiang Tong chose to tell her master about the matter. For this reason, Zhao Qingmei went to the depths specifically. The result was obvious, that the big medicine disappeared, and the demons who had been entangled with them for a long time in the Deadland were also gone. Although it is unbelievable, there is no doubt that this so-called big medicine is a trap. Faced with this result, Jiang Tong was very uncomfortable. After all, the few people together were all life and death Taoist friends, and they had been friends for more than 60 years. Originally, I didn't want to wake you up, uncle. Li Su's spirit had returned, but he didn't wake up. It was obvious that he was digesting the benefits brought back from the spiritual world, which undoubtedly took a lot of time. She had been waiting these days. To be honest, Jiang Tong was very touched these days. Through the description of her junior sister, it was incredible that this junior uncle in front of her actually defeated the yin spirit of the same level and even escaped from Madame Baigu. Not only that, she also confirmed from her teacher that her junior uncle was not only a fellow practitioner of the three sutras, but also completely self-realized. From the beginning to the end, neither the supreme nor the head of the sect gave any guidance in practice. This is terrible. Jiang Tong asked herself that her talent was amazing enough, and Li Su's was completely terrifying. In an instant, she couldn't help but doubt that Li Su's soul might have a problem. He was not immortal, but, in this regard, the teacher gave an explanation. It's not a demon. It's not sure whether it's a fairy, but it doesn't matter. He has a cause and effect with shanking. The headmaster is back and has issued an order to exterminate demons. From now on, all shanking disciples who have reached the Dao realm and above must prepare within 7 days and go down the mountain to exterminate demons. ? Li Su was startled and then couldn't help but said, "Go down the mountain? Wait, what about the trial? Where is my spiritual essence?" Although the spiritual world is open source, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need it. In fact, he is extremely short of it, like a bottomless pit. Changing orders every day. Can't you wait until I try it out before changing it? Feeling Li Su's barely concealed resentment, Jiang Tong couldn't help but smile for the first time in more than 10 days on her pretty face. She never expected that this talented uncle in front of her would actually care about such a little spiritual essence. It's like someone with billions of wealth being fussy about a few dollars. As for the disciple trials, the rewards will be distributed directly. As for Master Uncle, I should be able to get about 10,000 spiritual essences. Chapter 644 Going Down the Mountain. Hearing that the reward was free, Li Su was undoubtedly very tempted. After all, even if the trial was easy for him, it would still take up a lot of time. If it was an intermittent assessment, it would take at least 30 to 50 days. Jiang Tong was straightforward. Without waiting for Li Su to speak, he handed him a jade card. What is this? A demon killing card. After going down the mountain, as long as you hunt monsters, this jade card will automatically absorb the demon energy and record it, and convert it into the corresponding score. Score? The jade card will rank according to the number and strength of monsters hunted. The higher the score, the more benefits you will get. This ranking will be updated every 6 months, and is divided into 3 rankings: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Among them, the ranking of the heavenly ranking is based on the time of practice, the strength of killing monsters, etc. The Earth ranking ranks all the enlightenment realms. The last human ranking is mainly based on the enlightenment realm within 100 years. Under normal circumstances, a person can be on at least 2 lists, and at most 3. The more lists you are on, the higher your ranking is, and the better the reward will be. Jiang Tong said directly, the best rewards include, but are not limited to top-level Taoism, elixirs, magic weapons, etc. The most precious of them is undoubtedly the Yudao Dan. For cultivators who have not been able to break through the Yudao realm, they can summarize their essence and condense it, which contains their lifelong insights. Not to mention the Dao realm, even the Yudao realm is the top treasure, which can be used as a reference, and will be of great benefit to future improvement. However, it is very difficult, and requires the top 3 on the heavenly ranking. Then there are the top level Taoism magic skills and the small immortal decisions. Although they are not real immortal methods, they still have earth-shaking power, and are extremely magical means. Some can even cultivate a life. This requires the top 10 on the heavenly ranking, and the top 5 on the earth ranking, and the human ranking. Then there are the magic weapons, which are of the best quality, and can be used to reach the great perfection of the Yudao realm. They have great power. Those who hold them in the Yudao realm can even fight against the heavenly soldiers to a certain extent. However, like the exercises, the requirements are very high. However, the above rewards are actually just the beginning. The real benefit is at the end. The mission of exorcising demons will last for 3 years. The ranking list will be updated 6 times. The top 10 players who are on any of the rankings 3 times will be qualified to explore the Zuenman Foundation. At this point, Jiang Tong paused for a rare moment. She emphasized the word Zuenman Foundation. This place was extraordinary, at least in her heart. Just as she said, the previous one was just the beginning. The importance of this so-called Zuenman Foundation was beyond imagination. She, who was in the Judeo realm, was very concerned about it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tong looked at Li Su and said, "Uncle Master, do you have any other questions about going down the mountain to exorcise demons?" Li Su couldn't help but think about it. There was no doubt that the other party explained it in detail. After a closer look, he found that the reward for going down the mountain to exorcise demons was undoubtedly much more amazing than the reward for the shanking trial. If we consider the above situation, except for the Xiaoxinju, which was a skill after all, it could be taught repeatedly, but the consumption of Udaodan and top-grade magic weapons was high. Even if it was issued once every 6 months, the amount was quite incredible. If we count 6 times, at least 18 pills of the Imperial Dao pill alone are needed, which means 18 lifetime experiences of the Imperial Dao realm. Even if the shanking sect has accumulated thousands of years, how many such Imperial Dao realms are there? The magic weapons are even more exaggerated. 20 pieces are issued at a time. After 3 years, there are a total of 120 pieces. What is the shanking sect planning to do? Clear out the 1000-year inventory? Thinking of the astonishing consumption, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. It was shocking that the disciples' trial resources were given away for free. Now it was like a clearance sale to eliminate monsters. It was really incomprehensible. How much foundation does the shanking sect have to consume so much? And, even if there is there any need for the shanking sect to consume so much? Li Su's eyes flashed slightly, combining the information after crossing over. The unusual overreaction of the shanking sect could not be made out of nothing. The only possibility is that the story of Journey to the West itself is getting bigger and bigger because the saint does not exist and the heaven and Buddhism cannot be contacted. The bug has become more and more serious, which has seriously threatened its own living environment. Otherwise, a 1000-year-old sect would not have reacted in this way, as if it was going all out to improve the disciples' cultivation, armament improvement, before the decisive battle. And does such a way of exhausting the foundation mean that the pressure is so great that if it fails, the shanking sect will no longer exist? Li Su took a breath and shook his head. Although there are still some questions, some of the surface levels are not suitable for him to contact at this time, such as what happened to the shanking sect's reaction. As for the rest, such as how the points of monsters are calculated, and so many people go out to kill monsters, are there so many monsters? Such as, these questions can be understood through the Jade card. After going down the mountain to eliminate monsters, the rewards for the disciples' trials will be contacted by someone from the Shanking Palace. Uncle Master still has 3 days to prepare. Although this is a bit unfair to Uncle Master, with Uncle Master's strength, the disciple thinks that a little difference is no problem. Jiang Tong blinked his eyes. Although Li Su's status is very high, he has too few years of cultivation. In such a hurry, he is almost equivalent to going down the mountain empty-handed. Compared with other disciples, the gap is not a little bit. Immortal cultivators are not ordinary knights who can travel the world with a sword and a horse. The threats that immortal cultivators have to face are much more terrifying than those of knights. Various strange means emerge one after another. There are 5 types of monsters in this world: demons, ghosts, and evil. The first 4 are okay, but the last type is a human, an evil cultivator. They understand human thinking best, and some of the means they prepare can be said to be hard to defend against. In general, the strength of evil cultivators is extremely strong. Although they are destined to not go far, they are undoubtedly superior to orthodox cultivators before this. Originally, Li Su would not be let down from the mountain. After all, his years of cultivation were too short. If possible, with his talent, he would be carefully crafted and cultivated for 100 years, and sooner or later he would be at the top of the world. Unfortunately, there is not so much time. At most, in more than 10 years, or at least, maybe a few years, the world will be in chaos. No, maybe it should be said that the world has been in chaos for a long time, but it has not yet reached the peak. Fortunately, the junior sister brought back an astonishing news. Li Su had been undefeated in the spiritual world against the same level of yin spirits, and even won, and escaped from the hands of Mrs. Whitebone. Undoubtedly, this is amazing. Regardless of the details, whether Lee Su is really a fairy who has descended to the earth, there is one thing that can be confirmed without a doubt. That is a complete shanking immortal method, which is very strong and has the ability. The degree of magic is probably even higher than that of the little immortal method. After all, a single copy is comparable to the little immortal method, and the whole set itself is an immortal method, a real immortal method. Suffering a loss, perhaps death, it will not be so easy. Considering this level, the head of the sect Sukan made a decision to directly let Lee Su participate. In the case of insufficient time, he can only force him to grow up quickly. Although the immortal cultivators seek longevity in the great way, the environment determines everything, and there is nothing they can do when they encounter it. Not only that, the most important thing is the Zuenman Foundation 3 years later. Not only is the qualification itself very rare, but it is also not safe inside. It does not mean that, as long as you enter, you can get good fortune and get promoted. On the contrary, it is also dangerous and there will be many tests, not just for talent, strength, state of mind, and so on, all of which will be examined. The so-called Zuenman Foundation is essentially what Zuenman prepared for when troubles arise within the sect. If you don't have certain strength and talent, it would be a waste, even if you get it. Jiang Tong didn't stay for long and left directly after giving instructions. Standing in the clouds, Lee Su, holding the identity jade card, thought for a while and walked out. After completing the preparations, the shanking disciples will go down the mountain immediately. There are still 31 hours left before the last time to go down the mountain. As soon as he came out, a voice came into his ears. In the direction of Shanking Palace, someone was spreading rumors targeting the entire sect. Originally, there was no one in the crowded disciple trial area. There were many disciples flying around on the entire Maotian mountain, and there were also disciples walking with their heads down on the stone steps of the mountain stream. Everyone looked hurried in order to deal with this sudden situation. Lee Su thought for a while and flew directly to Shanking Palace. He didn't have much to prepare for going down the mountain. After all, he had gone down the mountain several times before and after, and he was considered experienced. In short, it is to find monsters, kill monsters, refine monsters, digest them, and become stronger. He has learned the methods. Not only that, after coming out of the spiritual world, his preparation in terms of strength is undoubtedly stronger. He has transformed a large amount of shanking immortal energy, and the 36 diagrams have also been thoroughly refined. In terms of degree, it is close to 15%, which is about 5 points more than expected. Going down the mountain like this is not a big problem. In front of Shanking Hall, there is no sight of the headmaster, the peak master and others, but the one who arranged the scene there is an acquaintance. The elder of Udeo and the transmission hall asked Lee Su to wait after seeing him coming, and then walked in. After a while, he came out with a bag in his hand and handed it directly to Lee Su. The headmaster has told you that there are things that the Supreme Master will prepare for the uncle when he goes down the mountain in the future, and the resources for the disciples' trial are also placed in it. Those 3 old men? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that they disappeared after passing on the 3 shanking scriptures to him. It can be said that they are the most irresponsible masters in so many worlds, but he didn't expect that they would actually prepare things for him. He took the bag and put it away without opening it. Jiang Tong came to deliver the demon killing order, and the gifts for leaving were prepared here. The meaning was undoubtedly very clear. If there is nothing else, just go down the mountain. He glanced around and saw that there were many people. Although there were people to help, the situation was not handled quickly. As for the resources of disciples, even if they were given for free, they had to be distributed according to the situation. They had to check the other party's previous situation and distribute them. There was undoubtedly a difference in quantity, and it was impossible to treat everyone equally. After all, the stronger you are, the more resources you have, which can be transformed into strength. If you are too weak, giving too much will easily cause trouble. Although the realm of becoming a Taoist is just one realm, it can be divided into several levels according to the different grades of the skills and the different strengths of mastery. The skills of the shanking sect are divided into 2 levels, big and small. The Shanking Sutra has one level, and the other Taoist methods have one level. Each level is divided into 4 realms, namely, the initial entry, small success, perfection, and peak. After this conversion, plus his words, there are at least 9 levels of the realm of skills alone. If some other situations are considered, there will undoubtedly be more problems. There are quite a few disciples in Shanking sect, not counting the latest generation. There are 4 generations, the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Although there are fewer and fewer people as the number goes on, there are less than 50 people in the 9th generation who have reached the Deo realm, but there are more than 100 in the 10th generation, about 300 in the 11th generation, and nearly 1,000 in the 12th generation. The workload is not small. No wonder there are still quite a few people after 7 days. Li Su did not ask anything. Jiang Tong explained it very clearly. He moved and turned into wind directly. He went back to Qinghao Palace to pack up his belongings, especially his clothes. Although the purple robe is good as a magic weapon, it has many functions. It not only has good defensive power, but can even change color and shape. After all, even if the magic weapon is concealed, it is too ostentatious to expose it directly. Let it become inner armor and put on regular clothes on the outside. Things like trump cards are not practiced, but hidden. After making preparations, Li Su did not delay and turned into breeze directly and floated out. He leaped into the void and directly rode on the wind, following the wind blowing from Mount Mao, and went away. Asterisk 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 master, Jiang Tong wants to see you. Taking hall. Unlike before, the whole hall was covered with special patterns. The head of Shanking, Sukan, sat in the center, and the magical patterns intertwined with him as the center point. In front of him, there were 9 crystals as big as human heads, shining with brilliant rainbow light. That was the spiritual essence, so huge that it would definitely take a while to collect it. Even ordinary spiritual veins could not form such quality. Unimaginable heaven and earth energy burst out from it, flowing down, being gathered by him, and flowing and dispersing along the patterns. Not only the main hall, but also the first hall of Taking Hall and the 5 palaces. The main hall was presided over by the head, and 4 of the 5 palaces also had people, including the deputy head Zhao Qingmei and the head of Shanking Peak. He ran. Like the headmaster, they all formed special patterns with themselves as the center, covering the palace where they were. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was being refined and flowed along the patterns to the depths below the Taking Palace. Yeah. Sukan opened his eyes. Have you told the little guy about the situation? I have already informed my uncle. Jiang Tong nodded, and then hesitated to speak. She was not worried about his safety. He could win against the yin spirit, and he was in the spiritual world. Unless he fought to the death, and refused to run, it would be very difficult to kill him. But Li Su's years of cultivation were too shallow, and he didn't master many methods. If he went down the mountain like this, there would be many problems. There are many monsters in the world with strange and bizarre abilities. In fact, there are still 3 years left for the demon killing order. It would be better to leave it and spend 1 or 2 months to let the elders give some advice. In this way, even if he can't make the list in the first half of the year, there should be no problem in the second half of the year. Now that this has happened, the little uncle may not have any gains in the first year, and he will start to catch up in the second year. It may be the third year to make the list. As if he didn't see Jiang Tong's doubt, Sukan said directly, Tonja, from now on you are the 4th peak master of Shanking sect. Go to the 5th hall. You are in charge there. Yes. Jiang Tong was stunned for a moment, but still clasped his fists and bowed, left the main hall, and went to the attached palace. Sitting in the main hall, Sukan's eyes were dim, and his gaze shot directly from the Taking Hall, covering the land of May Ocean. Looking at Li Su, who was leaving quickly in the breeze, he took a deep breath and sighed heavily. Hunting monsters is not something that can be done just by having strength. You also need to understand the habits and strength of monsters. With the current little guy going down the mountain, let alone killing monsters at the level of the Tao realm, even those with just born spiritual intelligence may have some trouble and need to spend a lot of time to adapt. Therefore, it can be said that the 3 lists of demon killing, heaven, earth and man have basically nothing to do with the little guy, and he can be considered a runner-up. I'm sorry little guy, but the qualifications for the Zuenman Foundation have been prepared for you. You must go to that place. Before that, your talent must not be exposed. Sukan lowered his head, and his mind could not help but think of what happened at the Central Plains Taoist Master Conference not long ago. At the beginning of the meeting, there was nothing wrong, but with the late arrival of the Lingbao sect master, everything was different, and they were shocked by an amazing scene. They finally knew where the Taishangs of their respective sects had gone. 500 years ago, a mountain fell from the sky, and underneath was an extremely terrifying monkey. It was the first guardian of the pilgrims, and in the future it was responsible for protecting the pilgrims to go to Zai to seek the true scriptures. In order to verify, the Taishangs left the territory of the Tang dynasty and went abroad to the place where the Five Fingers Mountain was located. However, after arriving at the Five Fingers Mountain, they found that there were dozens of corpses of Buddhist masters lying there, and the monkey that should have been suppressed under the mountain was gone. There was only a huge broken iron stick stuck on the ground. The scene was undoubtedly amazing. What was even more shocking was that at the very end, a Supreme suddenly spoke up. Who? You? Why? After watching the images released by the magical instruments brought by Lingbao sect, although no one on the scene said a word, some things did not need to be said. The life and death of the Supreme was unknown. This was not scary. What was scary was that there was a traitor in Zuenman. Chapter 645. As long as this boy leaves Maotian. Li Su left, but he didn't leave. Although he was floating with the wind, he chose to land. As soon as he left Maotian, he was not in a hurry for the task of exorcising the demon. The imperial pills, the small immortal divination, and even the best magic weapons were not very attractive to him. What he lacked now was not those, but realm and strength. Otherwise, even if he ranked first on the heavenly ranking for 6 times and got all the good things, it would be meaningless if he couldn't use them, right? After all, the above things require strong strength to be used. Therefore, for Li Su, the rigid demand at present is to improve his own strength, not to hunt monsters. He has a clear understanding of himself, and the road ahead is also very bright. He has a very high foundation for building the foundation and becoming a Taoist. He has been at the top level from the beginning, which is a height that mortals can never reach. Even though the skills have been cultivated and have shown a certain power, in fact, the qualitative change brought about by the Shanking Immortal method has not ended, and the deeper transformation is still going on. With the improvement of his strength and the rise of his realm, the true appearance of the Shanking Immortal method will be revealed little by little. And this height is not low. I'm afraid that at least he needs to control the Dao before he can really exert part of the power of the immortal law. If he really wants to use this method in full, he needs to become an immortal and achieve immortality. Li Su has this feeling. The Shanking Immortal law should be a Taoist magic that can avoid the 3 disasters. The upper limit is very high. Whether it is powerful or not depends on the practitioner's own realm and the degree of mastery of the Shanking Immortal law. So even if he doesn't take any reward on the demon slaying order, as long as Li Su can achieve perfection and enter the Imperial Dao, then at least in the Central Plains, he will have no worries. Not far from Maotian, Li Su turned into the soil of the 5 element and drilled down. After a certain depth, he stopped, used his spirit to dig a square pit, used the talisman to make defense, and sat cross-legged again to practice directly. Behind the heart gate, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy continued to tilt. In front of the door, with the continuous stirring of the oven transformed by the natal talisman, a large amount of impurities tilted down and had piled up into a small hill below. These substances are the last residue and the last echo of consciousness. I thought it would dissipate quickly after flowing out, but in fact it was slower than expected. The emotions inside blended with each other and became what it is now. Li Su ignored it. He began to calm down and absorb with all his strength, speeding up the stirring speed to extract more spiritual energy and pure spirit from the heaven and earth. The door of the soul seemed to have grown bigger. It should be related to the improvement of the realm. The amount of spiritual energy that can pass through is increasing every time. From this point of view, it should not take long for him to digest the spiritual fragments he brought back. With the experience of the last time, Lee Su quickly split part of the spirit out, took a large number of prepared spiritual talismans, and went to the spiritual world again. Enter, search, suppress, and capture. Lee Su began to repeat this process constantly in order to improve his own Taoism in the shortest time and push the realm of Taoism to perfection. Time kept passing. The last deadline of the demon killing order was up, and the disciples of Shanking sect went out of the mountains one after another to go to the secular world to kill demons and defend the Tao. Only Lee Su still stayed not far from the foot of Maotian Mountain and continued to practice. With all his efforts, the speed was really fast. The spiritual world was extraordinary to him, and in fact, the effect was far better than he had imagined. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth alone was not quickly transformed when absorbed, but the spiritual fragments in the spiritual world also carried a certain amount of spiritual power. After being stirred and broken up, it turned into the purest spirit and was absorbed by Lee Su. Even though the supreme chapter of the saint could not be operated or used here, Lee Su's soul still underwent a transformation, especially after the true immortal realm. It was integrated into the origin of the world and a fundamental reversal occurred. With the integration of a large number of spirits, he quickly absorbed them, marked them in a special way, and then buried them in his cells. This is undoubtedly something that can only be done when the two supreme things of soul and flesh are mastered at the same time, and this makes these spirits, even if there are a large number of them, not cause their own souls to be too swollen and unable to be absorbed due to excessive swallowing, and even be crushed in turn. As many as 6 billion cells, with the continuous integration of spirits, are gradually changing and receiving Lee Su's marked spirit drive to become one storage place after another. Facing the vast amount of spiritual energy pouring in, he did not cause a dam to burst due to insufficient absorption, but instead continuously absorbed it. The Shanking immortal artifact was also implanted into these cells, forming a ratio of about 1:5, nourishing the cells filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming an optimal circle. Regardless of whether it was refined, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth itself would directly nourish it, making it stronger and stronger. The change brought about by this behavior was that Lee Su's cultivation speed was surging, and the degree of intensity was undoubtedly unprecedented. The time for the perfection of the state of enlightenment was constantly compressed by him. It took several years at first, but now it has been compressed to about 1 year. Of course, this degree of improvement will continue, and most of the 6 billion cells have not yet completed the transformation. When the body is completely filled, and when all the cells store a large amount of Shanking immortal energy, he will have completed the practice of the state of enlightenment, and reached the peak state of perfection. Time is constantly passing, and unprecedented changes are taking place in the spiritual world. As a large number of spiritual fragments were taken away by Lee Su, the periphery presented a huge vacuum state, and he dug a huge hole, which was constantly expanding. Unfortunately, no one came at this moment. Since the demon extermination order was issued, all the people in the spiritual world have retreated. Otherwise, Lee Su's behavior at this moment would definitely cause a huge shock. After all, even demons and evil cultivators would not dare to do such a huge amount of things. Their souls would be completely polluted and reduced to chaos. After entering for more than 10 times, he did not meet anyone. This undoubtedly made Lee Su more bold. He set foot in the shallow and middle layers, and each time he made more noise than the last time. Every time he came, he would bring back a huge amount of fragments. Not only that, it seemed that, because he would take away a lot of spiritual power every time he went back, the road was opened up and widened, from a winding path to an oil-lined cypress road. It used to take several hours to drive, and it would be extremely uncomfortable on the road. Now it has not only become a straight line, but also very stable. Therefore, whether going to or returning to the spiritual world has become easier and easier, as if the distance has been shortened. The only pity is that the spiritual fragments he can take away are still very small. Some large fragments, even if he said he didn't dare to touch them, there were such fragments in the shallow and middle layers, and the deep layers were everywhere. There was no way. These fragments were either relatively new, or the existence of the dead was extremely powerful before, and the final consciousness directly formed a grand picture. In the shallow layer, the largest one was a building. The largest in the middle layer was as huge as a mountain. As for the deep layer, standing at the door and looking out, you might not be able to see the end. It was too big, as if the world had descended directly. According to Jiang Tong, this kind of spiritual fragment is very dangerous. Especially the kind that is so huge that it can accommodate a world. Even if it is said that the Judeo realm dare not touch it easily, the emotions deposited in it are extremely terrible. It is the last unwillingness of the living being before his death, and it accumulates a lot of hatred. It can't be dissolved for thousands of years. Moreover, although this kind of fragment is huge and even complete, in fact, there are not many memories in it, and the gloomy emotions account for 99%. Undoubtedly, for the cultivators, this is equivalent to the opposite of the big medicine, which is highly poisonous. Facing these fragments, Li Su was undoubtedly envious. After all, the larger they were, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth was swallowed up inside. The kind of fragments in the deep layer that could hold a continent, just one of them would be enough for him to complete the transformation to the state of enlightenment. Unfortunately, he could only watch. Just approaching that emotion was enough to drive Li Su crazy, let alone touching it. At present, he could only touch, suppress, and take away at most 3 basketballs. Any larger would be a burden on his spirit. The spiritual talisman was not of sufficient quality, and it would be slow to digest after taking it back. Arriving in the spiritual world again, Li Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. I don't know if it was an illusion. Although the place where it appeared was different each time, the range would not be too far. He had been here before and had received a lot of goods. When he left, there was a large volume. He had actually emptied this place, but when he arrived here, he found that it appeared again, although it was far from the previous density. Floating over, the speed is a bit fast. Even if we say the concept of time is 1 to 10, it is emptied and immediately restored to the previous layer after going back and forth. Isn't this too efficient? How many cultivators' spirits have been accumulated in this spiritual world? Although he thought about it, Li Su was still a little happy. He felt as if he had found an infinite resource point that he could draw from forever. This was undoubtedly very important to him. The consumption of the enlightenment realm was so huge, and the controlling Dao realm was imaginable, and there were even more. Without having to worry about resources, he might really be able to achieve the great Luo Tang monk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, just as Li Su was practicing, on the other side. With the arrival of the last day of the demon extermination order, somewhere outside of Maotian Shanking, a figure looked towards the direction of Maotian, his eyes flashing with a sinister look. It was Wei Feng. As the demon extermination order began, he also came out and began to prepare to participate in order to win a good result. He didn't care much about other things, but the controlling Dao pill was something he must get. He would not give it to anyone, and he would not be polite to anyone who dared to compete with him. He had been stuck at the peak of enlightenment for too long, especially when Jiang Tong came later, which made him feel like he was living a year, and every minute and every second was tortured, so that everyone's eyes fell on him, as if it was a question, a mockery. He has been practicing for a long time, over 147 years old. Although there are no requirements for the Judeo realm, in fact, even the Zuanman with a deep foundation and accumulated strength has unspoken rules in this regard. The Judeo realm cannot exceed 150 years old. After this realm, it will become a distant and even unattainable. Thinking of this, Wei Feng's hatred was infinitely magnified and became more and more distorted. Especially not long ago, the target of his hatred showed amazing strength in the transmission hall. In just 7 years, he grew from an ordinary ant to a realm comparable to his. Faced with this result, Wei Feng almost had a demonic disorder, because in his opinion, the other party not only took away his opportunity, but also broke his luck. This is not a hypothesis, but a real case. There was a time when the Shi and Jiao competed with each other. When one of them failed, he instantly fell to the bottom, while the other was thriving. The failure at one time should not be like this. The talents that the two had shown were undoubtedly equal, but with the failure of the Shi and Jiao, all his halos were extinguished overnight, the altar collapsed directly, and he suddenly became immortal. Therefore, the cultivators attach great importance to luck. Even if it is ethereal, They are still very sure that this thing must exist and has a great relationship with themselves. The opportunity was taken away, which made Wei Feng crazy and did extremely irrational behavior. Now that his luck was cut off, you can imagine what kind of emotions he was filled with. The other party regarded him as a stumbling block and wanted to run over him. Once he succeeded, everything that belonged to him would become a bubble and belong to the other party. Li Su must die. He spoke slowly, with hatred in his eyes. Are you sure that the mark will not be discovered? That is not an ordinary method, relying on the sense of smell, or even the divine consciousness. Even the Judeo realm cannot find it. It is specially sent from the outside. It comes from the innate magical power of a certain demon king. Once there is contact for more than a certain period of time, it will be integrated into the flesh and entangled with the soul, and it will not disappear within 100 years. This has been tested on the Judeo realm. In fact, let alone the Judeo realm, even the heavenly soldiers and generals, the real immortals, unless they understand i.e., the origin of Taoism, and have insight into everything, otherwise they will never be able to detect it, and cannot get rid of it. A voice sounded, but there was no one. Instead, it was under Wei Feng's feet, in the shadow illuminated by the sun. The voice was extremely cold and indifferent. What Chen promised you before will definitely be done. Originally, you were not qualified to use this method. It was because the king sympathized with your difficulties and understood the meaning of breaking the way for a seeker of the way. In order to help you completely eliminate the inner demon, he made special preparations. In order to ensure the success of this matter and avoid accidents, he also sent 3 Judeo realm warriors to come, so that you can really take action to kill him and take back the broken luck. Therefore, no matter where he goes, or what he changes into, it cannot be concealed, and will be found by us. It can be said that, as long as this boy leaves the Shanking May Ocean area, he is equivalent to being dead. Don't doubt the promise of the Demon King. Unlike your cunning, once the Demon King promises, he will never perfunctorily do it. Wei Feng couldn't help but take a breath. When he heard it, his expression was excited and eager. As his thoughts became more extreme, he found that the possibility of him killing this inner demon became increasingly slim. The sect would not agree, and the longer the time dragged, the slimmer this hope would be. Once the other party achieves the realm of imperial power, he will undoubtedly be completely trampled underfoot, destined to only look up to his glory forever. Not to mention that this matter has a direct relationship with him. Even if it has no relationship, he may not be able to accept it and will have evil thoughts in his heart. Wei Feng said directly, just help me kill him. I will do what I promised. I swear. The shadow shook for a moment and said lightly, you'd better do it. The price of destroying the agreement with the Demon King will be beyond your imagination. Wei Feng did not speak. At this moment, he didn't care about anything. All his thoughts and goals were only one. He stared at the location of May Ocean, looking, and looking eagerly. There are only a few hours left, only a few hours, and it will be here. The deadline for the demon extermination order is coming. And this time, he will feel it well, taste it well, and pour out all the pain and hatred imposed on himself. Otherwise he can't compensate for everything he has paid for this result. For this result, he spent everything. Come on, mortal ants, come out. This time, no one can protect you. Chapter 646, Great Perfection of Enlightenment. 1 day passed. 10 days passed. 1 month passed. Outside Mount Mao, Wei Feng's expression changed from infinite expectation to gradually twisted, and an extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. Hatred could not be vented. Rage almost burned his body and mind into a conversation. The hatred continued to expand during these few days and nights, biting at his body and mind bit by bit. Why? Why haven't you come out yet? Where are the people? Where did they go? He almost roared and said angrily, the test has been going on for a month. Why don't you go out? Didn't you say that there would be no problem with the tracking method and that we can definitely lock onto the other party? The demon killing order has been started for a month. Of course it's because of the mark. It hasn't moved from beginning to end. The shadow was also shaking, with anger accumulating in his heart, and he said coldly, did you set the wrong target? In order for the mark to work, it must have actual contact with the target for a certain period of time. Impossible. Wen Yifeng roared. After the disciples of Shanking sect formally become apprentices, their master will personally bestow a certain inheritance reward. This is thousands of the rules of the past years do not need to be confirmed by anyone. The storage bag placed in the Shanking Palace was undoubtedly prepared for him. There were restrictions on it. The level of the restrictions was very high. Even the storage bags of the true disciples could not expect it. The quality of the storage bag itself said it all. It was even carefully sealed and stored in the treasure hall. I will never make a mistake. Full of huge hatred for Li Su, it has overwhelmed reason, but there is no doubt that Wei Yifeng will not make a mistake on this point, let alone confuse it. Killing Li Su has become his obsession, with a strong desire, which can be said to be his demand. In order to kill him, he did not hesitate to cooperate with the demon clan in an all-round way, and did not hesitate to take the initiative to promise that it is very likely to subvert the entire Shanking clan. Everything is for the purpose of killing Li Su. Therefore, he will never make a mistake, and it is impossible to make a mistake. At the end, Wen Yifeng could not help but roar, "The problem is definitely not on my side. Are you doubting me? Doubting the Demon King? Doubting this method that has hunted countless heads of cultivators above the level of enlightenment, and even taken the heads of immortals in heaven?" The shadow said indifferently, "Get it clear, human, you are not qualified to use this method at all. Even the Taishang in your sect is not qualified. It is only because of pity for your experience and to help you that the Demon King asked us to bring this method. Don't take the Demon King's kindness to you for granted, or even question the Demon King's kindness after problems arise." Wen Yifeng kept breathing in. He tore his hair frantically, his pupils were extremely red, and a powerful breath poured out, forming extremely turbid water, stirring the surroundings. This water is special. It has an extremely strong erosion effect. Whether it is soil, wood, or even metal, it will melt naturally when it comes into contact with it, and evaporate in the blink of an eye. A pungent smell burst out. This gas was not normal either. It was some kind of highly toxic gas with strong radioactivity. It spread out. In an instant, countless lives within a mile of the place began to twitch, spitting a lot of white foam from their mouths, and fell to the ground with an expression of great pain, curling and twisting to die. Wen Yifeng was roaring again and again. Why? Facing this scene, the shadow shook slightly. Even if he was only second rate in the Shanking sect, he should be said to be worthy of being a disciple of the Zuanmen. This foundation is really terrifying. You must know that in terms of cultivation, the human race is normally weaker than the monster race. After all, it takes countless years for monsters to have spirituality. In addition to the time they spend growing up, it is equivalent to being completely exposed to the open air without protection. Being strong is not just as simple as living a long life, but also means fighting to the death beyond the number of times. Moreover, although monsters lack wisdom, their instincts are undoubtedly very strong, and their 5 senses are far superior to humans. Therefore, under normal circumstances, monsters of the same realm are much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. For an early stage of the Taoism realm monster, it often takes 3 or 5 early stage Taoism realm cultivators, or even 1 middle stage cultivator, to kill it. However, the Zuanmen sects in the Central Plains are different. They pay too much attention to the foundation. The simplest basic practice can take more than 10 or 20 years, and the Taoism is even more than 100 years. Although the growth process is different, the time and years consumed are almost the same as those of monsters. This leads to their extremely strong foundation and unimaginable cultivation of Taoism and magical powers. Even if the second-rate genius in front of him has problems with his Tao heart, he still shows amazing power under the burst of momentum. There are many monsters who can beat him at the level of Taoism, but it is almost impossible to kill him one-on-one, unless he is a monster with the bloodline of the Demon King. However, the shadow is also very strange. Why? It hasn't moved. They have spies in the human race. The decisions of the major leaders of the Zuanmen sect in the Central Plains have been known. In order to deal with them, an unprecedented demon extermination order has been launched. That's right, this time the demon elimination is not for a single sect, but for all the Zuanmen in the world. The 3 lists of heaven, earth and man do not evaluate the Shanking sect alone, but all the disciples of all sects. Therefore, this competition will be extremely fierce, and the entire Central Plains will set off a huge wave. In the 3 years, the war between humans and monsters will reach an unprecedented level. According to this result, the more talented monsters there are in the big sects, the more they will be sent out. If for nothing else, it is to improve their experience. After all, although the Zuenman's heart training will lay a solid foundation, a foundation beyond imagination, it is for seeking the truth, not for fighting, for survival. Before the real decisive battle comes, these sects intend to let their disciples experience the baptism of blood and fire and experience harsh battles. It did not doubt Wei Feng, because the other party had gone crazy, and a demon seed had grown in his Dao heart, forming Mizang. In this case, it was like dropping a drop of black ink into clear water. Unless the inner demon was killed, there was almost no possibility of turning back. Of course, there was another way, which was to cut one's own heart, not from the outside to the inside, but from the inside to the outside. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is difficult. No, it is almost impossible. Once the heart is covered with dust, the ending is basically doomed. Just like broken glass, no matter how it is repaired, it will never be restored to its original state. Maybe someone would say that throwing it into the furnace once and for all will be over soon. It's easy to say, but if you really do it, it's equivalent to putting yourself in a desperate situation and facing a life or death situation. And the life or death here is not that 1 out of 10 people succeeds, but that everyone who does this has a 90% chance of dying. The danger is no less than gambling with your life, and it's not once or twice, but the concept of gambling a full 9 times. Good luck, everyone has it. Take a chance, 1 or 2 times, maybe. But, 3, 4, 5 times? Let's not talk about the monsters. Even in the history of the human race, there are very few people who can make such a breakthrough. Even if they succeed, the experience they leave behind is not some grandiose and heroic words, but just luck, indicating that they will not do it again. Faced with such a situation, who would choose it, unless they are really desperate? Moreover, the state of mind is not something that can be killed at will. It is essentially an illusory concept. So the other party's arrangement is correct, and the means prepared by himself are enough to conceal everything. Why didn't that person come out? Shadow himself was also a little anxious. After all, this task was not so simple. From beginning to end, there was no such thing as the pity of the Monster King. Monsters are very realistic. Things like impulsiveness are the incomprehensible emotions that only humans have. In the cognition of monsters, it is simply incomprehensible. Just for a blood food that surrenders, he uses the means of the Monster King, but he is not worth it. Even if the probability of using him in the next action will increase, he is not the only choice, nor is he the only layout of the monster. In fact, Wei Feng is just a leisurely chess move. As for why this happened, that was because a demon king suddenly intervened, took the plan from Shanking sect, threw away the others after reading it, and then pointed to this task to give instructions. Help Wei Feng immensely to kill the young, high-ranking, and talented uncle of Shanking sect. Casualties are allowed, but losses are not allowed. Send the few Dao realm in the Central Plains to go there. No matter what, they must grow up and kill them. No failure is allowed. If you fail, don't go back. This is definitely an order beyond imagination. Although some demons are surprised, after all, it will make too much noise. It is still in the latent stage, and the world is not completely in chaos. However, the strange thing is that this order was not cancelled, but was recognized and promulgated. As a result, the demon leaders of the 3 prefectures of Hualien Road, Jiangnan East Road, and Jiangnan West Road all left their own territories and arrived in Zhenjiang, Zhuancheng, and Changzhou respectively, blocking the 3 directions of north, south, and east. Along the way, there were countless monsters. Almost all 3 paths of monsters gathered here. The number was amazing. The only exit left was to the west, which seemed to be alive, but in fact, the Tang dynasty had already taken over West Chang'an. This former center of the human race had now completely fallen into a paradise for monsters. There were 9 commanders there, and there was also a clone of the Monster King. If they really went there, they would be constantly forced to go to Chang'an. It can be said that the layout for this so-called human prodigy was prepared for a treatment that even the head of a major sect could not get. Although to be honest, Shadow did not think that a mere human who wanted to be killed in the realm of enlightenment was qualified to face this situation. In fact, once he started to act, he would probably not even have to wait for the commander to end. He would be killed, dismembered, and eaten up by the monsters arranged halfway. Looking at the crazy Wei Feng, Shadow did not say anything. This was no longer the other party's plan, but the plan of the Monster King. It was undoubtedly in a very bad mood and very anxious. It wanted to know why the person who should have appeared a long time ago had not left the Maotian territory until now. However, no matter what, there is only one thing that can be done now. Wait. Unless there is an order from above, before this task is completed, not only it, but also the commanders assigned to the 3 counties cannot move. Not only that, they cannot make a move in the face of the delicious food right in front of them, and they must not attract the attention of the world's Taoist sects before they kill their targets. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the territory of Maotian, Li Su continued to practice without knowing that a killing trap had been set up outside, waiting for him to fall into the trap. He improved very quickly, and his progress was almost daily. Every day his strength would show amazing growth. The terrible foundation created a terrible platform. The improvement of others was like a tsunami, with ups and downs. Although the next wave would come, and would be bigger than the last one, it would take time, calm, and accumulation. When it came to Li Su, it was completely different. He improved too fast, so fast that it was scary. The road that geniuses need hundreds of years to complete was being covered by him and his terrible speed, so that his improvement seemed to rise directly upward like a straight line. Unfortunately, the Black Shadow was not here. At this moment, if it were here and saw Li Su's improvement with its own eyes, it would probably understand that this completely illogical order seemed too light in a sense. From the beginning, it should not have arranged any so-called ambush and killing, but should have done its best to launch a beheading attack on the entire Shanking sect, and killed it, before it became stronger. After all, Li Su's improvement was too terrible and unbelievable. Moreover, the most horrifying thing was not only the improvement of Li Su's realm, but also the fact that his state of mind and the Dao were constantly strengthened when he was improving at the same time. Almost every time there was a slight improvement, a matching state of mind and a mastery of the Dao would appear in the next second. This was when his aura became stronger and stronger, and the surroundings were filled with extremely heavy Dao rhymes, which were filled with terrible pheromones. What was most difficult to understand was that Li Su's terrible situation was not that he had a very high realm and only lacked strength improvement, but that he began to have a corresponding epiphany at the moment of strength improvement. After all, the aura that permeated could not deceive people. That's right, he was having an epiphany. While practicing, he had an epiphany. Obviously, his terrifying speed of strength improvement, which almost makes all living beings dumbfounded, is far inferior to his comprehension. It takes 10, 20, or even 30 times of improvement to carry it after one enlightenment. If the existence of this scene and such a display were to be spread out, the whole world would probably be shocked, and they would feel the same as the 3 supreme masters of Shanking sect. What the hell is this kid? Have all the talents of the world's cultivation gathered for him? Li Su didn't care about his own situation. After all, he was used to it. It has been like this since the first world fragment. In fact, although he has extraordinary talents, Li Su is not satisfied and not satisfied. He complains countlessly in his heart. Time is too tight, and it has never been easy. Every time he seems to be driven forward, there is a terrible strong man pressing on his head, and he is almost certainly on the opposite side of him, looking down at him from top to bottom. This feeling is really fucked up. Therefore, even if his speed of progress is enough to shake the whole world's cognition of cultivation, there is still only one feeling: too slow, too slow. If this goes on, when will he be able to reach the pinnacle of Taoism? When will he be able to ascend to, or even surpass the Imperial Dao? Time waits for no one. The bell that opened journey to the west became louder and louder, and it had already spread to his ears. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Finally, after nearly 6 months of practice, Li Su let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Perfect. Yes, he was perfect. In the body, every cell was covered and filled with the shanking immortal key, and there was no longer any extra space. Originally, the flesh body would have a certain consumption due to the absorption of shanking immortal key, which was used to improve itself and make the cells stronger. Now, it has come to an end. The cells can no longer be improved, and the upper limit of the body has reached the end. Unless you cross this great realm and enter the next stage, the shanking immortal key will change. Otherwise, there will be almost no progress. And in order to transform like that, Lee Su looked at the inside of his body with some helplessness. The shanking immortal method that was almost integrated into one. The 36 pictures. They have not yet gathered. As their realms continued to improve, they also fell into a rapid growth stage. Their bodies were constantly nourishing them by absorbing the pure immortal energy to form a unique diorime. At present, the 36 diagrams have completely overlapped and are almost indistinguishable from each other. They are only 2 steps away from complete fusion. No, 1 step or so. But he couldn't do anything about this. Even if he had amazing talent and extraordinary comprehension, it was still useless for this last step. It's not that he lacked any strange things or magic weapons and secrets, but time. There is a saying that there was no road originally, but when more people walked, a road was naturally formed. Lee Su is in this situation now. All the considerable conditions have been met. What is lacking is that this road must be walked repeatedly, and traces are constantly formed again and finally formed and turned into a road. Lee Su is undoubtedly helpless about this. There are countless grand plans in his mind, but the basic conditions cannot be met. It's not resources, it's not comprehension, it's time. I don't know, is time the worst thing for him? Originally, if he could reach perfection and peak, he would undoubtedly continue to practice, directly enter the realm of Imperial Way, and advance to a higher level. But he was stopped, stuck in the middle, neither up nor down. Fortunately, this accumulation does not take long, not more than 10 or 20 years, otherwise Lee Su will really go crazy. Isn't this playing with him? Half a year. Under normal circumstances, it should be completed in half a year at most. In the game, it is not a great perfection, but a direct entry into the realm of Imperial Way. In fact, he has already reached the great perfection, and the only thing left is accumulation. Of course, if there is a life and death battle or something, it may be accelerated. For example, if you fall into a sea of enemies, even if they are small soldiers, you can slaughter them crazily for 2 or 3 months. Or if you change to a strong man in the realm of Imperial Way, be surrounded and killed by multiple enemies, and dance on the tip of the knife for 10 days and half a month, it should be completed ahead of time. However, it is obvious that where can you ask him to find so many enemies to kill at this time? There is also the Judeo realm. This kind of existence is usually hidden very deeply. According to the intelligence system of Shanking Sect, although it is suspected that there are many Judeo realm monster leaders in the Central Plains, there are more than 10, but it is obvious that they are all over the world, involving more than a dozen states. Not to mention that Lee Su can't find it. Even if he finds it, there is only one, and it is estimated that he will not fight with him and will just run away. After all, Zuenman is still there. The battle at the level of Judeo realm will definitely be sensed by Zuenman, and it will come from all directions in a few hours at most. Therefore, even if there is a battle, the intensity will not be very high. Of course, there are ways. For example, exposing one's identity will definitely make the monsters and demons in the world go crazy, and even Zuenman itself is estimated to go crazy. Being chased by both good and evil at the same time, let alone a big battle, every second can put him between life and death. Regarding this idea, Lee Su didn't even think about it. He just wanted to improve, not to commit suicide. If time was not too tight, he would not have thought about the issue of fighting to cultivate the Tao. It was not that he was not savvy enough and could be invincible by just lying down. Only a lunatic would fight to the death. He sighed and had to get going. The first half of the year had passed, and the 3 rankings of heaven, earth and man were almost out, and he was still a 0. The elders of the Shanking Sect might not care, but he would definitely check. Even if he could not make the list due to lack of experience, he could not have no points at all. By the way, He did not know what the current situation was, who were the people on the list, and how many points they had. Lee Su blinked, took out his demon killing order, injected magic power, wanted to observe the situation, and then make efforts to make a ranking suitable for himself. The demon killing order trembled slightly, and the information suddenly appeared. Name, Lee Su. Realm, Enlightenment Realm. Points. 0. Current ranking. 57,986. Lee Su was startled. There was something wrong with this number. It was very wrong. More than 50,000? Not 5,000? No, even if it's 5,000, it's not right. There are only a little over 1,000 disciples in Shanking sect, no more than 1,300. Where did the remaining 56,600 people come from? Are there so many disciples in the entire Zuenman sect? Wait, could it be that the demon killing order is not only from Shanking sect? With such a large number of people, it is impossible for Shanking sect to count the number of people, even if they send food. There are too many people, and the industry in the mortal world is not that big. After all, mortal materials are useless for those above the level of enlightenment, and most of them are prepared for the disciples who have just entered the foundation building stage. The total number of people is only a few thousand, no more than 10,000. Although it is impossible to directly look through the three lists, Lee Su is basically sure that this number is probably not just the big sects of Zuenman, and some small and medium sects are probably included, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people. After thinking about it, Lee Su put away the token and went out from the underground where he was hiding. Anyway, he would first find a few monsters and get some points. As for the direction, forget about Chang'an in the west. Thinking back to the situation before he joined Shanking, after so many years, it was definitely a den of thieves. If he went there, he would be killed. If someone found out about the problem, the plot that would greet him would be more than 1 second. Go north. No, the Jinshan temple where Tang Seng should go is there, and it is not safe. After thinking for a while, Lee Su decided to go south. Hangzhou should not be far away. There are many outstanding people and beautiful scenery there. It is said that there is heaven above and Susao and Hangzhou below. The beauty of Jiangnan has been passed down through the ages. Now in Journey to the West, the situation is probably different, but there must be many monsters in such a place. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so. After all, there are many people. Asterisk 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 move. At this moment, 100 miles away, after waiting for a full 6 months, the monster insect used for tracking finally reacted, began to move, and slowly turned its head to look to the south. In an instant, the frantic Wei Feng and the anxious Black Shadow couldn't help shrinking their pupils, revealing an ecstatic look. Finally, it's been too long. The wait is really too long. Direction, Hangzhou? I would choose. As a burial place, it is really a Feng Shui treasure land. Chapter 647, Catching Monsters. Hangzhou, the straight line distance is about 170 kilometers, but Lee Su is not in a hurry to walk, but intends to walk. Of course, it is not walking in the conventional sense, but turning into wind and floating slowly. There are two purposes for doing this. The first is that, if you are lucky, you may encounter monsters while floating. The second is to further feel your own power, and through continuous use and display, speed up the transformation speed of the 36 pictures. Of course, the effect is very low. There is no doubt that compared with the initial entry of the state of enlightenment, his improvement is obvious. It is as if a person has become a part of the wind, and jumped into the laws of heaven and earth. Not only riding the wind, but also riding the wind, he can escape into any place where there is wind. To make an analogy, there is a huge storm here, with a speed of 100 km per hour. The biggest wind has passed. Lee Su appears at the tail, but as long as he integrates into it, he can appear at the front wind. Not only wind, but also the 5-element, thunder and lightning, clouds and fog. Lee Su can easily escape into all phenomena. What the great perfection of enlightenment can achieve is undoubtedly a qualitative transformation, and the laws of oneself are becoming more and more perfect. Unfortunately, he failed to enter the Dao controlling realm. The Dao rules were still a little stiff in operation, and he could not do whatever he wanted. At least the distance was still limited, and the maximum limit was no more than 10 miles at a time. Although the speed of movement was equivalent to that of the Monkey King, it was undoubtedly no different from stopping. After all, the opponent could fly directly from Chang'an to the West Heaven with a somersault cloud, a full 108,000 miles. Even so, Li Su's progress was still amazing, and his improvement in strength was beyond imagination. At least in the Dao Enlightening realm, he was at the top, touching the red line on the other side. Moreover, unlike the ordinary Dao Enlightening realm, Li Su used the Shanking Immortal method as his foundation, and he was also standing in the Dao Enlightening realm. His height and breadth were undoubtedly extremely terrifying and beyond imagination. The improvement was far stronger than Li Su had expected. Now, even if he encountered the Dao controlling realm, he could not be said to have no resistance, and could only be slaughtered. In the early stage of the Dao controlling realm, he could fight. In the middle stage of the Dao controlling realm, he had no problem escaping. The peak of the Imperial Dao, well, it is better not to encounter this surface layer. Although it cannot be said that you are helpless, you still have to fight hard. This kind of behavior is not suitable for physical and mental growth. However, Li Su glanced around and couldn't help taking a breath. His expression became more and more solemn. The scenery of this world is still the same, without any abnormality. Through the capture of the divine sense, the spiritual energy of the world is still running, without any waves. Although there are some places with this little bit of demonic energy, it is undoubtedly very normal overall. However, the more so, in fact, it is more difficult to calm down. It is not just the reaction of Zuanman. In fact, Li Su can feel the law between heaven and earth with the continuous improvement of his realm. It is very depressing, as if a huge storm is slowly coming from one side of the sky to this side. It is still far away, and even most people can't see or hear it. If you want to feel it, you must be above the Imperial Dao realm, and you must stand at the top layer. The first Taishang who took action probably went out, because they noticed something wrong. As for Li Su, it was because he practiced the real immortal method. Even though the realm was far apart, in fact, he had already partially surpassed the limit of the ordinary and human beings, and entered the sequence of immortals. There were extremely terrifying footsteps, slowly coming from the invisible corner, from the depths of darkness, and the center of the fog. There was a terrible malice accumulated inside, quietly peeping at this place in the infinite darkness. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Not physically, but mentally, it was like being pressed by a heavy object, like being drowned in water, and it was slowly flooding over his mouth and nose. It won't be too long. If it's long, it will be decades, and if it's short, it will be more than 10 years. Even if he doesn't go to obtain the scriptures, this central plains, where journey to the west begins, will undergo huge changes, or even completely collapse. After floating for dozens of kilometers, Li Su's body slowed down slightly and looked to the right, about 3 to 5 kilometers away. There was a small town over there with a large population. It was sensed that there were about 10,000 people. In modern society, this number is not large, but in ancient times, it was already considered a relatively large county town. Speaking of the mundane world, I don't know what happened to Cheng Yaojin whom I met 7 years ago. After using a trick to fish out the monster hidden under Qin Shubao's human skin, Li Su basically didn't hear any news about him. As for the person who brought him up the mountain, he was also busy exorcising monsters. After taking him in, he soon left Maotian and hasn't seen him in these years. After slightly adjusting his direction, Li Su quickly walked towards the mountain forest not far from the town. He didn't stop because of the appearance of the town, but was attracted by a special wave. Although the movement was small, the flow of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Li Su's eyes, even if it was a micron level wave, within 10 miles, could not escape his perception. The spiritual energy was slightly distorted. Judging from the shape, it should be the influence of the entanglement of evil thoughts and resentment. This is the result of the spiritual world. Thanks to the crazy bricks during this period of time, a large number of fragments were removed, and a large amount of spiritual energy fluctuation frequency was recorded, which greatly improved his observation ability. Li Su couldn't help but blink his eyes. It's not a monster, it should be an evil cultivator. Moreover, he had come into contact with this aura before. When he was in Shanking sect, the aura of one of the evil methods in the Sutra library was like this. What was it called? That's right, the 10,000 Souls Sutra. It is a method of practicing, by refining the souls of others, by devouring their souls, the principles of the Tao are swallowed together to complete oneself. This method is very evil. The swallowed souls will be practiced into one's own soul by it, forming a face. The stronger the cultivation, the more faces there are on the soul. And these souls are not dead, but live in a situation where they will never be reborn. As long as the person who practices the 10,000 Souls Sutra does not die, the person who is swallowed will never be reborn. I don't know if this counts as points. After all, it is an evil cultivator, not a monster, and there is no strong demonic aura like a monster. Forget it, whether it is or not, Lee Su will not let this guy go. Although the evil method is not desirable, and is a road destined to no return, it cannot be despised for this reason. This is actually a way to find another way to continue to move forward. It can be said that without a certain foundation and a person with considerable talent, this evil method is really impossible to create. The more powerful and terrifying the evil method is, the higher the level of the developer is. It is no less difficult than the research and development of the righteous method. It is easy to move upward, not the knowledge content. For example, Lee Su, by watching the evil methods collected by the Shanking sect, has broadened his horizons a lot, and based on this, he has formed a method in his mind. This method is a little cruel. It can achieve the rapid growth of one's own Taoism by consuming the Taoism of others. Of course, it is not the kind of magic that absorbs other people's magic. That kind of magic is not advisable. It will confuse one's own soul, cause the Tao fruit to be filthy, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Lee Su's method is different, and it is carried out in a confrontational way. The specific operation method is still in the mind, and there is no actual attempt. Although I think it is not a big problem, it is just right to try it, so that it can mature quickly, and help me speed up the completion of my own Taoism. 1 step, 10 miles. It took only 2 or 3 steps to walk into the forest. I felt it more clearly at once. No wonder there was so little noise. The other party not only suppressed themselves, but also arranged some kind of formation to cover it up. Lee Su did not hide, and rushed in directly. Although it was called rushing in, Lee Su, who had the ability to change element, had his body transformed several times the moment he entered the formation. Like a breeze, a leaf, a handful of sand, he entered the formation naturally without alarming the formation at all. In the formation, there was a Taoist temple. There were many people inside, an old Taoist priest, several boys, and believers who came to worship. They should have come from the town. Everything looked normal. Of course, if you look at the bottom of the Taoist temple, you will find that there are countless corpses buried underneath. These skeletons are big and small, mostly mortals, and there are nearly 1,000 of them. The freshest corpse is still very fresh, and has just died. After confirming that the old Taoist with the strongest breath was only in the state of becoming a Taoist, Lee Su did not hesitate, and walked into the main hall of the Taoist temple. With Lee Su's sudden appearance, the people who were worshipping in the main hall of the Taoist temple were shocked. As the master of the Taoist temple, the old Taoist priest was also shocked at this moment. A cultivator? How could it be? Why didn't the formation react? The formation arranged around the Taoist temple was his carefully designed formation, which was extremely sensitive to the flow of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. If a cultivator passed by, it would immediately form a sense and transmit it to him. Not to mention Lee Su's sudden appearance, even at this moment, even though he was standing in front of him, the formation still seemed to have no sense at all, which made him nervous. Taking a breath, the old Taoist suppressed his uneasiness and smiled with a familiar smile. He said, "Wu Lian Xianzhen, I'm honored to have you here. I'm Wu Jizi, and I'm here to lend you my life." "What are you doing here?" Lee Su smiled. "Wu Jizi, I'm here to borrow your life." The old Taoist's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean, Taoist? The thousands of corpses below should have asked you. Did you answer?" The old Taoist's face suddenly changed. His pupils burst into evil light. His kind face became ferocious. His grey hair instantly turned blood red, and extremely terrible evil thoughts burst out from him. Where did you come from, you wild boy, to dare to trouble your grandfather Wuji? The old Taoist took off his disguise, and under the shocked gaze of the mortals, a strange change occurred, and a series of tragic and howling ghost faces grew on his body. The 10,000 Souls Sutra. He raised his palm, and amazing magic power burst out, turning into a stream of evil spirits, but not towards Li Su, but towards the mortals around him. Then he turned and ran, crashing through the temple, and fleeing at a high speed. Very fast, as expected. The evil cultivators are very alert in this regard. Li Su raised his palm, and a dazzling white light flashed, and the evil repelling thunder shook. With a loud bang, the flying evil spirits were swept away by him. At the same time, all thunder seemed to have life, and rushed out in the direction of the other party's escape. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the escaping old Taoist priest. The thunder was like a knife, piercing and splitting him on the spot. Ah! With a scream, the old Taoist priest was split open. His internal organs were directly exposed, and large areas of scald splashed out. But he saw bursts of black smoke coming out of his body, and there were evil spirits swimming inside. They opened their mouths wide, bit the chopped body, and forced it to close. The old Taoist priest did not stop, and accelerated away in the billowing black smoke. "Can you run away?" Li Su chuckled. "Suppress." As soon as the words fell, the body of the old Taoist priest, who had already run out of the range of the formation he had set up, trembled, and lightning appeared inside him, turning into special patterns, which began to interweave with each other to form pictures and texts, slowly gathering towards his chest and forming. Is this the art of spiritual talismans? Looking at the mark on his chest that was about to take shape, the old Taoist priest was scared. The art of talismans was not unfamiliar to Taoists, and they naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of paper talismans and spiritual talismans, and the differences. This kind of talisman could not be a spiritual talisman, and spiritual talismans could not do this. "My natal spiritual talisman, you are from Maotian Shanking." The old Taoist priest's face changed drastically, and there was a look of fear in his pupils. Obviously, he did not expect that the one who came to his door was actually the top sect in the center of Zuanmen. A large number of human faces appeared on his body again, almost burying his entire body. Those evil spirits looked extremely ferocious, twisting wildly, trying to tear apart the art of suppressing and sealing that was taking shape on his chest. Unfortunately, facing Li Su's talisman, his counterattack seemed too pale and too weak. Even if the evil spirit kept struggling, it still couldn't shake the talisman to take shape, restraining his body bit by bit, and sealing the internal Taoism. Damn it, damn it. The old Taoist screamed wildly. He was undoubtedly very clear about the consequences of being completely suppressed. His pupils were extremely blood red, and he looked at Li Su with extreme resentment. "I will not let you go, even if I become a ghost." He let out an extremely shrill scream. The next second, terrible energy gathered inside his body, and the ghost face on his body began to detach, taking the old Taoist's flesh and blood with it, and it exploded directly. These exploded flesh and blood did not scatter. After escaping the suppression of the talisman on the chest, they became the carriers of those evil spirits, turned their heads directly, counterattacked back, and turned into a curse, wanting to perish with Li Su. Facing this scene, Li Su sighed, lightning flowed on his palm, and with a flick of his finger, all of them exploded. Everything happened too fast. By the time everyone reacted, the old Taoist priest, who had been respected by countless people, had disappeared. Ah! Many people were so scared that they fell to the ground, their faces pale. After all, no matter how fast it was, they all saw the amazing changes in Wu Jizi. His evil appearance undoubtedly explained the situation of this person. When they thought that they were worshipping such a being, they couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, damn it. One of them was obviously dressed differently from the others, had a very extraordinary identity, and had an official aura on him. He gritted his teeth. He heard the conversation just now clearly. Thousands of corpses, that is to say, this demon has killed thousands of people. Thinking of the people who disappeared inexplicably in the county in the past 2 years, he shuddered for a while. If this person hadn't come, exposed, and killed this demon, the huge county would probably have become a dead city. The play is really well acted. Li Su turned his head and locked his eyes directly on the Taoist boy, who who was also trembling in the crowd. The so-called evil cultivators are those who are unwilling to die and want to live, even if they are neither human nor ghost. They are not terrorists. Why do they want to self-destruct? If you fight with all your strength from the beginning, it will not be so easy for me to catch you. As the words fell, lightning flashed. The same spiritual talismans as the old Taoist appeared on the bodies of the 3 Taoist boys and Immortal, but it was obvious that the spiritual talismans on their bodies took shape faster and were already formed when they flashed. Unlike the old Taoist, the spiritual talismans took shape in an instant and directly restrained them completely, suppressing their physical bodies and suppressing their souls. Then, Li Su did not hesitate to strike out 4 lightning knives, splitting their bodies apart. Ah! The old Taoist priest's voice came out from the 4 people's mouths almost at the same time. The Tao was suppressed, and the clones in the main body were all captured. The soul was naturally the first to be hit, and was severely injured on the spot. Countless dead souls were entangled in the cracked body, and it was basically neither human nor ghost. Although they didn't understand what the terrorists meant, the expressions of several people changed, and turned into the faces of the old Taoist priest who should have died. He looked at Li Su with a pale face, in great pain and extreme regret. The other party had completely locked him from the beginning. Not only the clones, but also the main body. Everything just now was him acting, and the other party was watching him act. Wu Jizzy stared at Li Su, and couldn't help but roar loudly, "Who are you? Who are you?" Li Su didn't answer, raised his hand, and picked up the man directly, turned his head, and glanced at the man with obviously extraordinary clothes, and said, "I will take this evil spirit away. The dead are buried under this hall. Evil spirits are best at bewitching people's hearts. It's hard to guard against them. Don't harm the innocent." After saying that, he jumped up, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The man was startled, thousands of words pressed into his heart. He took a deep breath, and bowed deeply in the direction where Li Su disappeared. "Thank you Taoist for helping to subdue the demon. May I ask your name?" "Shanking Disciple. Li Su." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648. The first half year ends. Ahaha. Don't get me wrong, this is not someone practicing high notes, or someone working hard to give birth to offspring. This is a very simple scream, one wave after another. It can be said to be a climax. Horrifying. This sound is so tragic that it cannot be made without tearing the throat to a certain extent, the pain to a certain height, and the horror to a certain level. Rubbing his eyebrows, Li Su, who was walking on the road, rubbed his eyebrows and had a headache. The person who screamed was naturally not him, but the old Taoist priest. To be honest, in the current situation, he had calculated everything, but he really didn't expect this move. Mature theory, specific operation, sufficient preparation, and before this, he had read dozens of papers that had been carried out in specific practice to make corrections. Compatibility was taken into account, adaptability was taken into account, and safety was the top priority. Dozens of plans and preparations were carefully prepared. The only thing he didn't expect was that the other party's scream would be so earth-shattering and awakening. What made Li Su most depressed was that he could not avoid this voice, because the place where it came from was his 36 diagrams, which was the core of his Dao fruit. After catching the old Taoist priest, Li Su spent a lot of time to take out the other party's Dao rules. The process was naturally tragic and spectacular. In short, it was a miserable death. Then Li Su began to conduct his own experiments, using the other party's Dao rules to sharpen his own Dao rules. Note that this is not absorption or swallowing, but sharpening. To put it in an analogy, it is like two grindstones, one positive and one negative, working against each other. Through this close-range blood fight, the formation of one's own Dao rules can be accelerated. The result is undoubtedly the middle of the Zuanmen, the Grand Road. Although the way is very evil, it is estimated that even the demons and monsters dare not think so. Only Li Su's inhuman mental power dares to do such a coquettish operation. What was unexpected was that as the sharpening began, a shrill scream came from the other party's Deo rules. As if being cut in half, Lee Soo was frightened at first, thinking that a tragedy had occurred nearby. It took him a while to realize that the scream actually came from his soul, which really scared him. He couldn't stay calm, thinking that there was something wrong with his soul. Finally, he found that the scream came from the Taoist's Deo principle, and his soul was inside. The collision between the Deo principles was undoubtedly equivalent to throwing him into a meat grinder, and he had to beat out the dregs bit by bit, which naturally caused him great pain. After confirming that it was not him who had the problem, Lee Soo was undoubtedly greatly relieved, but then he had a headache. The scream was too sharp. Because of the close relationship between the two Deo principles, and the sound itself was equivalent to echoing from his heart, and the induction of the soul itself was different from the five senses, there was no such thing as closure. In fact, in his current situation, even if he could, he couldn't do that. Are you kidding? The mutual crushing of Deo rules is no small matter. The difficulty of operation is as high as threading a needle with a thread 100 meters apart. Even a very slight shake here will make a huge difference there. Not only that, the thread in the hand is not an ordinary thread, but a live wire. The needle is surrounded by gasoline. The result of mistake is not failure, but explosion on the spot. Faced with this unavoidable negative effect, Lee Soo had a toothache, as if someone put a piece of glass in his forehead and dug it with fingernails. It squeaked and squeaked, and goosebumps appeared. This guy can't be a little tougher? A real man sheds blood but not tears. Isn't it just 1,000 cuts? Isn't it just being flattened by stones repeatedly and then restored to its original shape? Why is it so cruel? It makes me feel like I'm doing something immoral. Haven't you heard that Guan Yu was concentrating on playing chess in ancient times and scraping his bones to treat poison? Today, there is Ling. Cough, cough. Lee Soo coughed twice and continued on his way. Although he was a little annoyed by the noise, he could still bear it. When he was cultivating the supreme flesh and blood, all the cells in his body had awakened. Although they were all controlled by his great unified core thinking. In fact, there were many different voices in private. For example, his lungs once complained about his heart, saying that he couldn't always grab the lungs and pull them hard. The skin can also breathe, and the subcutaneous nerves can also transport. You should use that more. For example, his liver often complained that the working hours were too long, all year round, even more excessive than 996. For example, his kidneys also said, I'm so strong, why don't you use, cough cough cough. In short, with 6 billion cells awakened, Lee Soo's main thinking was harassed a lot. The screams of just one person were far from beyond his tolerance. Of course, to put it bluntly, although the screams annoyed him a little, the effect was very outstanding. Lee Soo could feel that his 36 diagrams were growing rapidly. Because of the pressure, the cycle was accelerating. 1 minute was almost equivalent to the effect of 1 day. At this rate, as long as the old Taoist priest could hold on for a little longer, he might be able to completely complete the transformation to the Dao and advance to the Imperial Dao in about a month. So Lee Soo walked along the way. Even if he had a headache, he was cheering the old Taoist priest up. Hang in there, you can do it, you can definitely do it, it depends on you. TSK. I said, how can you scold people? It's wrong to scold people. Demeanor, you must maintain demeanor. After all, you are a senior master who has practiced for countless years. You should have demeanor. What's more, you practiced the 10,000 Soul Sutra, which made so many people unable to be reborn and live a life worse than death. It is reasonable for me to use it for cultivation now, right? There is a saying that the way of heaven is good reincarnation. Good is rewarded with good and evil is rewarded with evil. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come. When you meet me, you have to accept your fate, right? No, come on, hold on, you must hold on, yes, hate me with all your might, it's really hateful, eat his flesh and drink his blood. After about an hour, Lee Soo sighed with regret, watching the other party's Dao being ground up bit by himself. His soul turned into ashes, and he died completely. Trash. Lee Soo raised his head with hatred, and hated him for not fighting. What's more, 10 days and half a month is not enough. You should at least hold on for 3 to 5 days. 10,000 Soul Sutra, Enlightenment Realm. Are you worthy of this technique? Are you worthy of this realm? Feeling the completion rate jump from 3% to 5.5%, Lee Su had a headache and felt that his plan to accelerate his practice was hindered. This wave of operations was fine, but it was obviously a bit labor intensive. The effect was very good in the early stage, but it got worse as time went on. The first enlightenment realm only increased by 2.5, and the second one might have to become 2. By the time the 10th one comes, it won't give me 0.25, right? After calculating like this, how many more Deo enlightenment realms would be needed to achieve 100% of the attack? 5,000 or 10,000? Lee Su frowned suddenly. Was I dazzled? Why did I feel a trace of red pattern on my 36 pictures? He rubbed his consciousness. Yes, it was not dazzled. There was indeed a trace of red pattern, very light, very shallow, lingering on the 36 pictures. Something went wrong. He was a little scared. It was related to his future, and even life and death. Who dared to be careless? However, after scanning back and forth for a long time, he did not find any problems. On the contrary, the strength of the 36 pictures actually increased a little bit. Faced with this result, Lee Su was quite incredible. After all, he had already cultivated the shanking immortal method. Now he was in the state of great perfection of the Deo enlightenment realm. There was no way out. He could only wait until the transformation was completed. The sharpening method he created could actually increase the strength of the immortal method. This was really a pleasant surprise. After confirming that there was no problem, Lee Su naturally felt relieved and set out again. At the same time, he let go of his 5 senses and carefully felt his surroundings, trying to capture the reaction of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can speed up the process of controlling the way and further improve his own strength. For a moment, he couldn't help but be more motivated. If possible, he really wanted to kill all the monsters in the army and kill about 18,000 on the spot to replenish himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Since the location has been locked, why don't you go and take action? 20 miles away from Lee Su, the tracking monster insects had locked on, but they did not chase directly and chose to take action. Wen Yifeng was a little impatient. At first, he kept waiting because he was too close to Maocean. Now he has reached Yicheng, which is about 50 miles away from Maocean. If he takes action now, Maocean will not be able to detect it. No hurry. The Black Shadow shook his head. For it, as long as the person comes out, it will be fine. If he comes out, the ending is basically doomed. This kid will definitely die. As for why he didn't take action, first of all, it was the same as Wei Feng's fear, naturally because he was too close to Maocean. The commander would not get too close to the immortal place like Maocean where there are big sects, because it is easy to get into trouble and be discovered. The immortal sect has been in charge for thousands of years, and it is no joke. The means of protecting the sect have been extended to all around. If the opponent's territory is really limited to the vicinity of Maocean, then there is no way to know how he died. The Black Shadow dared to get so close because it was hiding in the shadow of the guard seal, relying on the opponent's breath to cover its own existence. Otherwise it would never get too close. Nowadays, although the shadow of the West Heaven has disappeared with the disappearance of the Heavenly Court, the demons in the world are no longer confined to a mountain or a place and can do whatever they want. But the Central Plane still has protection. Even if there are many monsters entering, and even if they can fight against the Central Plane's Zuanmen, they still dare not expose themselves and can only hide under human skin to cover their own tracks. Therefore, even if they have the strength of the Imperial Deo, the monsters still dare not confront the Zuanmen head-on in a short time. But this time will not be too long. The time for the demon race to become the master of this world has entered the countdown process. The message has been passed on. According to the pace of the commander, it should not take long to arrive. When the commanders have assembled and the encirclement is completely formed, it is time to attack Lee Su. The Black Shadow took a breath lightly, and his eyes exhaled unprecedented caution. This task was personally assigned by a certain Demon King. If they failed, they would have to see him with their heads. Therefore, if they don't take action, it's fine. Once they take action, they must not give any chance and kill all accidents. The target this time is very unusual. According to the conversation, it can be learned that he has amazing talents. Although his years of cultivation are short, he is not like a cultivator from a big sect, but like a miscellaneous cultivator in the mountains. But it is related to his own life, so it is not too careful. Therefore, before the arrival of the Imperial Dao realm, the Black Shadow had no idea of taking action. After all, if the other party noticed it and caused him to return to Maocean, it would be a real loss. The Shadow analyzed slowly. You also said that the other party has a very high talent and is valued by the Supreme Lord of Shanking. He took away the opportunity that should belong to you. Regardless of what this talent is, there is no doubt that Shanking should attach great importance to him. Maybe someone is hiding in the dark to protect him. Even if no one follows him, he must have given him a way to save his life. If it becomes like that, let alone killing him to get rid of the inner demon, you and I will be trapped. Wen Feng's expression froze. Although he was extremely anxious, he was not stupid after all. He had this method himself. The elders of the sect prepared it for him. Even if he encountered the pursuit of the Udao realm, he could protect himself for a certain period of time. He has it, let alone Li Su. Thinking of this, even if he was eager in his heart, Wen Feng could only suppress it in his heart and dared not let it explode completely. When will your commander arrive? The news has been spread. Before the other party enters Hangzhou, they should be able to come and form a siege. Wen Feng clenched his fists hard when he heard it. Before Hangzhou? Not knowing that a huge crisis was approaching him little by little, Li Su's expression was a little stinky as he walked. There are too few monsters. He has walked most of the way to Hangzhou. He didn't encounter many monsters. There were only 6 monsters in total, and most of them were small monsters, that is, the kind that had just awakened their spiritual wisdom. The first thing he enjoyed when he opened his mouth was a very high level of enlightenment. The impact of the 6 monsters behind him was undoubtedly reduced a lot. The big monster in the enlightenment realm was okay, strong enough to increase his Taoism by 2%. The small monsters were more pitfalls. The 5 monsters added up to less than 1%. Sure enough, as he thought, the effect and efficiency of this method would drop significantly with continuous practice. Especially for the small monsters, unless they appear in large numbers, progress can be said to be dispensable. As for the big monsters, they were okay, especially in terms of taste, which was much more comfortable than the evil cultivators. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. After hundreds of miles, he only encountered one. For a moment, Li Su couldn't help but miss the time when he was in a Chinese ghost story, when there were monsters and ghosts all over the mountains and plains, so many that even the Buddha kingdom couldn't accommodate them. In the soul, the screams under the 36 pictures kept rising and falling. At first, the sound was quite a headache, but after listening to it for a long time, it made people unable to stop. I don't know what the situation is in Hangzhou, whether there are any big monsters, or even the surface level of the Imperial Dao realm. Although the land of Jiangnan is not mentioned much in the story of Journey to the West, as a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, it should not disappoint people. While Li Su was looking forward to it, the demon killing order in his arms suddenly vibrated. Huh? What is this? Li Su reached into his arms and took out the demon killing order that kept vibrating, and then his eyes flashed. The first half year, is it over? Chapter 649 Regret for Being Born. First place, Jian Shifu Zhangqilin, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 113 years. Second place, Ling Bao sect Wang Chengpeng, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 115 years. Third place, Xingxiao sect Zhuan Yuan II, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 120 years. Fourth place, Jian sect Lin Shuang, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 113 years. Fifth place, Bei'an Temple Chao Shianhua, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 118 years. Sixth place, Xiangsha sect Chao Qian, achieved the great perfection of Taoism and practiced for 117 years. 7th place, Shanking sect Sheo Hang Xiu, achieved the great perfection of Taoism, and practiced for 81 years. At the end of the first half of the year, the rankings of the three lists of heaven, earth, and man appeared on the demon slaying order. According to the arrangement of these three lists and the content registered in them, the heaven list is considered the Xianjiao list, which is comprehensively evaluated, based on the time of practice, the combat power shown, and even the skills of achieving Taoism, and building the foundation. Basically, those who can enter this list will undoubtedly have the opportunity to achieve the Judeo realm, and reach the top. The earth list is mainly about exorcising demons. The first person in the list is not a disciple of major sect, but a casual cultivator. So far, he has killed 7 Dao enlightened and 19 foundation building demons and ranked first. After that, the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 10th are also the same. They are either casual cultivators or some small and medium-sized sects. The last human list is similar to the heaven list, but the time is mainly less than 100 years, and most of the people listed are below the great perfection of the Dao realm. Judging from the situation of the three lists, the nature of these three lists is roughly the Xianjiao list, the combat power list, and the hidden dragon list. Obviously, the selection method should be to divide the Zuanman cultivators in the world into 3 categories. Those who have strong talents and extremely high realms. Those who are not as talented as the former, but are extremely strong in combat. And those who have not practiced for a long time, but show certain talents, and have certain strength. This can basically explain why the reward for the first type of people is the Judeo pill. In fact, the first type of people are almost all disciples of major sects. They are not short of magic weapons and skills, but what they lack is this kind of enlightenment opportunity. As for the second category, whether they are independent cultivators or cultivators from small sects, although the Imperial Dao pill is also extremely precious, it is not as attractive to them as a magic weapon. As for the third category, Li Su was a little confused. Is it necessary to count these people? Compared with the first two, who can quickly digest the rewards and turn them into combat power, the third category actually lacks time the most. The years of cultivation are too short, which is their shortcoming, just like Li Su. If he is given 100 years, he can fight the bear in Black Wind Mountain with a 50-50 chance. If he is given 1,000 years, he can even roast the birdman in Lion Camel Mountain, and make honey chicken wings. After a rough look, Li Su put away the demon elimination order, and no longer cared about it. The things inside are not very meaningful to him. For example, the Imperial Dao pill is a treasure to others, but it is not so good to him. Thinking carefully, Li Su found that things that can be comprehended in a day are meaningless, even if they are compressed into an hour, right? Moreover, compared with comprehension, digestion, and sedimentation are more troublesome. Not only that, a guy who can't even break through the Imperial way is a pitfall in Li Su's hands. At first glance, what's the difference between him and cloth? It's full of seams. Li Su will probably have to supplement this way later. If there is time, it's good to use it as a reference. Now there are only a few years left. Instead of referring to other people's ways, it's better to work hard on one road until death. As for the skills, unless it is the core skills of other major sects, such as the Shanking 3 Sutras, which can involve the surface of immortal methods. As for magic weapons, it doesn't matter. With immortal methods as the foundation, plus Li Su's innate understanding ability, he can use all his means with great power. The treasures of the world are really not very attractive, unless they are immortal tools. But it is obvious that immortal tools are not necessarily available in major sects, let alone for him to use. So after figuring out what the three lists of heaven, earth and man are, Li Su lost interest. On the contrary, Jiang Tong once told him about the background of Zuanman, which he was quite interested in. I thought it was just some kind of inheritance, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Especially the third category, which is similar to the ranking of the hidden dragon list. If these people are selected, and are also qualified to enter the Zuanman Foundation, Li Su will undoubtedly be a little excited. He quickly suppressed it, and did not expect too much. After all, his rank is too low. He will definitely achieve the Judeo realm in 3 years. If the Zuenman Foundation is aimed at building a foundation or becoming a Deo realm, it will naturally be useless for him. Therefore, compared with the rewards of the Demon Extermination Order itself, for Lee Su now, it is best to hunt more monsters and use their flesh and blood souls to hone and improve himself. For him now, the number of monsters and evil cultivators is more urgent because there are too few. If it was the time of a Chinese ghost story, it would be better. Not to mention that all major cities are almost full of monsters and demons, and there are also groups in the wild, killing waves after waves. Now I have walked almost 130 or 40 miles, and I haven't even exceeded double digits. It's really... Pausing, Lee Su suddenly turned his head and looked to his right. Demonic aura. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. With a move of his body, he disappeared from the spot and reappeared at the end of his sight, crossing several mountains. With the continuous improvement and evolution of his Taoism, Lee Su's strength was also rapidly improving and transforming. The elementalization became more and more handy. Not only was there no smell of fireworks when he performed it, but naturally, the change of nature and the grasp of distance became stronger and stronger. A ripple bloomed, and Lee Su appeared about 15 miles away. The distance was also improved. From the initial 10 miles, it was increased by half. 2 Deo realm, 5 foundation building monsters. It was really a significant effect, and the red lines on the 36 pictures also deepened a little, allowing him to improve again in the surface of Deo, pushing the upper limit higher. 1. A snake monster. Very big. The body is probably as thick as a bucket. The lines are red and black, with an extremely strong fishy smell, and it is at least 15 meters long. Judging from the breath, it is in the early stage of Deo realm. Lee Su frowned, somewhat disappointed. Compared to Lee Su, the snake demon was also stunned, and its tongue stopped in midair. The whole demon was stunned, looking at Lee Su, who was nothing a second ago and suddenly appeared a second later. The next second, it moved, opened its bloody mouth, and its cheeks bulged. That movement was just like a mouthful of thick phlegm stuck in its throat. Lee Su's eyes flashed with cold light, and his figure flashed, passing in front of the snake demon, and standing directly on its back. The snake demon trembled, and it came again. Its face changed again and again. This situation was very bad, which meant that the opponent was extremely amazing in the art of escape, far surpassing itself. Even if it was not very smart, as a beast, it could not understand the meaning of this situation. Passive. In the biological world, being passive often means death. It twisted its body violently, trying to find Lee Su's figure. However, when its head turned, its sight and feelings were dissociated, and turned into dozens or hundreds of pieces. There was a big puzzlement in the pupils of the snake demon. How did his perception suddenly improve? No, that's not right. It's not that his perception has improved, but that the 2 original images, the feeling of one world, have been shattered and cut apart. Blood splattered, and the flesh and blood of the 3-meter upper body of the snake demon disintegrated, leaving only the white bones. I was killed. The snake demon was dazed, and fell into endless darkness. Lee Su raised his palm, and the snake demon's Deo appeared, and was held by his 5 fingers. Just now, he not only cut the opponent's flesh, but also took out its Deo. With a light inhalation, the Deo was swallowed directly by Lee Su, and sent to the 36 diagrams for sharpening. At the same time, there was wind flowing on his body, like a knife or a needle, unfolding the body of the snake demon under his feet, chopping it up, and grinding it into powder. The fire element rose, and the water element stirred, knocking out the nutrients in the flesh and blood, and quickly absorbed through the skin. After a series of operations, it took about a cup of tea. When Lee Su jumped up and continued to go towards Hangzhou, there was only a pile of black and red residue left on the ground. I really miss the time when there was a Buddhist country. It is too strenuous to absorb flesh and blood. Not only do you have to process it externally, but even if you absorb it, you have to keep baptizing it with the Shanking immortal key. Although it is a great tonic, all the cells in the body can't help but wriggle with it and improve it. The digestion itself will still consume a lot of energy. Calculate it, at least 3 layers of energy are wasted. In other words, out of 10 tons of flesh and blood, at least 3 tons have become losses. the loss of flesh and blood, the loss of time for absorption, this plus and minus, Lee Su began to miss the top bandit leader skills of the Pure Land Buddhist country. After a set, not only did you boil your bones, but you also dug 3 feet into the ground and recycled waste. It's really a waste to switch to the shanking immortal method now. Of course, there are benefits. Stable. It's really stable. Improvement, progress, and progress simultaneously. After absorption, it is equivalent to the end of digestion. It's really moving up step by step. I hope there are more monsters in Hangzhou. Otherwise, I can only go to the center of the Central Plains, the capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an. To be honest, Lee Su really didn't want to go there for a while. It was too dangerous. After all, he was not just a simple shanking monk, but also the protagonist of Journey to the West, the only one who went to the West to seek scriptures. The monsters had been looking for him. Lee Su had a hunch that the monsters had not given up and were very likely preparing some means and accumulating them. And this means was probably related to the Buddha nature that kept erupting in his body shortly after he entered the shanking sect. The main reason was that the form it showed was too strange. It was not awakening, but erupting, as if it was going to expose him. When there was a powerful Judeo realm around him, there was no movement. And since he practiced the 3 scriptures together and formed the shanking immortal energy, it has not erupted, as if it had never happened. Unfortunately, being restrained by him, the Buddha nature that remained inside was always reminding him that this would definitely be a huge problem. Lee Su had tried to sense it and wanted to see if he could control it. After all, Tang Seng was the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, and the Buddha nature might come from Tang Seng's previous life. Perhaps, this Buddha nature is undoubtedly Jin Shanzi's, and there is no trace of demonic energy in it. But, it is not his. That's right, although this Buddha nature is said to have erupted from his body, it has nothing to do with him. Although there is no thinking in it, it has a strong exclusivity. The Buddha nature in his body has nothing to do with himself. It's okay if it has nothing to do with the soul. After all, he is not Tang Monk, not the real Jin Shanzi, and the pilgrim. But an obvious problem is that these Buddha natures do not seem to fit his body. This is very problematic. Unfortunately, Lee Su has no way to solve it. The Central Plains Buddhism has obviously fallen, and the West Heaven has no movement. Without the Buddhist method, whether it is absorption or expulsion, it cannot be done. His body has a faint rejection of this Buddha nature, and no one knows why. Could it be that the monster got the remains of Jin Shanzi? Doing something with it? It can be said that half of Lee Su's inner urgency is actually related to this Buddha nature. There is a feeling that he will be found sooner or later. Asterisk 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 commanders, we've arrived. In the distance, the direction of Lee Su was far away, and it was about 30 miles away, on a certain mountaintop. As the black shadow lurking in the shadow suddenly spoke, Wei Feng, who had been waiting eagerly, stood up all of a sudden, and his whole body trembled. When Lee Su did not leave the shanking area, he was already impatient. Half a year, that life was simply not something a human could live. As a result, he still could not take action afterwards. Every minute and every second of the next was like a year for him. It was less than a day, but Wei Feng felt like several years had passed. He couldn't help it when he heard it. Where are they? Should we meet up? No need to meet up. We have formed an encirclement. The black shadow shook his head. The Judeo realm hunted the Chengdeo realm. Knowing the approximate direction for the Chengdeo realm, it was equivalent to the final bell ringing. Now, there is only one problem to worry about. That is whether the shanking sect has prepared some means of escape for Lee Su, or sent someone to follow him. This is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger that must be solved. Wei Feng, don't say I didn't remind you. Your chance has come. The Black Shadow said lightly, although 3 Judeo realm masters have been arranged to come, this target is your inner demon, the biggest obstacle to your Deo heart, and the stumbling block that you must cut off. It's okay for the commander to take action directly, but in this way, even if the person is caught and thrown to you, you kill him, the effect may not be too good. Some problems are best solved by yourself, so that this can be completely eliminated. Wei Feng took a breath, his pupils glowing, and said without hesitation, naturally. this kind of problem in the Deo heart unless you go down and do it yourself and successfully kill it. Otherwise, just asking for help, it is very likely that not only will you not be able to kill the inner demon, but it will become a hurdle that you can never cross. After all, people cannot deceive themselves, and cultivators cannot deceive their Deo hearts. Otherwise, he would not have been possessed by the devil because of this problem and did something that he absolutely should not do. As for letting Deo realm take action, what a joke. A mortal who has practiced for less than 10 years, is he worthy? Taking a deep breath, Wen Feng moved. He couldn't help it a long time ago, but the black shadow kept stopping him. He injured it again and again to ensure that he would be worry-free. In the shadow, watching Wen Feng's breath rising infinitely and twisting constantly, the black shadow couldn't help but smile. Very good, very good. 1 minute, just 1 minute. As long as he can hold the other party for 1 minute, he can lead them to complete the final encirclement. At that time, no matter what means the other party has, it will be meaningless. Once surrounded by 3 Deo realm, a mere Cheng Deo, the black shadow can't see any possibility of the other party escaping, and he will definitely die. No, in fact, there is no need for the leader to take action. The Cheng Deo realm and the foundation building little demons under his command are enough to deal with the other party. Okay, Wen Feng, don't let me down. This mission assigned by the Demon King only needs success, not failure. Asterisk 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 heading towards Hangzhou. There is still about 50 miles to go, and Li Su's footsteps suddenly stopped. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped his whole body, as if some disaster was about to come. The hairs on his body couldn't help but stand up, and his heart was a little up and down at this moment. This feeling? Suddenly, Li Su's eyes fixed, and he turned his head to look behind him. A huge breath was coming at a high speed in his direction, with great murderous intent. Li Su. He didn't have to wait for long. The person who came was extremely fast. As soon as they could see each other, he opened his mouth and let out a huge roar. The tone was distorted, sharp, and full of hatred. Is it him? Li Su was stunned for a moment, and quickly recognized the identity of the person who came. He was a disciple of Shanking Zhenchen, Jiang Tong's senior brother, and a disciple who had shown him murderous eyes several times. It's been too long, too long. This day has finally come. In an instant, Wen Feng, who had a crazy obsession with Li Su and wanted to make him live a life worse than death, completely calmed down at this moment. No matter how unbearable it was, he was also a disciple of Shanking and was carefully cultivated. If it weren't for the obsession, it wouldn't be like this. Therefore, when the goal was about to be achieved, he calmed down uncharacteristically, and his realm reached an extreme. As long as he killed the inner demon in front of him, he could immediately break the cage and complete the transformation. The only regret was that from now on, his position with Jiang Tong would be completely reversed. To be honest, he had liked her a little. He wanted to be with her regardless of everything, if they became Taoist friends. However, there was nothing to regret. Everything was worth it. Wen Feng slowly descended, his aura rising higher and higher. The space was affected and distorted. There were flashes of lightning and flames burning. He was still standing several meters high in the air. The flowers, plants, and trees around him were all on fire. The ground made a hissing sound and began to turn red. At this moment, the power of a true disciple was undoubtedly displayed by him. Wen Feng looked down. His eyes seemed to be looking at an ant, and said lightly, "So, how do you want to die?" However, Li Su's sight only paused for a moment on Wen Feng, then turned to look at his feet for a full second. Then he turned his head, and looked in the west, north, and south in turn. After staring for 2 full seconds respectively, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became solemn. Faced with this scene, Wen Feng was stunned, and it took a full second for him to come back to his senses. Was he ignored? Did he ignore him? His calm heart began to turmoil, as if a meteorite had been thrown into it, and a huge wave suddenly rose. His face was distorted, his pupils were blood red, madness and resentment intertwined, becoming extremely hideous and twisted. His tongue tasted sweet, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. His calm heart only lasted for a second, before it was completely torn apart. After all, To what extent, and to what degree, did he have to be crazy before he would give up? Cut off his luck, destroyed his heart of Tao, and now, he was ignored. The unprecedented humiliation destroyed all his mind. Ah. Wen Yifeng screamed to the sky, roaring from the soul, I will kill you. I will kill you. I want you to die miserably. I swear to make you regret being born into this world. Not just you. Everyone related to you. Everyone connected by blood. No one will be spared. You damn bastard. Mortal ant. Chapter 650. Battle of the Imperial Way. When Wei Feng was furious, the shadow lurking in the shadow under his feet also had a flickering look. Asking Wei Feng to come over was not out of kindness, to help him solve the problem of his inner demons, but just to let him come over to delay. It was selfish, and didn't think Wei Feng could kill Li Su. The possibility was very low, because if the other party could be easily killed, then today's situation would not have happened. So, it was very curious. Why did this human cultivator, who obviously had not been cultivating for a long time, and had not even been in cultivation for 10 years according to the information obtained from Wei Feng, what did he do? The monsters noticed him, and even the Monster King personally ordered to change the original plan, and mobilize 3 commanders of the Udeo realm, to come and kill him. At present, the monsters in the central plains are actually quite peaceful. 99% of them are lurking, and have not exposed themselves on a large scale. Otherwise, the central plains would not be like this now. It would have been like the outside, showing a scene of demonic energy rising to the sky. Of the 4 continents, the southern Zansao can now be said to be the only continent where the human race has completely fallen. Each kingdom has become the vegetable garden of the demon kings, who harvest them every once in a while. Only in the central plains, the heavenly Deo always keeps an eye on this place. Once a problem occurs, a chain reaction will be triggered, resulting in an extremely intense situation. The demons have already tried this. Hundreds of years ago, Cheng destroyed a mortal kingdom. That kingdom was related to the west, and was a must-go place for the pilgrim. The result is predictable. Although the specific black shadow is not clear, the 18 demon kings then joined together and made a relevant plan to put all actions on hold before the pilgrim set out on his way to the west and left the central plains. Now there are only a few years left, but at this moment, the lurking Udeo realm leader is suddenly dispatched, which is really puzzling. What is the difference between this human blood food? At first, it was full of doubts, but now it realized some key issues. The other part is behavior of looking in 3 directions, which seemed to ignore Wei Feng, and made him crazy, made the black shadow's heart jump, and his face changed slightly. He wouldn't notice it, right? No, this is impossible. Although the commander brought some little demons with him, they were all powerful and covered up. They could be seen if they walked in, but they were still 20 or 30 miles away. There were countless mountains and they were not in sight at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The black shadow couldn't help but deny it. It was too unbelievable. There was a commander sitting there, suppressing it personally. Even if it was the same Udeo realm, it would take a certain distance to find it. When the black shadow was a little unbelievable, Wei Feng moved and directly activated the Shanking Sutra, one of the 3 major teaching methods of the Shanking sect. The flames were steaming, and the lightning was shining. That was one of the 5 thunders, the fire thunder method. As the most lethal one, it was undoubtedly his strongest means and core Taoist method. Not only that, Wei Feng has practiced for 100 years without distraction, always insisting on walking on this path. He has practiced fire thunder to an unprecedented height. In the entire Shanking sect, except for the Udeo realm, no one can compare with him in this method. He has practiced to the end of the art, with true meaning, and can ignite everything. The moment the art started, grass and trees burned, flowers and birds burned, rocks and springs were all ignited. The essence of the fire element has been mastered by him, and he can even change the essence of its structure, and enter the state of the only 1 in 10,000. In an instant, the land within a mile of Li Su turned directly into an endless sea of fire, and he, Wei Feng, was the only god in the sea of fire. Kill. He shouted angrily, and thousands of fires rained down, turning into endless arrows, rushing straight at Li Su. The flames, with extremely terrible high temperatures, were translucent as a whole, and their shape could only be expressed through distorted space. They burned extremely violently, and everything in the space was burned wherever they passed, forming a huge hole and producing a violent storm. A simple spell caused a domain-wide killing. With this one move alone, Wei Feng, as the descendant of Shanking Zhenchen, can already be described as a well-deserved descendant. At least, there was a strange color in the shadow's eyes, changing his previous impression of him. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a state of confusion, he would definitely be listed as a key target, and it would be necessary to dispatch a leader-level monster to attack. Otherwise, it would probably take a considerable amount of casualties to achieve the goal of monster at the level of the Tao realm. So, how should I deal with my own goals? The shadow couldn't help but look at Li Su. Facing such an attack, how would the opponent counterattack? To speculate on a person's strength, the realm is unreliable. Only actual combat, and only actual combat, is possible. There are too many monks who are boasted to be great, but in fact, when facing monsters, their performance is extremely low and unbelievable. At the same realm level, the monster can almost fight 3 at a time. Although there are some differences between the major sects of the Central Plain Zuanmen, such as Wei Feng in front of him, it doesn't matter. After all, how many monsters are there, and how many people are there? The ratio gap is too big. Besides, just as the human race has geniuses, the demon race also has them. There are quite a few demons with the bloodline of ancient demons. Wei Feng is only a second-rate demon in such a large group of demons. However, he did not move. Standing in place, Li Su did not have any defense or reaction, allowing the rain of fire to penetrate him. Standing in the terrible high temperature, even if the ground under his feet was vaporized, he still stood there indifferently, not even turning his eyes towards Wei Feng for a moment. Facing this scene, not only the Black Shadow was stunned, but Wei Feng himself was also stunned. Clone. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. It was some special spell that left a fragment of the image here, and the real person had already run away. Standing in his own spell without injury, Wei Feng naturally would not believe such a thing. That kind of thing was impossible. Where did the person go? His eyes began to move quickly, searching, and his spiritual consciousness also radiated, capturing the huge sea of fire formed by himself, trying to find flaws and find his traces. The Black Shadow was also looking. It also didn't think that Li Su could stand there and bear it supremely. In the same realm, facing this kind of technique that was almost about to touch the Tao, no one dared to be so arrogant, not to mention that Li Su's body was pierced by the rain of fire and was beaten with holes and then recovered immediately. Flesh and blood bodies do not have such change properties. Where is the person? Where did the person go? After a moment of searching, it was found that except for Li Su, who was still standing there and being burned by the flames, there was no extra trace around. The Black Shadow was not only a little anxious. After all, if the mission failed, its ending would be very bad. Very bad. Wei Feng was even more anxious. It was related to his Tao path and his Tao heart. Killing Li Su had become his strongest desire at the moment. If he let the other party escape, he would undoubtedly be stuck in this realm for the rest of his life and could not break through. In fact, he didn't have much time left. In a few more years, if he still couldn't break through, his hope would become increasingly slim. What's more, he had already started. If he failed here, he would really be finished. Come out, come out. You fought me squarely, cut off my path, and ruined my heart, but now you don't dare to face me? Wei Feng couldn't help but start to curse, and the terrible flames flew everywhere, constantly bombarding everything around. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the flames, Li Su, who had been motionless, rarely moved. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at Wei Feng, who was constantly making it, frowning slightly, a little annoyed. However, he soon shifted his attention to the other party because the real crisis was coming. 3 directions, huge distortion. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely seriously affected. Although no demonic energy was seen, this scene itself explained too many things. To be able to form such a large-scale distortion phenomenon, either there are more than hundreds of people in the Dao realm, or they are in the Dao control realm. 3 directions, hundreds of people in the Deo realm. Obviously impossible. It is even more likely that they are in the Deo control realm. Taking a breath, Lee Su's eyes flashed with cold light, and his body slowly broke free from the constraints of gravity and flew into the air little by little. Encirclement, too risky. Even if he could transform into an element and avoid most of the damage and face the siege of 3 Deo controlling realms at the same time at the Deo Cheng realm, although he could not be said to be ready to be killed, there was no need to take such a dangerous risk. What he needed was a fierce battle, not a fight to the death, where his nerves were tense and he could be killed at any time. Therefore, it would be best to create a fighting environment that was beneficial to himself, while the other party did not understand him and did not know his depth. Lee Su ignored Wei Feng and rushed to the west with a tremor in his footsteps. In an instant, the 36 diagrams lit up, the laws of the great Deo flowed in his body, and the infinite pure immortal energy vibrated. Boom. 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 The moment Lee Su sprinted, the huge flame that was originally controlled by Wei Feng trembled, and it jumped up, as if it had come alive, and thousands of flames flew directly towards Lee Su. Not only that, there was wind, rain, thunder and lightning above the sky. On the earth, the grass, soil, rocks, and all the material properties visible to the naked eye were shaken, turning into a force of rules that gathered towards Lee Su. Buzz. With a loud bang, a huge shadow appeared behind Lee Su. In the shadow, there was a huge image that penetrated the heaven and earth. Infinite rules were intertwined, endless Deo rules were shining, and terrifying Deo rhyme symbols gathered. In just a sprint of less than a mile, Lee Su gathered the rules of heaven and earth that were unimaginable in the realm of Taoism. He let out a long roar, and the infinite rules shook with it, forming 5 terrifying thunders at his center. 5 thunder true solutions. The complete 5 thunder true solutions. Boom! Exclamation mark. The terrible thunder roared, and 5 extremely vast lightning flashes formed above the sky. As Lee Su pierced through the void, he rushed directly towards the Udeo realm monster coming from the west. The momentum was beyond imagination and unprecedented. The thunder shocked 100 miles, and shone in the sky. It was pregnant with destruction, and had boundless tyranny. This is not the realm of enlightenment, it is clearly the realm of imperial power, and even in this realm of imperial power, they are all extremely powerful, extremely terrifying, and can be ranked among the top. In an instant, the faces of the demons in the realm of enlightenment and foundation building, who were rushing to the ambush circle, turned pale. They were frightened, their scalps were numb, and terror arose from the depths of their souls. The sound of thunder directly pressed on their hearts, and their souls could not help but tremble. Not good. In the west, the pupils of the imperial power leader demon suddenly shrank, and suddenly changed color. It let out an extremely huge roar and directly revealed its true form. It was a cow, a big blue cow. The terrible demonic energy exploded, and the terrible demonic body appeared. Its pupils were like the sun, its horns pierced the sky, and its blood was as thick as the abyss, which could restore the sun and the moon. Moo. Looking up, the huge blue cow roared, raised its hooves, and instinctively rushed forward crazily. There was a loud rumbling sound, the earth was shaking, and the sky was collapsing. Under the full strength explosion, the huge vibration alone caused 10 mountains to shatter, and the river to be intercepted. In an instant, countless monsters around it were killed and injured, and killed by this terrible explosion. But it didn't care. The power that came was very terrible and powerful, and it had already threatened its life. Boom. The terrible thunder was exploding, and the 5-colored lightning was like 5 long spears piercing the sky, directly facing the front, without any room, and swirling with the real body of the blue bull. Boom. The space collapsed. At the moment of the 2 extreme collisions, the center of the 1,000-meter diameter was distorted and squeezed together crazily. The next second, after a short pause, the 2 forces exploded. On one side, there was an extremely terrible physical shock explosion, forming an extremely huge shockwave. 3 or 4 miles of land was directly lifted up, and dozens of mountains collapsed. On one side, endless lightning snakes penetrated the rocks and the earth, and then began to burn, rot, and crack, presenting an incredible scene. The stones burned, the trees turned into metal, and the mines were like water. The surroundings were like this, not to mention the core of the collision. The huge blue bull stepped back, and each step could create a huge pit of 100 meters. It was hit by the extremely strong force and kept retreating. It was bleeding, all 7 orifices, and the power was too much. Even its terrible body could not fully bear it, and its insides were torn apart. Lee Su was also shocked and retreated. His body was constantly trembling, and there was a terrible power constantly erupting from the inside. His body repeatedly expanded and contracted, and he retreated a full 2 or 3,000 meters before stopping. He paused in the air, and then exhaled a long breath with force. The breath was like a sword, killing through 3 mountains before dispersing. Needless to say, Lee Su raised his hand and grabbed it, and veins appeared in the void, spreading from his hand to the blue bull's body in the distance. The earth has 5 mountains. Mount Te becomes a seal. Suppress. With a wave of his hand, the void becomes a talisman. The immortal energy of shanking tilted out, forming an infinite Deo rhyme, and forming a huge rune. They flew out, compatible with the void, compatible with the earth, and compatible with the sky. In the shocked eyes of King Niu, the sky, earth, and space were gathered, and the infinite Deo rules were integrated to form a huge sacred mountain, the image of Mount Te, Dangyu, which took shape on its body, and acted directly on its body. The huge gravity made its body unable to help but pause, as if it really carried a mountain on its back. Heaven and earth as paper. The road as a talisman? King Niu's face turned green. Although it couldn't be seen, its eyes were wide open at this moment. It's not that it hasn't seen the Deo of talismans before, but this realm is really like a little monster entering a big city, and it's really eye-opening. The earth has 5 mountains. Mount Hua becomes. After a successful move, Lee Su naturally wouldn't stop. It was extremely difficult to fight against the monsters at the level of Udeo realm head-on. Suppression and sealing were undoubtedly much easier. Roar. Roar. Unfortunately, before he could continue to perform, a terrible roar sounded, and 2 huge figures came from the south and north. The one rushing in front was a leopard monster. It was extremely fast. Although its body was not big, its 4 feet stepped on the yellow clouds, and the mountains and rivers were like flat land. Like a yellow flash, its claws and teeth, at that terrible speed, pulled out a sharp edge that tore through the void, and rushed straight to Lee Su. Facing this scene, Lee Su directly turned into the wind. The extremely violent wind twisted in an instant, forming an endless wind blade. Ding. The yellow light collided with the green light, and then, ding ding ding. The 2 figures fought thousands and tens of thousands of times in an instant, directly drawing an incredible wonder in the void. It was too fast, and it seemed to have changed into thousands of incarnations in an instant. Clang. After a few seconds of suffocating collision, the green light was cut off. The next moment, the yellow light also shook, and the surrounding area was filled with earth energy. Originally, this kind of energy could be easily avoided, but the earth energy strangely possessed the properties of lightning. Not only was it scattered widely, but it was also conductive. Boom. 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 In an instant, as if someone punched it in the internal organs, the leopard demon's body stiffened and turned to distance itself. Roar. Just as they separated, a giant python with an incredibly huge body followed. It had a single horn and was extremely smelly. Almost at the moment when the yellow light jumped away, it sprayed into the void. Like fire and smoke, the pink breath tilted out, forming a column of smoke that directly covered the location of the broken green light. Hiss. 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 The void was happening, as if it was burned and corroded. The next second, a cold light flashed, and a giant sword shot towards the giant python along the pink corrosive fireworks. The giant python was startled, and quickly turned its head. It tilted its head quickly, and was still brushed by the golden light. Its hard scales were cut a little. Although there was no bleeding, it showed extraordinary defense. Before the giant python could exhale, a huge look of shock appeared in its pupils in the next second. The golden sword that should have gone far away actually turned along the broken position, and was directly transmitted into its body like lightning. Boom. The scales all over the body shook, and the giant python couldn't help but tremble slightly, and blood flowed directly from under the scales. Faced with this result, the giant python's pupils couldn't help shrinking, giving up direct attack, and directly coiled up its body, forming a horn with the blue ox and the leopard monster, looking at the person in the center. What's going on? At this moment, the three monsters were shaking in their hearts. Their attacks seemed to have no effect. The other party, without a doubt, had a head-on collision with them. No matter how strong the enlightenment realm was, the physical body should not be able to withstand it. Why? The three monsters paused their offensive, and Lee Su also took a breath, which was a bit exhausting. After all, he was in the Udeo realm, and it was not easy to fight against him. Although he avoided fatal injuries by elementalization, each attack and defense required a large amount of shanking immortal ki. If it was not for the disposable Deo, there would be a lot. With the shanking immortal method in charge, this instant consumption could drain him dry. The battle happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to stop. But the process was undoubtedly a huge impact. Especially for Wei Feng, who was eyeing Lee Su, and the black shadow under his feet. They almost saw the whole process, the other party fighting with the Udeo realm, and seemed to have a certain degree of advantage. Wei Feng, crazy, impossible, this is impossible, how is this possible? This is not true, absolutely not true. The impact was too great, and his Deo heart collapsed. When Lee Su pulled his flame rule away, he was actually a little collapsed. At that moment, he who thought he was the master of flames seemed to be kicked out by someone. It had made his 100 years of practice come to nothing. Seeing his battle with the Udeo realm monster directly shattered all his thoughts. Because any one of the three Udeo realm masters could easily crush him to death. As for the black shadow, at this moment, at this second, it finally understood why the Demon King wanted to kill him, even at the cost of destroying his plan. It was too scary, too scary. This kind of display was not seen by any demon with ancient bloodline. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but glance at Wei Feng, looking at the collapsed Wei Feng, full of shock. How arrogant is this person? How rampant? How self-righteous? Why would he regard such an existence as his competitor? And a stumbling block. Can you restore your state of mind by killing him? Is it worthy? Question mark. It's unimaginable to shake a tree with an ant, and you want to shake the sky? Why don't you say you want to kill the 18 demon kings, to restore your Tao heart? The black shadow complained crazily, and broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the other party's misleading, he would not dare to get so close even if he was beaten to death, and he was almost killed by this bastard. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.